Chapter 51. Die. After killing one disciple, Zichun didn't have time to pull out his black sword. A bolt of lightning leaped out from his fingers and rushed towards another disciple like a roaring dragon. Boom! Under such a thunderbolt, the other party's heavily injured body was instantly sent flying. He smashed into a large rock that had fallen. After his body twitched a few times, he stopped moving. Even as he was dying, his eyes were still filled with shock. Even if Zichun was strong enough, it would still be very difficult for him to kill someone in the 10th stage of true energy. But when the boulders fell, they were all injured. Because they couldn't move, it was much easier to kill the enemy now. Among the inner disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor, the 10 strongest were like fruits and weeds in front of Zichun, waiting for Zichun to cut them. "I'll kill you." Lin Yu's Zhenqi surged as the second disciple of the inner court rushed towards Zichun. His speed was extremely fast, and he hugged Zichun tightly. On the other side, 2 people had already died to Zhang Haoyin's long blade. At the same time, he abandoned his long blade and used the heavenly tyrant fist. With a surging aura, he punched towards Su Yan's head. Bang! Su Yan was the strongest, and his injuries were the lightest. He managed to block Zhang Haoyin's killing blow, but his figure was forced back. At the same time, Zhang Haoyin was also retreating. Shua! At this moment, a figure quickly rushed towards Zhang Haoyin and hugged him with all his might. It was the 3rd disciple of the inner sect, the one who was brave but not astute. "Big brother, let's go." Inner sect's 3rd brother roared as he hugged Zhang Haoyin tightly. "Big brother, let's go." Lin Yu also roared. "Take revenge for us." At the same time, the 2 disciples who had joined hands to hug Miao Kong also cried out loudly. On the brink of death, these 10th-level true Qi disciples unleashed an unprecedented amount of potential, firmly holding back the 3 of them, giving Su Yan a chance to escape. Su Yan's eyes were filled with grief. At this moment, he really didn't want to leave. In his heart, dying like this was better than leaving. "Let's go, big brother. Remember to avenge us." Lin Yu hugged Zichun tightly. All of his true Qi began to surge. His eyes were filled with the will to die. Because of his strength, his 10 fingernails were deeply imprinted into Zichun's body. "Let's go." Scram. At the same time, there were roars and curses. Su Yan's eyes were already filled with tears. At this moment, they had given him a chance to live. "Brothers, I swear that I will avenge you." Su Yan wiped away the tears on his face. With a tap of his foot, the 1st-grade movement technique, misty steps, appeared. With the comprehension of true intent, he disappeared from the valley. Pooh! Pooh! The remaining disciples held on with all their might, unleashing all their potential at this moment. They held back Zichun and the others for a long time, but in the end, they died one by one under the saber light and sword shadows. Blood dyed the valley red, and a bleak and sorrowful aura pervaded the valley. Zichun stood there motionless. There were 10 fingernail marks all over his body. That was the result of Lin Yu's fingernails piercing into his flesh when he was hugging him. Even a 9th-level true Qi physique had been pierced by fingernails. It was clear that Lin Yu had really gone all out. Zhang Haoyin, Miao Kong, and the others were also not in a good state. They had all suffered light injuries. Zichun did not move. He was touched by Su Yan and the others' brotherhood. He was also envious of them. Unfortunately, these loyal people were not his friends. "How is it? Can you catch up?" Zhang Haoyin asked coldly. He was not affected by his emotions. "I'm afraid not. Su Yan's injuries are very light. Even if I can catch up, you won't be able to. I can't beat him." Miao Kong curled his lips and said indifferently. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Zichun suddenly said, "They are all good people. Let's bury them." "Okay, you take the contribution points first," Miao Kong said indifferently. Killing these loyal people did not affect his mood at all. Zhang Haoyin was the same. He was very cold. "Contribution points? Forget it. I don't want to touch their things." Zichun shook his head. "Haha." Miao Kong gently smiled and said, "Then wait for it to be taken by others. Your heart is still too soft. If these people want to kill you, even if they are loyal, they will still die. As for the contribution points, if you don't take them, then it will be a waste. Who knows who will benefit when the time comes? In the end, Ziqian still took the contribution points. The contribution points of the 10 inner disciples were definitely a large amount. In an instant, Ziqian's contribution points broke through 2 digits and reached a terrifying 3 digits. 588 points. This number was really frightening. After taking the contribution points, Zichun gathered the corpses of the 10 inner disciples in a deep pit and buried them. It had to be said that Zichun was a good person. However, he was definitely not a good person. Compared to the 10 inner disciples who were buried, Luo Mu and the others did not have such good treatment. Their corpses would be exposed in the wilderness and wait for some fierce beasts to collect their corpses. What do we do now? After taking care of everything, Miao Kong asked. The problem of the Nimbus martial ancestor has been solved. What's left is the Zhan martial ancestor. However, this place has already been exposed. If we do it again, no one will fall for it. It's better to leave. After pondering for a moment, Zichun said, "Do we have to find another place to continue scheming against the Zhan martial ancestor?" Miao Kong asked. "We can try this method," Zichun said. However, Zhang Haoyan shook his head and said, "This method won't work. The current Zhan martial ancestor will not send anyone out." "Why?" The two turned their heads and looked at Zhang Haoyan in confusion. Ling Chun is doing something very important. This matter requires a lot of people from the Zhan martial ancestor. I don't know the specifics, but I'm sure that he can't leave. There are many true energy stage 10 disciples who can't leave either. The fact that Zheng Hua and the others were able to come that day was already beyond my expectations. Zhang Haoyan said, "If that's the case, let's find some elixirs and break through first." Zichen said, "Zhang Haoyan, didn't you reach the bottleneck of the peak of the 8th layer? Why don't you take a few elixirs and break through first?" "It's not that easy to break through a bottleneck. I thought I was going to break through, but I was still at the peak of the 8th layer," Zhang Haoyan said with a bitter smile. Only when he was talking to Zichun would he not put on a cool appearance. "Then you can take some more elixirs. There's not much here, but there are plenty of elixirs," Zichun said with a smile. "Let's give it a try." Zhang Haoyan spread out his hands, but it was obvious that there was not much hope. If one could break through to the true energy stage 9 with just 100-year elixir, then Wang Xiong would not have coveted Zichen's 500-year-old snow ginseng. "Don't be depressed. There are plenty of elixirs here, and there are many over 500 years old. Anyway, we still have plenty of time. Why don't we go look for them first?" Miao Kong said with a faint smile. The three of them finally left. Su Yin ran all the way, and only stopped after flying for 100 miles. "Second brother, third brother." Su Yin leaned against a big tree. Tears flowed out of his eyes and dripped down. How many years had it been? Su Yin had never been in such a sorry state. He was actually forced to a dead end by 3 little guys. Moreover, 9 of his 10 brothers were dead. Dead, they're all dead. Tears mixed with snot flowed down. Su Yin was heartbroken and began to cry. "Zichun, Zhang Haoyan, I will kill you with my own hands." In the forest, a man's heartbroken cry resounded. This cry lasted for half the night. In the latter half of the night, Su Yin stopped crying. His eyes were red like a crazy beast. He turned around and looked in the direction of the valley. With a plop, he knelt down and heavily kowtowed 9 times on the ground until blood appeared on his forehead. "Brothers, I swear I will avenge you." After kowtowing, Su Yin stood up and walked towards the depths of the forest. It was naturally unrealistic to rely on his own strength to kill Zichun and the other 2. Therefore, he needed to find reinforcements. The first person Su Yin wanted to find was Ling Chun, who was fighting the martial ancestor, because both sides had a common enemy. However, the spiritual herbal garden was very large. Wanting to find Ling Chun was easier said than done. Su Yin walked for several days. Not to mention finding Ling Chun, he could not even find half of the martial ancestor's disciples. It was not until the 7th day that Su Yin heard the sounds of fighting and beast roars coming from the forest. Su Yin walked towards the source of the sound and finally found the people fighting the martial ancestor. From afar, he heard a loud shout. "All of you get out of the way. Go back and tell my brother that this beast was killed by me. Ling Fei, alone. Ling Fei's voice came out. In front of him, there was a huge ape that was a few meters tall. It was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. There was a lot of blood on its pitch-black fur. Many rolled-up wounds revealed bright red flesh. At this time, the peak of level 8 beast was already on the verge of death. It could die at any time. Since the last time it was injured, it took more than a month for Ling Fei's injuries to recover. Ling Qin's big matter did not require his help, so he brought a group of disciples out again. Fortunately, he found another spiritual herbal garden that was more than 500 years old. Before the silver sword in his hand could pierce into the body of the huge ape, Ling Fei felt a strong force coming from the opposite side. Then, a figure suddenly jumped up and hit the huge ape's head with a palm. Bang! The huge ape fell down and its life force dissipated. You! Ling Fei was furious. However, after seeing who it was, he covered up the unhappiness in his heart. It's you, Su Yin? He had seen Su Yin that day. Ling Chun had also introduced him to Su Yin. Su Yin appeared with an unnatural expression. His eyes were still emitting red light. His mood was very unstable, like a fireball that was about to explode. This was also the reason why Ling Fei kept quiet. Ling Fei, right? I've seen you before. Su Yin had an unnatural smile on his face, as if it was forced out. Greetings, senior brother Su Yin. Su Yin's expression gave Ling Fei a bad feeling. It was as if he had seen a ruthless beast. He could only hurriedly say this. As for the unhappiness in his heart, it had already disappeared. The other disciples came over, but they all felt the oppressive aura from Su Yin and did not dare to move. Put away your spiritual herbal garden. I need your help. Su Yin said indifferently. Okay. Ling Fei nodded and then winked at a disciple next to him. The latter quickly put away the 600-years-old spiritual herbal garden. What is it, senior brother? Ling Fei asked carefully. Take me to see Ling Chun. Su Yin said. Chapter 52. What? You don't want to? Seeing Ling Fei's hesitant expression, the forced smile on Su Yin's face disappeared. He was extremely gloomy and the aura around him was unstable. Of course not. Ling Fei said awkwardly, it's just that my cousin is doing something important and has no time to see others. Even I have a hard time seeing him. Humph. Does he not care about your life or death? Su Yin said coldly. All 9 of his brothers were dead. He had already thrown caution to the wind, so he did not care about killing a few more people. What do you mean? Ling Fei's face was very ugly. The others also looked at Su Yin cautiously. They had all heard of Su Yin's name and did not dare to make a move. The peak of level 10 true energy could kill them instantly. My meaning is very clear. If I don't see Ling Chun, you won't see the sun tomorrow. Su Yin said coldly. Are you threatening me? Ling Fei stared at Su Yin. It's not a threat. The aura of level 10 true energy had already surged out. Su Yin's eyes also had a hint of killing intent. The two of them looked at each other. In the end, Ling Fei could not withstand Su Yin's gaze and lost. Su Yin's eyes really had killing intent. This guy really wanted to kill him. Ling Fei could only compromise. Okay, I'll take you there. Humph. Su Yin snorted coldly. This damn Su Yin. Is he crazy? He actually wants to kill me. Ling Fei cursed in his heart, but could only obediently lead the way. Go tell my cousin that senior brother Su Yin is looking for him for an important matter. Tell him to take some time to come over. Halfway through, Ling Fei instructed a disciple. Yes, young master Ling Fei. In the battle martial ancestor, those who were weaker than Ling Fei would call him young master, while those who were stronger would call him by his name. Su Yin did not say anything and let them leave. Ling Fei was not a fool. He knew that his cousin was doing something important, so he could not bring Su Yin along. Thus, he asked Ling Chun to come. A few days later, Su Yin finally saw Ling Chun. Senior brother Su Yin, I don't know when you were looking for me. Why are you in such a hurry that you even used my cousin's life to threaten him? Ling Chun came in a hurry and seemed very unhappy, but he still cupped his fists at Su Yin. Obviously, he already knew what happened. There is an important matter. Su Yin glanced at the crowd and said in an indifferent manner, "Oh, all of you can leave. Ling Fei will leave too." Ling Chun waved her hands. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, especially Ling Fei. These days, when Su Yin was by his side, he felt as if there was a level 10 ferocious beast standing beside him. He was on tenterhooks all day long. After the crowd dispersed, Ling Chen asked calmly, "What's the matter?" "I know the whereabouts of Ziqian and Zhang Haoyin." Su Yin went straight to the point. Ugh. Ling Chun was taken aback. She did not expect Su Yin to say such a thing. Moreover, it was such an unimportant topic. However, Su Yin said it so seriously that Ling Chun could not understand what he meant. "Don't you want to kill them?" "I know where they are," Su Yin said again, staring at Ling Chun like a beast staring at its prey. "I'm very busy now, and I don't have the time to care about such small matters." Ling Chun frowned and said indifferently, "Small matter? Is this a small matter?" Su Yan's expression was slightly malevolent, but he quickly suppressed it. His tone softened as he said, "Then lend me some men. I'll go kill them." Su Yan's mood had changed greatly, causing Ling Chun to be even more puzzled. However, when he heard this, his expression instantly changed. "Where are your people?" "The 10 disciples of the spiritual martial sect are powerful. Could it be that they can't deal with them? Do you still need to borrow people from me?" This sentence ignited the pain in Su Yan's heart. He roared, "Are you going to lend me your men or not?" His roar spread far and wide, attracting the attention of Ling Fei and the others. "Su Yan, are you AF * King Mad Dog? Why are you shouting at me? Why should I lend you my men?" Ling Chun glared at him. The level 10 true chi started to surge, and the atmosphere in the forest instantly became oppressive. "What? You want to make a move?" Ling Chun said coldly. He could see the crazy killing intent in Su Yan's eyes. "If you don't lend me your men, I will," Su Yan said coldly. His mood was no longer stable. Ling Chen's thoughts were running fast. He was thinking about why Su Yan had changed so much. Suddenly, an unbelievable thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that all 9 of them? When this question appeared in his mind, Ling Chun jumped in fright. The 10 disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor were the deterrents of the spiritual herbal garden. How could so many of them die in such a short period of time? However, in order to verify his guess, Ling Chen also smiled. After easing the oppressive atmosphere, he said, "Senior brother Su Yin, it's not that I don't want to lend you my men, but that I have no one to lend. You also know that 4 level 10 disciples died under my hands. This time, I have an important matter to attend to. I can't find anyone to lend you." Su Yan's expression was still cold. Not to mention level 10, even level 9 and level 8 disciples have been used. "If you don't mind, I can send Ling Fei to you." "What use do I have for that trash?" Su Yan snorted. "I can't do anything about that." Ling Chun smiled bitterly. The atmosphere that had just eased became oppressive again. Suddenly, Ling Chun said, "But if senior brother really wants to borrow someone, I think there should be someone who can help." "Who?" Su Yan's eyes flashed with urgency. "Muyi. He has many strong disciples under him. Moreover, there were no casualties. If you find him, you can borrow as much as you want." Ling Chun suggested. "Muyi." Su Yan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. In his confusion, he had actually forgotten about the people from the Black Turtle sect. "Where is he? How can I find him?" Su Yan asked. "Go through this dense forest. Walk a few hundred miles, and you will find him." Ling Chen pointed in a direction. "Okay, goodbye." Su Yan cupped his hands and quickly left. Seeing Su Yan's figure disappear, Ling Chen's eyes flashed. As expected, Ziqian and Zhang Haoyin's methods are not ordinary. They actually killed 9 of the 10 disciples. However, no matter how strong you are, as long as you haven't reached the Xiantian level, you will all die. "Cousin, what's wrong with Su Yan? His mood seems to be unstable." Ling Fei walked over. "Humph. How can his mood be stable with a dead brother? You're lucky that he didn't kill you on the spot." Ling Chen sneered. "What? A dead brother?" Ling Fei was shocked. "Nimbus martial ancestors' 10 disciples. I'm afraid that only one of them is left." "Ha ha." Ling Chen laughed and said something even more shocking. Su Yin did not stop to rest. He rushed day and night. Finally, after 2 days, he arrived at the place Ling Chan had mentioned. He also saw Muyi. Muyi was a kind young man. He was the #1 disciple of the mysterious martial ancestor. At this time, he was chatting with Liang Guang. He was surprised to see Su Yin. I want to borrow people to kill Zi Chen and Zhang Haoyin. Su Yin stated his purpose. It was very direct and very clear. Borrow people? Muyi was also startled. Anyone who heard such a sudden question would also be startled. He was naturally aware of the matter between Zi Chen and Zhang Haoyin. He had also heard many things about the two. To be honest, for such geniuses, Muyi did not want to provoke them. Even if the two of them had recently stolen many of the mysterious martial ancestors' disciples' elixirs. Borrow people. I want to borrow all the disciples at the 10th level to kill the two of them. Su Yin repeated again. His tone was very firm and very cold. The current Su Yin was like a mad dog. He dared to bite anyone he saw. Brother Su, don't worry. If you have something to say, sit down and slowly talk. Right, where's Brother Lin Yu? Why didn't he come? Muyi laughed. Su Yin's face instantly changed, but Muyi greeted him with a smile. He did not want to be angry. He could only coldly say he died. Pooh. Liang Guang was drinking water. When he heard Muyi's words, he spat it out. He was obviously frightened. Lin Yu was the second strongest disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor. His strength was similar to Liang Guang's. Who could kill such a person in the spirit herbal garden? Muyi was still smiling. His expression did not change, but his mind was spinning rapidly. He was trying to guess what was going on. Muyi, are you going to borrow people or not? Su Yan's voice was very cold. Brother Su, you should be more polite when you speak. Liang Guang, who originally wanted to ask, heard Su Yan's tone and said with dissatisfaction, Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? Su Yan suddenly shouted, You. Liang Guang was angry, but he was stopped by Muyi. Brother Su, don't be angry. Calm down. You must be tired. Come and drink some water. Muyi handed over his water bag. Su Yan was not polite. He grabbed the water bag and drank. Gulp, 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 as if he was feeding a cow. After one gulp, the water bag had already dried up. Damn, has he not drunk water for hundreds of years? Liang Guang secretly muttered in his heart. Brother Su, if you have something to discuss, let's sit down and slowly discuss it. As for borrowing people, can we wait? Muyi said, No, we must solve this today. Otherwise, they will run away. Su Yin said firmly, not polite at all. Liang Guang cursed in his heart. Are you an ingrate? You just drank our water, and now you have this kind of attitude. Muyi was very hesitant. If you help me this time, you can obtain my friendship. If you are in trouble, I, Su Yin, will help you. Seeing the hesitant Muyi, Su Yin coldly said, But if you do not help me, I will do everything in my power to kill everyone in your sect. I will not let anyone go. A threat, a naked threat. Muyi's face was already unhappy. He was also a powerhouse, and his strength was not weaker than Su Yan's. Being threatened like this, he was naturally angry. As for Liang Guang, he wanted to fight now. Just as Muyi did not know what to do, a voice suddenly sounded from not too far away. Lend it to him. Isn't it just borrowing people? It's not a big deal. As the voice fell, a young man in a blue robe appeared. He was only 10 years old, with sharp eyes and bright eyebrows. He was very handsome, with a faint smile on his face. He slowly walked over in leather boots. Chapter 53. Su Yin suspiciously looked at this young man. With just a glance, he could tell that this young man was not ordinary. When he looked at him, Su Yin seemed to see the shadows of two other people, Zi Chen and Zhang Haoyin. The three of them seemed to have the same aura. This aura seemed to belong to a genius. LV Pong, why are you here? Seeing this young man, Muyi and Liang Guang were surprised. Nothing to do. I was just walking around. I accidentally overheard your conversation. The young man named LV Pong smiled and said, I feel that this senior brother's words are very reasonable. Zi Chen and Zhang Haoyin have repeatedly attacked our disciples. Even death cannot wipe out their crimes. We should help them. Su Yin looked at this young man with surprise. He felt that this young man was not ordinary, but he also felt that he was more pleasing to the eye. But LV Pengyu. Mui looked at LV Peng as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't. That's right. I used to admire those too, but they actually attacked my Black Turtle sect. Besides, I feel that if I can obtain the friendship of this senior apprentice brother, it is much more meaningful than admiring those two so-called geniuses. LV Peng looked at Mui and lightly smiled. Yes, I also have the same idea. Mui nodded and said, to provoke our black martial ancestor, this Ziqian and Zhang Haoyan really did deserve to die? Well, since we want to kill them, we must do it cleanly. I suggest that we gather all of our 10th floor disciples. LV Peng said, yes, we will gather them now. Mui nodded. Then I will go. Liang Guang rushed to say, thank you, Su Yin, represent the Nimbus martial ancestor and the 10 disciples of the inner sect. Thank you, junior brother. Su Yin was very grateful and deeply bowed to LV Peng. Senior brother is too polite. This is what we should do. I hope that senior brother will work hard and lead us to them. LV Peng moved aside, unwilling to accept such a big bow. Of course, of course. Su Yan's mood stabilized. His eyes were full of gratitude. Liang Guang quickly gathered the people, a total of 11 10th level disciples. Let's go. LV Peng smiled. Junior brother is going as well? Su Yin was startled. Brother Su, don't worry. My junior brother's strength cannot be judged by his appearance, Mui said while LV Peng nodded towards Su Yin. All right then. Su Yin led the way, sprinting madly all the way at extreme speed. Is this guy rushing to reincarnate? The group of 10th level true energy practitioners behind Su Yin could not help but mutter. Some of them were simply unable to keep up with Su Yan's speed. With no other choice, Su Yin could only slow down, but he still left everyone behind. Junior apprentice brother, what is the meaning of this? Why do you want us to agree to Su Yan's request? Don't you usually admire Ziqian and Zhang Haoyan? Mui and LV Peng walked at the back. I arrived when Su Yin came and heard your conversation. Didn't you notice that something was wrong with Su Yin? LV Peng asked. Something is wrong. It's like a mad dog. Mui said, this is pardonable. If I'm not wrong, of the 10 inner disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor, I'm afraid that only the inner disciples are left. LV Peng said, what? Mui's indifferent face changed. Although it's just a guess, it's very likely. The relationship between the 10 inner disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor is very good. Although they are not blood brothers, they are comparable to blood brothers. This time, Su Yan's attitude is abnormal, and his mood is unstable. It should be because the other 9 disciples are dead, and they died at the hands of Ziqian and Zhang Haoyan. LV Peng said, therefore, this kind of person is now a mad dog. He will bite whoever he wants. You must not offend him. That's why I want you to agree to his request. How is that possible? Those are 9 10th level true Qi masters. Their strength is too strong. As for Ziqian and Zhang Haoyan, even if they are geniuses, it is impossible for them to kill all 9 of them. Moreover, they did it in front of Su Yin. Mui still could not believe it. There are many ways to kill people. You don't have to be strong. You can use tricks or poison. If I'm not wrong, the place where Su Yin is taking us must be the place where they fought with Ziqian. When we see the traces of the battle, we will understand. What if we meet Ziqian? It's impossible to meet them. They are not fools. How could they still be guarding there? LV Peng said confidently, Junior brother is really smart. No wonder senior brother Wu Heng values you so much. Mui praised. Su Yan's speed was very fast, and he did not stop to rest. Even things like eating and drinking were saved as much as possible. The people behind him were all secretly cursing. It could be said that they had a belly full of anger. Eat and drink as we go, Mui said, and no one disobeyed. Therefore, no matter how much resentment they had, they buried it in their hearts. Thus, Mui earned Su Yan's gratitude. A few days later, under the leadership of Su Yin, they finally arrived at their destination. But this time, they rested in the distance for a full hour. After their energy was restored, Su Yin led them to the mountain valley. Very smart. You haven't lost your mind. Mui's eyes had a touch of appreciation, but LV Peng disdainfully curled his lips. It's here. Su Yin pointed to the mountain valley in front of them and said, Zichun and Zhang Haoyin are in this mountain valley. We will directly kill them. With Mui's instructions, everyone nodded and quickly flew towards the mountain valley. At the edge of the mountain valley, they saw dried blood stains and some traces of flesh. When they rushed into the mountain valley, they saw that the ground was a mess. There were deep pits in front of them, and there was a lot of dried blood, as well as some unknown black, red, and white objects. Large stones fell to the ground, and some of them had black blood on them. This was a battlefield, and it was very messy. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Based on their imaginations, they could imagine the intensity of the battle before. Their gazes were fixed on the high mountain valley. They could imagine how powerful the boulders that fell from above were. In this place, numbers were useless. But at first glance, LV Peng understood what had happened. His eyes had a touch of admiration and admiration. Apparently, he had already guessed how Zichen and Zhang Haoyin were able to kill 9 people. There was no one in the mountain valley. There were only large stones, and no one was able to find anything. Su Yin was very depressed. His eyes were full of disappointment and unwillingness. At this time, there was a clear sound of bones breaking. Then, everyone saw a long beast tail swaying behind a large stone. After a few flashes, everyone arrived around the large stone. They saw a black panther. It was 3 meters long, and with its tail close to 5 meters, it was about 2 meters tall. It was originally chewing something with its head down, but when it heard the sound of flying, it looked up, revealing its mouth full of meat. Feeling that every aura around it was much stronger than it, and that they could all kill it, the black-winged panther's eyes were filled with fear. It lowered its head, and its body trembled. A level 8 vicious beast, the black-winged panther, would not attract too much attention. Everyone lowered their heads and looked at the black-winged panther's food. At a glance, everyone's pupils shrank because they saw half a limb. There was no upper body, only a lower body. A human limb. Next to it, there was a pit. There was some soil around the pit, and there was a complete corpse that had been dead for a long time. It was thrown out from the ground by the black-winged panther, and everyone found it familiar. Second brother. But at this time, Su Yin let out a cry of sorrow. Everyone was relieved. It was Lin Yu. Seeing the half-eaten corpse on the ground, and Lin Yu's corpse, Su Yin was completely dumbfounded. After a cry of surprise, he stood there motionless. His eyes were unfocused, as if he had lost his soul. In his mind, he was thinking about how his brothers had risked their lives to give him a chance to escape. Those unwilling roars rang in Su Yan's ears, causing a buzzing sound to ring in his ears. In the pit, apart from Lin Yu's corpse, there was another corpse that was half exposed. Clearly, there were many people buried there. Everyone died, but he survived and found help. However, his brothers died without a complete corpse. Immediately, the dumbfounded Su Yin felt the blood in his body boil. Then, a sword of blood rushed from his heart to his head. You damned thing, I'm going to eat you. Su Yin finally could not suppress his emotions. Blood rushed to his head, and his eyes turned red. He lost his mind, and as if he had turned into a level 10 vicious beast, he charged at the trembling black-winged panther. This was a battle without any suspense, but everyone watching was horrified. Su Yin abandoned all means of fighting a cultivator and directly threw himself at the black-winged panther. Like a vicious beast, he began to tear at the black-winged panther, biting, clawing, and beating it. He was completely a vicious beast, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the black-winged panther's flesh was bitten off piece by piece. Su Yan's mouth was full of blood, and after chewing twice, he directly swallowed the flesh into his stomach. He had gone completely crazy. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. I'm going to kill you. Eat my brothers. I'm going to eat you. Su Yin roared again and again as he clawed and bit. To the side, the other level 10 disciples retreated, their eyes filled with fear. Mui didn't speak, and they didn't leave. They only watched this cruel scene unfold before them. The black-winged panther roared in horror. It wanted to escape, but it was firmly pinned down by Su Yin. It could only allow Su Yin to bite it until it finally bled to death. The black wind panther finally died. Su Yan's entire body was covered in blood. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. He stood up from the ground, and his cold eyes suddenly swept over everyone. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were being stared at by a level 10 vicious beast, and their hearts went cold. But with Mui here, they weren't afraid. If they wanted to kill Su Yin, they could kill him in a single move. Su Yan's eyes swept over everyone, and finally he roared to the sky, like a vicious beast roaring, letting out an unwilling cry. His level 10 true chi crazily surged, and his eyes were frighteningly red. His entire body was covered in blood, and he looked incomparably ferocious. Then his figure soared into the air. He took 2 steps in the air and passed over everyone. His figure flickered several times, and he disappeared from sight. Su Yin didn't say a word and just left. Everyone was stunned and didn't understand what had happened. It's over. This person is ruined. LV Peng looked at Su Yan's disappearing figure and shook his head and sighed. What a pity. I didn't think that such a righteous person would fall into such a situation. Mui also sighed. Righteous and righteous, Zichun seems to be a good person. It's just that Su Yin and the others stood in the wrong place. Looking at the corpses on the ground, LV Peng faintly smiled. Bury these again. As for this beast, chop it up and throw it into the forest as fertilizer. LV Peng looked at the black wind panther's corpse, and his indifferent expression suddenly turned cold. Yes, a disciple nodded. Chapter 54. Su Yin disappeared, and so did Lu Peng and the rest. From then on, there was a madman in the spiritual herbal garden. He killed people and beasts on sight. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was half human and half beast. For a moment, the disciples of the 3 sects in the spiritual herbal garden were in a state of panic. Zichun was unaware of all this. At this moment, he was looking at a red wolf. A level 8 beast, bloodthirsty red wolf. It was different from the other wolves. It was not a pack beast, but a beast of pure strength. It was at the peak of level 8 and was guarding a red caltrip flower for 700 years. Roar! The red wolf lowered its head and looked ahead cautiously. It let out a hoarse roar as if it was warning. Hee, this little thing is very smart. It didn't attack at first. Miao Kong looked at the red wolf and smiled disdainfully. A level 8 beast has high intelligence. Of course, it is not stupid. Zichun smiled, but he did not intend to attack. The red wolf was still growling. Zhang Haoyan still did not say a word. After searching for so long, we finally found a decent spiritual herb. Why are you still acting cool? Why are you not attacking? Zichun said to Zhang Haoyan. After going through life and death together, Zichun could casually make fun of this cold guy. You want me to attack? Of course it's you. I'm not the one who wants to break through. Zichun rolled his eyes. All right then. Zhang Haoyan nodded. After he finished speaking, the aura around him became cold and sharp. Then, a surge of aura began to surge. Sky Tyrant Fist. The strongest battle technique of the martial ancestor appeared. Roar. The warning roar turned into an attack. The red wolf knew that the human in front of it was powerful, and it wanted to fight. Its 4 limbs exerted force, and its body leaned forward. Its sharp claws emitted a cold light. It opened its mouth to reveal cold teeth and bit at Zhang Haoyan's fist. Pong! The Sky Tyrant Fist finally landed, but it was not bitten by the red wolf. Instead, it hit its head. The sound of bones breaking was heard. The red wolf's head, which was the strongest part of its body, was shattered by Zhang Haoyan's punch. Its body flew back a few meters and died. Collect the spirit herbs. We should be leaving. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I last saw a cultivator. I don't even have any spiritual herbs. Seeing that Red Wolf was dead, Zichun turned around and left. During this period of time, almost all of the spiritual herbs that they had snatched had entered Zichun's stomach. Then, under the heavenly thunder reshaping art, his body absorbed them. Zichun's true energy was in the 8th level, and he had the body of a 9th level vicious beast. Because of that, his progress was much slower than before. Even though he had consumed a lot of spiritual medicines, his progress was still slow. This was not a problem of talent, nor was there a bottleneck. It was just that Zichen needed to consume too much energy in this realm. If a normal cultivator at the peak of the 8th level needed a 500-year-old spirit herb to break through the bottleneck, then Zichen's breakthrough to the 9th level would require several times the amount of time needed by others, perhaps even dozens of times more. Not only had he made a breakthrough in his true energy, but he had also made a breakthrough in his constitution. The three of them left and found a place. Zhang Haoyan began to consume spirit herbs to begin his breakthrough. Miao Kong stood guard while Zichen searched for some spirit herbs. The spirit herb garden only opened once every few decades, and the strength was limited to the true energy realm. In other words, Zichen only had one chance. Therefore, he did not care about the sex rules. As long as it was a spirit herb, he would not let it go. 50-year-old spirit herbs were also collected. Moreover, it was like eating a meal, directly swallowing them without the slightest fear that he would not be able to refine them. During this time, Zhang Haoyan and Miao Kong looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a monster. However, they did not ask Zichen even once about how he had refined so many spirit herbs. This was similar to how Zichen had never asked Miao Kong why he had such exquisite footwork, or why he did not want to use those contribution points. Everyone had their own secrets. Zichen had his, Zhang Haoyan had his, and Miao Kong also had his. At night, Zichen returned. Zhang Haoyan was still cultivating. This time, if he wanted to break through to the 9th level of true energy, he would need a lot of time. Miao Kong stood guard while Zichen sat cross-legged. After calming down and concentrating, Zichen's consciousness once again entered the lightning space. Lightning surged and the lightning youth appeared, giving people a kind of illusory feeling. With a tap of his foot, his figure had already disappeared into the distance without a trace. This was the true essence of the misty steps. Zichen had already completely comprehended this first-rate footwork. Now, he only lacked the true essence. Today, he would try to comprehend it. The lightning youth's feet flickered, and the footwork appeared again and again. In the midst of the illusory mist, there was a mysterious feeling that pointed directly to the original intent. Zichen was exploring, following the lightning youth's footwork. While observing, he was also experimenting. That night, Miao Kong was keeping watch. After he saw Zichen's body emitting a faint silver light, he said again, he entered that mysterious realm again. Is he a monster? The silver light on Zichen's body completely appeared subconsciously. It was an energy defense that appeared automatically when a cultivator was in a deep state of comprehension. If an ordinary person wanted to enter once, in addition to talent, it was more of a coincidence and also good luck. Entering this deep state of comprehension, one's realm would generally rise very quickly. It could be said to be a true opportunity. But Zichen, from the time Miao Kong saw him cultivating at night until now, would enter a deep state of comprehension almost every night. If Zichen did not enter one day, Miao Kong would feel strange. It could be said that every night was an opportunity. It would be strange if Zichen's strength did not rise quickly. One is mysterious, the other is cold. These two are not ordinary. Miao Kong looked at Zhang Haoyan, who was cultivating on the other side and sighed. Time passed, and the night quietly retreated. Light appeared on the horizon, and a ray of sunlight shone on the earth. After a night of cultivation, Zichen finally touched the essence of the ethereal steps when the sky was bright. When Zichen opened his eyes, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. What? You broke through? Miao Kong asked.
Yes.
Zichen nodded. I finally broke through. After that, Zichen stood up and began to use the ethereal steps in front of Miao Kong. Under the bright sky, his entire person seemed to have turned into a black shadow, illusory and ethereal. It was impossible to grasp his true movements. Every step he took seemed to be unexpected and unfathomable. This is the essence of the ethereal steps? Miao Kong's eyes suddenly lit up with disbelief. How long has it been? You actually comprehended the essence of the ethereal steps. This is unbelievable. Is this fast? It's been several months. Stopping, Zichen looked at the excited Miao Kong and spread his hands. Is it not fast? You should know that for a first-rate combat skill, it would take several years for others to comprehend the full set of the true meaning. As for the essence of the true meaning, it is almost impossible to comprehend. You comprehended it in a few months. Miao Kong stared. To Miao Kong, Zichen's speed was naturally fast. However, only Zichen knew that his speed was not fast. If he could cultivate the ethereal steps in peace, he would be able to comprehend the essence of the true meaning in 2 months. After all, he had the lightning youth to practice it for free. He could imitate it. After comprehending the essence of the ethereal steps, the next step was the flowing light sword. This was an extremely powerful first-rate combat skill. When combined with a first-rate weapon, its power would be even stronger. As for the thunderbolt finger that Zichen first cultivated, he had reached a bottleneck. No matter how Zichen cultivated, he could not comprehend the thunderbolt finger's true meaning. Zichen guessed that there seemed to be something missing. However, as for what it was exactly, Zichen could not grasp it. Zhang Haoyan was still cultivating. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him was getting denser and denser. It seemed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Zichen left early and returned late, occasionally bringing back some food or wild fruits. During the day, he would look for spiritual herbs. During the night, he would cultivate the flowing light sword in the lightning space. 7 days later, a whirlpool formed around Zhang Haoyan. An extremely dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions with him as the center. Finally, it was absorbed and refined by Zhang Haoyan. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. As he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions, Zhang Haoyan was about to break through. After another half a day, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from Zhang Haoyan's body. True Energy Stage 9, he had finally broken through. His eyes opened, shining brightly. Haha, True Energy Stage 9. What a powerful feeling. The cold youth laughed heartily. He was obviously very happy. True Energy Stage 9, in the sect, was definitely a strong person. How strong? Zichen looked at Zhang Haoyan and asked with a smile. Very, very strong. If I meet trash like the inner sect's 10th disciple again, I can kill him with one punch. Zhang Haoyan said confidently. Oh, then what about Su Yin? Zichen's eyes lit up. It's a tie. Maybe I'm stronger. Zhang Haoyan said. Recently, my flowing light sword is about to break through. Why don't you spar with me and help me break through the bottleneck? Zichen's eyes lit up as he suggested. You. Zhang Haoyan's mouth twitched. Didn't you comprehend the flowing light strike for your flowing light sword? How can you still break through? I only comprehended the true meaning, but not the essence of it. But soon, why don't you give it a try? Zichen's eyes lit up. This. Zhang Haoyan hesitated. You also know that I just broke through. Once I fight, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Haha. Just as Zhang Haoyan's voice fell, there was a loud laughter. It was Miao Kong who was laughing so hard. He pointed at Zhang Haoyan and said, Zhang Haoyan, I always thought you were very cold and had a lot of character. I didn't expect you to be able to tell jokes, and very funny too. Haha. Zhang Haoyan's face instantly fell and became extremely embarrassed. Before, he had sparred with Zichen, but every time it ended in failure. Moreover, he was badly beaten, so there was a shadow in his heart. Even after breaking through, he didn't want to fight with Zichen. Humph, what I said is true. But Zichen, if you don't care, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Zhang Haoyan said. I don't care. Zichen spread out his hands. Well, then don't blame me for being impolite. Sky Tyrant Fist. The moment he said he would fight, he didn't hesitate at all. Moreover, he used his full strength. Boom. Zichen raised his fist in response, creating a loud bang. The two of them took several steps back. Haha, as expected, I can deal with you now that I've broken through. Again. Zhang Haoyan began to laugh heartily as he didn't fly backwards. He seemed very satisfied. One had to know that he had been sent flying many times when he had clashed head-on with Zichen. Zichen grinned and swung his fists again. His fists glowed with silver light, bringing with them gusts of wind. Chapter 55. All right, the warm-up is over. I'm going to make my move now. After the fierce battle, the two retreated again. Zichen's expression turned serious. What? Weren't we fighting just now? Zhang Haoyan was dumbfounded. He felt that his body was filled with energy. At this moment, the more he fought with Zichen, the better he felt. Moreover, he was showing signs of suppressing Zichen, so he was very happy. However, he did not expect that Zichen was only using the previous battle as a warm-up. As I said, I want to test the flowing light sword and break through the bottleneck to comprehend the essence of the true intent. That's why the flowing light sword is the focus. Zichen smiled lightly. The power of the silver lightning from the abdomen flowed through his meridians to his arms and finally converged on his two fingers. The two fingers formed a sword and suddenly pierced towards Zhang Haoyan. The flowing light strike was like a ray of light, reaching the pinnacle in the blink of an eye. Zhang Haoyan only saw a flash of silver light before Zichen was already pointing at his forehead. He was startled and screamed, "Zichen, are you serious?" His body suddenly retreated. Zichen did not say a word. He once again approached Zhang Haoyan with speed, aiming at his forehead. "Ah, Zichen, I'll fight you to the death." Zhang Haoyan saw coldness in Zichen's eyes. Only now did he know that Zichen was really going to test his sword. With a loud roar, the ninth layer of Zhan Qi surged and the Heaven Tyrant fist appeared. A fierce aura appeared from Zhang Haoyan's body. At this moment, Zhang Haoyan seemed to have turned into a giant. He punched out, bringing with it a whistling sound. The fist fell like a fist that could dominate the sky and destroy the earth. The true intent of the Heaven Tyrant fist was the strongest battle skill against the martial ancestor. Zhang Haoyan had already comprehended it. Pung! Zichen's fist landed on the sword light, producing a muffled sound. Zichen's body slowed down as he felt a strong force flowing from his fingertips to his entire body. However, this force was instantly neutralized by his strong physique. Zichen's body slowed down, and he borrowed the force to launch another attack. Flowing light strike. Boom! Zhang Haoyan raised his fist and punched out. For a moment, a fierce wind blew through the forest and sword light flashed. Zichen's finger sword carried a sharp sword intent. The more they fought, the braver they became. Zichen's attacks also became faster and faster. Miao Kong, who was watching from afar, was dumbstruck. Is this really a monster? In his eyes, Zichen had first transformed from a streak of light to a state where he had become one with the sword. He was the sword, and the sword was him. This was a transformation that came from someone who had comprehended the quintessence of true meaning. But all of this was not Zichen's endpoint. With Zhang Haoyan as his sparring partner, he wanted to push himself to the highest level of the flowing light sword. That was the state of man and sword as one. The sword was one's arm and fingers. With a single move, one would be able to unleash the strongest attack. Unknowingly, Zichen's feet had already flashed with the misty steps. His figure was in an illusory state. With a tap of his foot, he had already moved to the left and stabbed out with his sword. But immediately after, his feet moved again. This was a feint. The real attack was a sword strike from the right. Zhang Haoyan was gradually losing. He did not have Zichen's illusory footwork. His previous attack had turned into a passive defense. But with his ninth layer Zhan Qi and his strong physique, he was able to resist for a period of time. This battle continued until 2 hours later. As a spectator, Miao Kong's eyes were about to pop out. He looked at Zichen as if he was looking at a monster. 2 hours ago, Zichen had not comprehended the quintessence of a first-rate sword art. But 2 hours later, not only did Zichen comprehend the quintessence of the true meaning, but he could also fuse the misty steps into his attacks. From the previous jerkiness, it had become smooth and well-connected. It had become a tight combination without any gaps. This is a fused first-rate battle skill. Miao Kong was shocked. Seeing Zichen fuse his footwork and sword art into one, Miao Kong felt as if he had seen the fused ferocious tiger fist. He really is a genius. Miao Kong sighed. But in the end, Zichen did not completely fuse the first-rate battle skill because Zhang Haoyan was completely defeated. His Zhan Qi was completely exhausted, and so was Zichen. Huff, huff, stop fighting, stop fighting. You are simply abnormal. Zhang Haoyan repeatedly retreated. He leaned against a tree and panted. He did not attack again, even if he would be killed by Zichun in the next moment. Zichun stopped. There was a trace of regret in his eyes. He was just one step away from fusing the battle skill. But the Zhan Qi in his body could not continue. He could only stop. Monster! Monster! Miao Kong repeatedly cried out. He began to make a fire for the two of them to eat. The next step was to look for spirit herbs. The three of them went all the way. They passed through dense forests, mountains, and rivers. The area of the spirit herb garden was very large. The deeper they went, the more spirit herbs there were, and the better the quality. Zichun and the others also had a big harvest. But everyone's harvest had entered Zichen's stomach. He was like a bottomless pit, devouring all the spirit herbs that could be devoured. Even the ones that were 50 years old were not spared. The wind leaves a trace, and the goose plucks the feathers. This was what Zichun said. He really did not let go of any spirit herbs. Along the way, his fists had smashed countless vicious beasts. The flowing light sword in his hand was stained with blood. In the end, Zichun could not bear it. He just took away the spirit herbs and did not kill them. You are soft-hearted. Miao Kong lightly smiled. Along the way, Zichun had devoured nearly 100 spirit herbs. If they were exchanged for true qi pills, they would be worth hundreds. But with so many spirit herbs in his stomach, Zichen's strength was still at the early 8th level. His progress could not be said to be great. This won't do. It seems I have to find spirit herbs that are over 500 years old. Otherwise it won't be effective. Zichen shook his head. He was very dissatisfied with his current cultivation speed. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. The spirit herb garden had been open for more than 4 months. There was still a month before it closed. This won't do. The spirit herb garden is about to close. We have to speed up. Within the spirit herb garden, there was abundant heaven and earthling qi. There were many spirit herbs, but Zichen's cultivation speed was so slow. Once he went out, relying on his own bitter cultivation, it would take him several years to break through to the 9th level of true qi. The speed of the three of them was much faster. Outside a deep valley, Ling Chun stood on a large rock, looking in the direction of the valley. His eyes were filled with anticipation. When he arrived at the spirit herb garden, he began to prepare for this matter. For months had passed, and it was finally time to finish. Success was imminent, but his heart was filled with apprehension. Suddenly, a scream came from the valley, followed by several more screams. Ling Chen's face changed slightly. He thought to himself, please don't let anything happen. Otherwise, all our efforts will be for naught. While waiting anxiously, a figure finally flew out of the valley. It was a young man. His speed was very fast, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes. His clothes were all torn, and he looked very miserable. Xiechio, how was it? Ling Chen asked. We lost 3, but everything is done. After running out of the valley, Xiechio's mood calmed down. 3. Ling Chen's heart sank. One had to know that those who went in were all at the 10th level of true qi. 3 had died just like that. Inform the others that we can move out. Everything will go according to plan. He did not have time to feel heartache. The spirit herb garden was about to close. He had to speed up. Okay, I'll go now. Xiechio hurriedly left. Humph. A 1,500-year-old spirit herb should be enough to attract your attention. Ling Chen looked at the valley and snorted, then turned and left. It would not be long before this place became a graveyard. On this day, many disciples of the martial ancestor hurriedly left. Hey, did you guys know? Someone actually found a 1,500-year-old spirit herb in the spirit herb garden. It can't be. A 1,500-year-old spirit herb. That's something that even Xiantian masters can use. On this day, the news about the 1,500-year-old spirit herb spread throughout the spirit herb garden. The spirit herb garden had been open for more than 4 months. Most of the cultivators here had already given up on searching for spirit herbs. Instead, they occupied a territory and began to loot. The death rate of the cultivators of the 3 sects greatly increased. As for some places, they had turned into dead regions. Not far from where Zichun killed the 9 disciples of the inner sect, there was a dense forest. In the past, there were many ferocious beasts and spirit herbs in this forest. Human cultivators would often come here. However, in the past month, the entire forest was filled with a thick smell of blood. Many of the ferocious beasts here were bitten to death by a half-human, half-beast. Their flesh was eaten raw, and many of the spirit herbs here were also forcefully swallowed by him. This was a human, but he was crawling on the ground like a ferocious beast. His clothes were wrinkled and stained with pitch-black blood. His eyes, which were supposed to be black and bright, were emitting an endless bloodthirsty red light. His entire body was filled with a cruel aura. This person was the eldest of the 10 disciples, Su Yin. That day, he could not bear the shock of his brothers dying and being eaten by wild beasts and went crazy. After becoming a half-human, half-beast existence, all the ferocious beasts in this forest were killed by him. All the human cultivators who came here were also bitten to death by him. The current Su Yin was a level 10 ferocious beast that had lost its mind. The dense evil aura around him caused all the ferocious beasts to tremble in fear. The ferocious beasts that sensed this evil aura from several miles away would immediately flee. On this day, Su Yin, who was patrolling his territory, found a 600-year-old spirit herb. However, the ferocious beast guarding this spirit herb had run off to who knows where. Using both hands and feet, Su Yin pounced towards the spirit herb. His bloodshot eyes revealed a bloodthirsty desire. He lowered his head, revealing his blood-red teeth, and bit towards the spirit herb. After a few bites, he suddenly swallowed it. During this period of time, Su Yin had swallowed countless spirit herbs. It was a miracle that he did not explode and die. However, today, after swallowing this spirit herb, Su Yin lay on the ground and began to roll around. He let out a low growl like a wild beast, the blood vessels all over his body bulging. His eyes were wide open and the corners of his mouth constantly twitched, as if he was in great pain. Swallowing the spirit herb did not cause his body to explode, but the impact of the spirit herb seemed to have caused some problems in his brain. At this moment, Su Yin did not know how to circulate his cultivation technique and allowed the spirit herb's spiritual energy to flow freely in his stomach. He was in great pain, but was unable to make a sound. Instead, he was like a wild beast, constantly letting out low growls. Within his body, an endless amount of spirit qi was flowing. The spirit qi that was previously immersed in his veins was also being driven out by this dense spirit qi today. While the spirit qi was flowing randomly, Su Yan's cultivation method suddenly started to circulate, following which, this heterogeneous energy flowed through his meridians towards his dantian. Chapter 56. Su Yan's dantian used to be extremely rich in true qi, but ever since he swallowed a lot of spirit herbs, every time this happened, the cultivation technique would automatically circulate and bring the spirit herbs into his dantian, so the true qi in his dantian was no longer pure. Another strong and ferocious energy gathered in Abdomen's body. His Zhen qi had already reached a limit, but at this time, it unexpectedly changed. Su Yan's Zhen qi, which was at the peak of the 10th level, unexpectedly changed into the Xiantian Zhen qi that Su Yin had always dreamed of. Su Yin actually broke through. Abdomen's Zhen qi was undergoing a qualitative change, but at the same time, it was undergoing a quantitative change, gradually turning from impure to pure. At the same time, Su Yan's tyrannical aura was also slowly converging. After a long time, a Xiantian aura was emitted from Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yin finally broke through. He became the first human to break through to the Xiantian realm in the history of the spiritual herbal garden. Why am I here? After breaking through, Su Yin also woke up. Seeing himself lying on the ground, covered in dirt, he couldn't believe it. Didn't I go to kill Zichun? Su Yin was puzzled, but then, a series of memories flashed in his mind. There was the scene of stones rolling down the valley, the scene of the 10th brother being crushed to death, and the roars of Lin Yu and the others as they fought for a chance to survive. Scenes flashed in his mind, familiar and unfamiliar. There were Ling Chen and the others, Mui and the others, Ziqian and Zhang Haoyan, and finally, all the memories were fixed on the scene of the vicious beast eating the humans. The mouth of the bloodthirsty red wolf was full of meat, and below it was half a corpse, and beside it was the long-dead Xie. Second brother, third brother, my brothers. Tears fell from Su Yan's eyes. After breaking through to the Xiantian realm, he was awake. At the same time, he also knew what had happened before. He had bitten the vicious beasts here to death, killed the humans here, swallowed the elixirs here, and finally broke through by chance. Ziqin, Zhang Haoyan, I will definitely kill you. I will bite you to death. Su Yin, whose face was full of tears, suddenly laughed. He opened his mouth, revealing his blood-red teeth, looking ferocious and terrifying. At this time, there was a sudden movement in the forest. Su Yin, who was in the Xiantian realm, could hear the footsteps of a human. Swoosh! His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he was already 100 meters away. His figure flashed a few times and disappeared into the forest. A few hundred meters away, a young man was looking at Su Yin, who had suddenly appeared. His eyes were filled with fear. Speak. Which faction are you from? Su Yin stared at the youth and coldly asked. That cold expression and the oppressive aura made the young man unable to breathe. His legs trembled in fear. Suddenly, the young man knelt down and begged, Senior brother, please don't kill me. I am the disciple of the Zhan martial ancestor. I am willing to exchange the information of the Millennium Elixir for my life. After saying that, the young man kept kowtowing. Martial ancestor? A cold light flashed in Su Yan's eyes. Thinking back to the cold expression on Ling Chen's face, his heart was filled with killing intent. However, he was also very curious about the Millennium Elixir that the young man spoke of. Speak. What is going on? Su Yan's dark eyes had already turned red. This was a sign that he was about to kill someone. It is in the depths of the spiritual herbal garden. In a huge valley, there is a Millennium Elixir. I heard it from others, but it is said that the information is accurate. There is a powerful beast guarding it. Many people have already died. Do you know where it is? Yes, go straight in from here. The young man pointed to the right. Very good. Su Yan's eyes turned completely red. He had lost his mind. Like a beast, he pounced on the young man and used his mouth to bite his throat. Although Su Yan had regained his consciousness after the breakthrough, he would still lose his mind when he was angry. In the mountain forest, there were two beautiful figures walking. They were dressed in white and had stunning looks and graceful postures. In this spirit herb garden, where ferocious beasts often appeared, they seemed to be walking leisurely in their own backyard. These two were the two beauties of the Nimbus martial ancestor, Su Mengyao and Lin Shui. Senior sister, do you think this rumor is true? During this period of time, when the two were searching for elixirs, they had met many disciples and heard many secrets. Most of them were about Ziqian. If one were to ask who was the most famous person in the spiritual herbal garden right now, it would naturally not be those who were the strongest, but Ziqian and Zhang Haoyan. The two of them had worked together to kill Zhenghua and the other three. This news was already very shocking, but what was even more shocking was the news that had just spread. Ziqian and Zhang Haotian had worked together to kill 9 of the 10 disciples of the spiritual martial sect. Other than the number 1 disciple of the inner sect, Su Yin, the other 9 had all died. When this news came out, all the cultivators in the spiritual herbal garden were in an uproar. Some admired, some questioned, and some cursed Ziqian for colluding with outsiders to kill his fellow disciples. However, whether it was admiration or cursing, Ziqian's reputation was very high. It's hard to say, but since everyone is saying so, then it must be true. Su Mengyao was wearing a spotless white dress and a pair of boots. Her slender waist was slim, and there was a smile on her peerless face. So you believe it too? Lin Shui jumped up in joy. She was probably the happiest person when news of Ziqian's strength came out. Look at how happy you are. A girl like you should be more reserved. Su Mengyao smiled and poked Lin Shui's forehead with her finger. Am I not happy? Lin Shui smiled. I really want to see Ziqian. I've reached Qi Realm level 8. Next time I see him, I can surprise him. I like to see his shocked face. You. Su Mingyao smiled. Although she was a little older than Lin Shui, she treated Lin Shui as her own little sister and loved her very much. Suddenly, Su Mingyao's smile froze. She looked at the forest in front and said in a cold voice, "Who is sneaking around in front? Why don't you dare to show yourself?" Lin Shui was surprised and also looked in front. "Haha, such sharp senses. I didn't expect to see such a beauty here." A loud laugh came from the forest, followed by several figures walking out of the forest. This was a group of strangers. Su Mingyao and Lin Shui had never seen them before, but they didn't dare to be careless. This was because the aura of the young man in the lead was actually at Qi Realm level 10. "Who are you?" Su Mingyao stood in front of Lin Shui, protecting her behind her back. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chun Chong. I'm from the battle martial ancestor." Chun Chong smiled and made a move that he thought was very cool. However, the touch of lust in his eyes betrayed his deliberately created temperament. "Beauty, seeing our senior brother Chun Chong, don't you want to come and greet him? It's your opportunity to see senior brother Chun Chong. If you can serve him well, maybe he'll take you to find that 1,000-year-old spirit medicine." Such two delicate beauties, I'm sure senior brother would be very happy to take them there. Without waiting for Su Mingyao to speak, the cultivators following Chun Chong laughed. They didn't know the strength of these people, but they couldn't be very strong. Hearing those words, Su Mingyao's beautiful face turned ashen. Lin Shui was even more infuriated. She directly said, "Are all of you from the battle martial sect so impolite? Each and every one of you is like a dog. If you want to curry favor with your senior, why don't you serve him yourselves? I'm sure he'd be more than happy to be served by you." Lin Shui was very beautiful. She didn't have any dirty words, but her words were too vicious. Her words stunned everyone. As for senior brother Chun Chong, he seemed to have thought of the consequences of being served by them. He couldn't help but feel nauseous. Su Mingyao, whose face was livid, laughed at this scene. Lin Shui was even more so. She looked at the crowd with disdain, her eyes full of sarcasm. "You stinking bitch, how dare you talk so arrogantly? Senior brother, you don't have to do anything. We'll catch them first, and then let senior brother enjoy the fruits of our labor." One of the disciples was furious. He shouted and rushed forward. At the same time, the others also came forward. "Little girl, it's not too late to surrender and serve senior brother. Otherwise, we'll make you beg for death. That's right. You're the one serving senior brother now. If you dare to resist, you'll have to serve all of us when senior brother is done. Haha, I'll take good care of you and let you enjoy the bliss of the world." A few people rushed up, their mouths spouting vulgarities, but their hands displayed powerful strength, one attack after another. "Humph, how shameless. I think you guys should go accompany your senior brother and let him give you guys some flowers." Lin Shui snorted. Although she was very innocent, she was definitely not the kind of person who didn't know anything about the affairs between men and women. Her words were vicious and frightening. But compared to Lin Shui's mouth, her attacks were even more vicious. Her feet flashed and the flowing cloud steps appeared. At the same time, palm prints appeared in the sky. It was the second-grade battle skill, 1,000 phantom palms. At first, there were 10 palm prints, then 100. But when the crowd rushed over, there were already 1,000 palm prints. 1,000 phantom palms, 1,000 palm prints. Obviously, she had comprehended the essence of Zhan Yi. Peng, 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 Peng. These people were only at true Qi level 7, and there was only one true Qi level 8. Against Xuelin, who had comprehended the quintessence of true intent, they were simply being abused. By the time the 1,000 palm prints fell, they had already been sent flying. At the same time, a few blood streaks appeared in the sky. The few Qi realm level 7 people were seriously injured. What a bunch of useless people. Lin Shui's eyes were filled with sarcasm again. As for Su Mingyao, she didn't even look at these people. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so tough." Lin Shui's beautiful attack made Chun Chong's eyes light up. The lust in his eyes was even stronger. Conquering a beauty with some strength was a great accomplishment. "Little girl, how dare you attack us? Do you know who we are?" "Ouch, it hurts. You little bitch. When senior brother is done with you, I'll definitely have you. You stinking bitch, you're so cruel. Ouch. A few people were wailing on the ground. With Chen Chong here, they had nothing to fear. Senior sister, these people are really despicable. Leaving them alive would be a disaster. Why don't we just kill them all? Lin Shue's heart was already filled with murderous intent towards the crowd's insults. Su Mengyao shook her head and hesitated. It's not good to kill. It was obvious that Su Mengyao was a kind person. At this moment, she was in a difficult position. Although she was very angry, it would be too much to just kill them. Then let's just cripple them. Don't let them have the chance to do evil. Lin Shui suggested. That's fine, as long as we don't kill them. Su Mengyao nodded. Chapter 57. Poof, 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 poof. As the 1,000 phantom palms fell, the sound of qi breaking could be heard. The disciple of the martial ancestor, who was so arrogant before, was directly crippled by Shui Lin's clean move. Screams sounded again and again. This time, the screams were accompanied by despair. Abdomen was crippled, and it was extremely difficult to reforge abdomen. Not everyone in the world was Zichun and had Zichen's good luck. These people could be considered as crippled. From then on, they would be reduced to a crippled person. Their screams were mournful and filled with deep regret, but more than that, it was filled with hatred. You crippled them? Qin Chong was shocked. The lust in his eyes had long disappeared. He never thought that the opponent would be so ruthless and so fast. In a moment of carelessness, all of his subordinates were crippled. Of course, but you will be soon. Don't be surprised. Shuelin said coldly. She took a few steps back and stood behind Su Mengyao. It was her turn to attack. Shuelin could deal with an ordinary person, but she couldn't deal with a level Tinjian cultivator. I'm going to kill you. Chen Chong was furious. He roared and his body suddenly exploded. His level Tinjian Qi began to surge. Both of his hands formed into claws with Zhen Qi revolving around his fingers. With a terrifying power, he grabbed towards Shuelin. First-class battle skill, Eagle Claw. However, before he could get close to Shuelin, he felt a strong gust of wind. Then, a white spiritual snake blocked in front of him. After a snapping sound, the white snake had already arrived in front of Chen Chong and went straight for his eyes. Its speed was extremely fast as lightning. The white snake cut through the air and made a harsh sound. Chen Chong's expression changed. He felt that he had encountered a tough opponent. His two claws danced in the air and changed from attack to defense. He blocked in front of him with Zhen Qi revolving around him. Just as the white snake was about to touch his two claws, the white snake shook in the air. Then, it nimbly bypassed the two claws and attacked Chen Chong's chest. The innate battle skill, Spirit Snake Dance, was naturally not easy to block. Pa! A clear sound rang out as the white snake landed on Chen Chong's chest. Chen Chong's protective layer of primary energy instantly shattered, and a long wound appeared on his chest. There were also 2 bloody holes there. Next, Chen Chong's charging figure was sent flying backwards. Chen Chong had been defeated in one strike. Chen Chong's feet landed on the ground, and he retreated 7 to 8 meters before stabilizing his body. Then, he felt a burning pain in his chest, and the blood in his stomach was boiling. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. You? Chen Chong looked at Su Mengyao in shock. At this moment, Su Mengyao's body was actually surging with the 9th layer of qi. Some of the other people who had been crippled by abdomen stopped wailing and looked at Su Mengyao in horror. They never thought that this woman, who looked prettier, would be so strong. Chen Chong, who was on the 10th level, was defeated in one strike. Speak. What's the deal with the 1,000-year-old elixir? Su Mengyao was holding a long white whip in her hand. The tail of the long whip was like the tail of a spiritual snake, and the head was like the mouth of a spiritual snake. The long whip seemed to be a light object, and at this moment, it was dancing in the air, like a living spiritual snake. The 1,000-year-old elixir is in a deep valley ahead. I accidentally found it. Su Mengyao's sharp attack had already frightened Chen Chong. At this moment, he carefully explained the matter of the 1,000-year-old elixir. However, in his heart, he already hated the two of them and was thinking about how to scheme against them. Humph, When you are about to die, I will definitely play with you. Even if you are already dead, I will not let you go. This was originally a scheme, and Chen Cheng had no reason to hide it. When he humbly told the truth, he also had his own vicious scheme in his heart. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Su Mingyao snorted softly. Her voice was sweet and pleasant, but very cold. This made Chen Cheng's heart tremble, but then he saw the dancing spiritual snake rushing towards him once again. I already told you, and you still want to harm me. Chen Cheng was shocked and quickly retreated. However, his speed was far from comparable to the spiritual snake's, and was quickly caught up. Chen Cheng's face changed greatly, and the eagle claw reappeared. Streams of Zhenqi surrounded his fingers, and the eagle claw moved at extreme speed towards the spiritual snake's weak point. However, the spiritual snake was too fast, and it was abnormally slippery. Before the eagle claw could land, it had already landed on Chen Cheng's lower abdomen. Pa! After a light sound, the Zhenqi protection dissipated, but then there was the sound of Zhenqi breaking. Chen Cheng, who had Zhenqi at the 10th stage, had his abdomen destroyed by Su Mingyao, and became a cripple from now on. I won't kill you, and I also think you are not suitable to be a cultivator. Su Mingyao took back the spiritual snake whip and turned around to leave with Shuelin. In the future, you should learn to be an ordinary good person. Shuelin stuck out her tongue at the desperate people and cutely left. Zichun, are you a bottomless pit? I gave you so many spirit medicines, but you still haven't broken through? Although he had long since known about Zichen's situation, Zhang Haoyan was still shocked to see that Zichun had eaten no less than 10 500-year-old spirit medicines and still hadn't broken through to the 9th stage. Zichun smiled bitterly. No, I'm only at the mid-8th stage. You. Zhang Haoyan was speechless. Off to the side, Miao Kong sighed. AI, if you want to break through, Zichun, you'll need at least a few 1,000-year-old spirit medicines. 1,000-year-old spirit medicine? Do you think this spirit medicine garden will have them? Let alone a few. I'm afraid there won't even be a single one. That's not necessarily true. This place is very mysterious. If you go deeper, you'll naturally find them. Unfortunately, we only have half a year and can't go deeper. Miao Kong sighed. Since there are so many spirit medicines here, and even 1,000-year-old spirit medicines, why don't they send more experts and give us more time? Zichen asked doubtfully. I know a little about this. Every time the spirit medicine garden opens, there is a fixed time. When the time is up, it will automatically close. As for experts, the strongest that can be accommodated here is at the 10th stage. Zhang Haoyan said. So strange? It is very strange. Even the true element boundary elders can't explain this. The three of them chatted as they walked, and at the same time, they were looking for spirit medicines. Suddenly, their eyes flashed, and they looked at a big tree on the side. Who is it? Get out here. Zhang Haoyan coldly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Haoyan didn't wait for a reply. His figure flashed, and he flew forward. A moment later, he grabbed a young man by the collar and walked out. After throwing him on the ground with a bang, the three of them coldly looked at each other. Why are you hiding there? Did Ling Chan send you? Zhang Haoyan coldly asked. Obviously, he already knew that the other party was the disciple of the martial ancestor. No, no. The young disciple hurriedly said, Senior brother Zhang, don't misunderstand. I want to find a few of my friends to look for the 1,000-year-old spirit medicine. When I saw you from afar, I was scared, so I hid. The young man's explanation was very reasonable. During this period of time, Zhang Haoyan had killed many disciples of the same sect, so it was normal for everyone to be in danger. The three of them didn't doubt this explanation, but they were very interested in the other party's words. 1,000-year-old spirit medicine? Could it be that there is a 1,000-year-old spirit medicine here? Miao Kong asked. Yes, it is in a deep valley. Recently, the news has spread. It is said that many disciples have died, so I don't dare to go alone. The young disciple's voice was filled with fear. The three of them asked a few more questions until they understood the whole thing. Okay, get out, Zhang Haoyan coldly said. The young disciple was as if he had been pardoned, and was about to roll and crawl away. What? Don't you know the rules? Zhang Haoyan glared. Ah, senior brother Zhang, what rules? The young disciple was shocked and didn't dare to move. Baggage, contribution points, don't tell me you want to leave like this? Zhang Haoyan ridiculed. Ah. The young disciple's face instantly fell, but when he met Zhang Haoyan's fierce gaze, he had no choice but to submit. He could only take out the token, hand over the baggage, and leave in a hurry. Humph, I'll wait for you to die one by one. After leaving a few li away, the young disciple's expression turned cold. Even the disciples of the martial ancestor didn't know much about the conspiracy of the martial ancestor. Everyone involved was Ling Qin's trusted aide. Zhang Haoyan had a grudge with Ling Qin, so it was normal that he didn't know about it. A 500-year-old spirit medicine. Not bad. Opening the baggage, Zichun saw the 500-year-old spirit medicine and nodded with satisfaction. The following spirit medicines were all 100 or 200-year-old, and Zichun didn't care about them. What do you guys think about the matter of 1,000-years-old spirit herbs? Zichun swallowed the spirit herbs one by one as Miao Kong asked from the side. We can go and take a look, but it's better to believe it, Zhang Haoyan said. Zichun also nodded. The three of them were bold because of their skills. They didn't even care about those at the peak of the true energy realm, so what danger could there be? All right, let's wait for Zichun to finish refining, then we'll leave, Miao Kong said. No need. Zichun finished swallowing all the spirit medicines and waved his hand, saying, let's go now. I'll refine them as we go. Then, ignoring the twitching expressions of the two, he walked straight ahead. Monster! The two mumbled and followed him. At the same time, Ling Chun successfully passed the news to those who didn't know. If one were to stand in the sky above the spiritual herbal garden, they would definitely be able to see that all the disciples were heading in the same direction. That direction was a huge valley, and in the depths of the valley was a huge lake. Among them, there was a figure who was the furthest away, but his speed was also the fastest. Whenever he overtook a person, he would bite that person to death like a ferocious beast. Even the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor weren't spared. Although Su Yin had recovered after his breakthrough, when he was angry, he would still lose his mind, turning into a half-human, half-beast. When he saw a male cultivator, he would bite them to death. When he saw a female cultivator, he would bite them to death. In short, no one was left alive. A few days later, Zichun and the other two finally arrived at the valley where the 1,000-year-old spirit medicine was. At this time, the valley was filled with people. Chapter 58. I knew you would come. Shuelin was dressed in a white dress that was spotless. She had a slim figure and was elegant and refined. She rushed forward and a burst of fragrance blew past. She had already jumped into Zichen's arms and was very happy. Why are you here? Zichun was surprised to see Lin Shui. We came because we heard the news. There's already a lot of people here. The two of them hugged for a long time, not letting go until Miao Kong coughed. The two of them separated, their expressions a bit awkward. Zichun pulled Lin Shui over and said, let me introduce you. This is the battle martial ancestor Zhang Haoyan. This is Lin Shui. I know you. News of your relationship has already spread. You're really amazing. Lin Shui sweetly smiled, revealing her dimples. Zhang Haoyan nodded and squeezed out a smile on his cold face. Zichun often talks about you. Really? He often talks about me? Lin Shui's eyes shone. Zhang Haoyan was very cold. Last time he had told a cold joke, and today he had lied out of politeness. Miao Kong was secretly laughing. Zhang Haoyan was a bit embarrassed. Zichun hastily said, of course, he often talks about you. What do you mean? Lin Shui smiled at Zichun. He says you're both beautiful and intelligent. He says you're a celestial fairy. He says you're gentle, cute, beautiful, and generous. Zichun went against his conscience and spoke without shame. Hee, Zichun, you're the best. So in your heart, I'm actually so perfect. Lin Shui happily threw herself into Zichun's embrace. Zichun was speechless. After a long time of being lovey-dovey, the two of them finally walked into the valley. Senior apprentice sister is already inside. There really are thousand-year-old medicinal herbs here, but they're very hard to find. Quite a few people have died recently, said Lin Shui. What? There really are thousand-year-old medicinal herbs? Zichun was startled. He originally didn't have any hope, but he hadn't expected this to be true. Yes, you'll know once you go in. Lin Shui nodded. They walked towards the valley. This valley was very large and deep, surrounded by steep cliffs. It was even larger and steeper than the valley where Zichun had ambushed the 10 disciples of the inner sect. The three of them raised their heads at the same time, deep in thought. If someone were to attack from the top of the mountain, wouldn't they be able to kill a lot of people? The few of them walked into the valley. There were already quite a few people gathered inside. At a rough glance, there were at least 100 of them. Moreover, as soon as they entered the valley, a cold, damp wind blew past them. This wind was mixed with a thick smell of blood. You're here. Su Mingyao was dressed in white. Her figure was graceful, and she was with a few female disciples. Wherever she went, she would attract countless gazes. In the distance, there were dozens of Nimbus martial ancestor disciples gathered together. Intentionally or unintentionally, their gazes were always on Su Mingyao. When they saw someone enter, they shifted their gazes. When they saw Zichun enter, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone who knew Zichun narrowed their eyes. This thousand-year-old medicinal herb incident had alarmed many experts. Xin martial ancestor, Zhan martial ancestor, level 10 true Qi experts had all come. However, none of the Nimbus martial ancestors level 10 experts had come. The rumor that Zichun had killed the 10 disciples of the inner sect was not without reason. Therefore, everyone was very wary of Zichun. There were also some people who were speculating about his strength. There were many people from the 3 sections. At this moment, there were 3 groups. Among them, the Xin martial ancestor had the most experts. Muyi and the others had all arrived. The Zhan martial ancestor was second, with only a few level 10 true Qi experts. Ling Chun and the others were nowhere to be seen. The Nimbus martial ancestor was the weakest. Zichun's arrival attracted everyone's attention. Among them, there were some people who had been robbed, and they also recognized Zichun. He's Zichun, the one who has been the talk of the town recently. He even robbed me that day. Next to him is Zhang Haoyan, a disciple of the Zhan martial ancestor. He defeated a level 10 true Qi expert at level 8. He's definitely a genius. Could it be that the 2 of them killed Zheng Hua and the others, as well as the 10 disciples of the inner sect? Looks like the rumors are true. The 2 of them are terrifyingly strong. Since they've come together, it's obvious that they've joined forces. The 2 of them were in the limelight, and they directly overshadowed Miao Kong. Therefore, when the 3 of them arrived, Zichun and Zhang Haoyan became the topic of discussion. The ugly Miao Kong was once again ignored. However, he was used to it and didn't care. Zichun, you're famous now. Everyone is talking about you. Under Lin Shui's lead, Zichun went straight to Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao's chuckle immediately attracted many envious gazes. Senior sister, you flatter me. Zichun also smiled. Once upon a time, he had to look up to Su Mingyao. However, after several months, Zichun was no longer reserved when he was with Su Mingyao. Instead, he was very indifferent. Well, you're no longer the little junior brother from before. You can kill a 10th level Jin Qi realm expert. You're also a strong expert. Don't call me senior sister. Call me by my name or Mingyao is fine. Su Mingyao's smile was like 100 flowers blooming. The surrounding cold wind showed signs of melting, and once again attracted countless envious gazes. All right then. Zichun carefully glanced at Lin Shui. Seeing that she didn't seem angry, Zichun also nodded. Su Mingyao had already seen Zichun's little action. She just smiled and didn't say anything. Lin Shui also saw it, and her heart was incomparably sweet. Mingyao, where is the Millennium Elixir? When Zichun called out Mingyao, Lin Shui's sweet heart suddenly had a sour taste, but she suppressed it very well. Over there. Su Mingyao's jade-like finger pointed forward. Only then did Zichun discover that in the depths of the valley, there was a large lake that was dozens of miles long. Moreover, at the end of the line of sight, which was the center of the lake, there was a protruding rock. On the rock, There was a bright and dazzling spiritual flower, dazzling and dazzling. That's... Seeing the spiritual flower, Zichun was shocked. At the same time, a very famous flower appeared in his mind. It was the water spirit flower. It was rumored that this flower grew because of the changes in the water and rocks. It was a very precious spiritual medicine, and it only bloomed once every 1,000 years. When a flower bloomed for 1,000 years, the entire flower was like a water spirit. It was in a transparent state, but under the illumination of the sun, it could reflect a bright light. Yes, it's the water spirit flower. Moreover, from what we can see, the flower is showing signs of withering. It should be more than 1,500 years old. This number shocked Zichun. He didn't expect to see a 1,500-year-old spiritual elixir in this place. The flower was more than 10 miles away from here. Although this distance was far, it was definitely not enough to suppress these cultivators. However, at this moment, more than 100 people were just watching, and no one went forward. Obviously, this was not an ordinary matter. There are ferocious beasts in the water? Zichun asked. Yes. Su Mingyao nodded and said, recently, dozens of people have been killed. They all disappeared into the whirlpool that suddenly appeared a few miles away, and they never came back. Zhang Haoyan and Miao Kong listened quietly. Zichun's eyes showed a trace of surprise. No one saw what kind of ferocious beast it was. No one saw it, but everyone guessed that it was a water monster. Su Mingyao said. This explanation was as good as not saying anything. A water monster meant a monster in the water. There was no specific explanation. In the ancient books of the sect, there was no description of its appearance. As if she had guessed Zichun's thoughts, Su Mingyao said, at present, this is the only explanation. Because on the surface of the lake, besides the whirlpool, there is nothing else. Zichun walked forward, and Zhang Haoyan and the others followed behind him. In front of the lake, he saw fish swimming in the clear water. There are fish in the lake, and the bottom of the lake is clear. How can there not be anything at the bottom of the lake? Zichun frowned, obviously puzzled. However, at this moment, a cry of alarm sounded. This voice came from the Xian martial ancestor. Xian martial ancestor's disciples had quickly built a wooden raft and placed it on the surface of the lake. They are going to test the water again. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man in blue. They saw him jump onto the wooden raft, and with the bamboo pole in his hand, the raft began to move forward. He is Zhao Tsong, one of the famous disciples of the Xian martial ancestor. It is said that he is second only to Mui and Liang Wang. He is ranked third in the inner sect. The Xian martial ancestor sent Zhao Tsong to explore the bottom of the lake. Zhao Tsong has made his move. It seems like the Xian martial ancestor is determined to obtain the water spirit flower. In the midst of everyone's discussion, Zhao Tsong had already traveled to Li Zichun, and the others' eyes were fixed on Zhao Kong. At the same time, hundreds of eyes were also fixed on Zhao Kong. You must succeed. Muyi and the others clenched their fists. Their eyes were full of expectation. Traveling with the wind, the speed of the raft was very fast. Zhao Tsong gently swayed, and the raft had already traveled several li. He changed his direction. It seems that there is something strange about that place. Seeing Zhao Tsong moving to the side, Su Mingyao explained. Everyone was quietly watching. When Zhao Tsong reached the 10 li mark, suddenly, on the surface of the calm lake, there were waves. The endless lake water began to ripple, and then a huge whirlpool slowly appeared. Changing direction is not enough. Lu Ping's eyes flashed, and he shouted at Zhao Tsong, "Quickly get up!" Hearing this shout, Zhao Tsong instantly gathered his qi, and with a tap of his foot, his body shot up like a cannonball, and in a flash, he flew dozens of meters high. Pung! At this time, the whirlpool became bigger, and the raft entered the whirlpool, and unexpectedly, it exploded. Something is not right. The previous rafts had directly sunk to the bottom of the lake. Why did it explode this time? Someone exclaimed. They had discovered the problem. However, at this moment, there was an explosion. Then, something that was as thick as a bucket and covered in scales that were dozens of meters long suddenly appeared from the whirlpool on the surface of the lake, pointing directly at Zhao Tsong in the air. This was the first time that everyone had seen the appearance of a water monster, and they all exclaimed, "Zhao Tsong, get out of the way." A loud shout came from the Black Tortoise sect, but it was obviously nonsense. Zhao Tsong was in midair and had nowhere to borrow strength from, so how could he dodge? Seeing this thing full of scales appear, he roared and clenched his fists. His head was facing the ground, and his feet were facing the ground. 10 layers of zhenqi revolved around him, and a terrifying battle technique appeared. Boom! Chapter 59. A rebounding force appeared and Zhao Tsong's body was once again thrown into the air. This time he flew 100 meters into the air. At the same time, the water monster's body also fell down. Boom! But then, the water monster that had just disappeared into the lake appeared again, attacking Zhao Tsong, who was falling down. After a loud explosion, a line of blood appeared in the sky, and Zhao Tsong's body was once again sent flying into the air. But this time, Zhao Tsong didn't fly straight up. Instead, he flew diagonally. After flying 100 meters, he fell into a whirlpool that had just appeared. The whirlpool surged and splashed water several meters high. Occasionally, loud sounds could be heard. It seemed that Zhao Tsong was fighting with the water monster. After a while, the waves gradually became smaller. In the end, the clear water surface was covered with a large amount of blood. The churning lake slowly calmed down. Sigh. A sigh came from the Black Tortoise sect's side. Clearly, Zhao Tsong was doomed. A 10th stage true Qi cultivator had fallen just like that. Everyone withdrew their gazes and sank into contemplation. They didn't speak for a long time. 1,000-year-old elixir was right in front of them, but they couldn't obtain it. Everyone was at their wits' end inside. What do you think? After a while, Zichun raised his head and asked, "It should be a water monster. Its strength should be at the 10th stage of true Qi. In other words, it should be a 10th level vicious beast. Look at those scales. It should be a tentacle or an octopus." Very likely. Everyone made their own guesses and expressed their own opinions. Zichun and the other two didn't speak. "What about you? What do you think?" Su Mingyao looked at Zichun. The others also looked at Zichun. Zichun pondered for a moment and said, "I have a different feeling from you. That Zhao Tsong is very strong. He can definitely kill an ordinary 10th stage vicious beast. But did you notice that when he fought with the water monster for the second time, he vomited blood and was seriously injured? Clearly the water monster is very strong. I think it should be at the Xiantian realm." "What? Xiantian realm? How is that possible? The limit of this place is the peak of the 10th stage?" Everyone was shocked. "That's an outsider. Who can say that there can't be Xiantian cultivators here?" Zichun said. Actually, there was one thing that he didn't say, which was that if he had enough spiritual herbs, he would be able to break through to the Xiantian realm. Everyone was stunned and fell into silence. Obviously, they were thinking about Zichun's words. Besides, I'm guessing that the water monster wasn't an octopus at all. It was covered in scales and looked more like a snake's tail. Of course, it's just a guess. "I can't be sure," Zichun said again. "The tail of a snake. If that's really the case, how long would the snake be? A few hundred meters? Is there such a long snake? I insist on being an octopus." Not bad. The possibility of it being an octopus is very high. Everyone was bewildered. After a round of discussion, they did not obtain anything substantial. They could only continue to waste time here. Miao Kong didn't say a word. He had sunk into contemplation and hadn't participated in the discussion. Zhang Haoyan was cold by nature, and discussing problems was not in his character. "Why aren't you saying anything? What do you think?" Zichun looked at Miao Kong. Miao Kong didn't speak much, but his observation was extremely sharp. His mind was always clear at all times. Miao Kong's gaze turned towards the Zhan martial ancestor. There were dozens of disciples gathered there. In terms of strength, the Nimbus martial ancestor's side was the weakest. But in terms of numbers, the Zhan martial ancestor's side was the fewest. I'm thinking, why did everyone know about the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, but why didn't Ling Qin know about it and didn't come? Xieqiu also didn't come, Miao Kong said. None of this is surprising, but even Ling Fei didn't come. Miao Kong had never seen Ling Fei, but he had heard Zichen mention this arrogant youth. As long as he appeared, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. That's right. Miao Kong's words directly woke everyone up, as if they were enlightened. Zichen's eyes lit up. Could it be that you're saying this is a conspiracy? I can't guarantee it, but I keep feeling that something is wrong. That's right, senior sister. Who gave you the information? Is it also a disciple of the Jean Martial ancestor? Yes, it's a disciple of the Jean Martial ancestor. Lin Shui rushed to say, it's the same for us. Moreover, the other side's first sentence was about the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. I suspect that this is a conspiracy of the Jean Martial ancestor. Miao Kong said, but if the spiritual herb is really here, where did the conspiracy come from? Could it be that they want to reap the benefits of the Jean Martial ancestor side? Everyone couldn't understand it. Ling Chen was busy with a big matter before. After seriously injuring me, he left in a hurry. This time, he didn't appear again. Could it be that the matter has surpassed the temptation of the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb? Zhang Haoyan rarely spoke. Even so, Ling Fei should have appeared. Zichen said, this should be a conspiracy. But what is their purpose of using a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb as a conspiracy? Let the water monsters kill us, and we'll be fine as long as we don't enter the water. Or are they waiting for us to finish fighting the water monsters and then suddenly appear? Everyone was puzzled. At this moment, a burst of footsteps sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw 3 youths walking towards them. It's the Xian martial ancestors' people, Mui and Liang Guang. They are the strongest of the Xian martial ancestors' side. Someone whispered. Zichen and the others looked at the 3 uninvited guests with vigilance. Zhao Tsong had just died, so Mui and the others were in a bad mood. Their faces were gloomy. Seeing the vigilant eyes of Zichen and the others, they cupped their fists in greeting. Fellow juniors, I am the Xian martial ancestor, Mui. We don't have any evil intentions. We just want to discuss the matter of the water monsters with you. Mui said in a gentle voice. Zichen and the others relaxed their vigilance. This is Liang Guang, and this is our junior brother Lu Peng. Mui stepped forward and introduced them one by one. I am Zichen, Zhang Haoyan. Miao Kong greets senior brother, Su Mingyao, Lin Shui. Several people introduced themselves, and the tense atmosphere eased. Junior brother Zichen, I've heard a lot about you. Recently, your and Zhang Haoyan's reputation has far surpassed ours. Mui said respectfully, senior brother is overpraising me. Rumors can't be trusted. Zichen said with a smile. No, we didn't hear rumors. We saw the truth. Mui said, on that day, we followed Su Yin and went to the valley. We also saw the dead inner court disciples. Junior brother Zichen, whether it is wisdom or temperament, it is admirable. You and Su Yin are together? Zichen's face changed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. As for Zhang Haoyan, he was even more direct. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Senior brother, don't misunderstand. On that day, when Su Yin came to us, we just wanted to see senior brother's elegant demeanor. Unfortunately, we didn't see senior brother, but we also admired senior brother for burying the enemy's corpse. Lu Peng smiled and explained, what about Su Yin? Lu Peng shook his head and said, I don't know. On that day, after he saw the corpse of the beast, he seemed to have gone crazy. He directly tore up the beast's corpse and ran away. Zichen's expression eased. I don't know what senior brother thinks about this water monster, Lu Peng asked. Calling me senior brother is very awkward. You should call me Zichen. Zichen said, I suspect that this water monster is a Xiantian master. It may be a giant snake, but some people say that it is an octopus. The one that dealt with Zhao Tsong was just a tentacle. You also think that it is a Xiantian master snake? Lu Peng's eyes lit up. Zichen nodded and said, it's just a guess. I don't dare to jump to conclusions. Then what can you do? At present, there is no way unless... After hesitating for a moment, Zichen said, unless we all enter the water and use our lives to kill the water monster. This was a stupid way, but it was the only way. Zhao Tsong died in a few moves. Zichen didn't think that he was stronger than Zhao Tsong, so he couldn't go alone. LV Peng nodded and said, "This is indeed a method, but to lose so many people's lives for a millennium elixir, it doesn't seem to be worth it. Moreover, not everyone is willing to go in." Although there were many people here, everyone had their own thoughts, and it was impossible to command them. Most of them were just here to join in the fun. It seems that this 1,000-year-old elixir is not fated to be with us. Lu Peng sighed. The others were also disappointed. It's a pity that it is a water monster. If it was on land, there might be some possibility. Zichen also sighed. A 1,000-year-old elixir was a good thing, but they couldn't get it. Zichen pondered for a long time and finally said, "We guess that this might be a conspiracy of Lingchen, but we really can't figure out why he would do this." After hesitating for a while, Zichen finally told the truth. If this was a conspiracy, then the two sides could form an alliance. Lu Peng, Mu Yi, and Liang Guang all frowned. They looked at the martial ancestors' side and saw that there were only 2 level 10 Jinqi experts, and there weren't many disciples. If this is a conspiracy, then there must be many schemes. We might as well withdraw from here. Lu Peng suggested. Reasonable. Let's withdraw first and see if this is a conspiracy. Zichen and the others nodded. I'll go gather people. Mu Yi turned and left. However, at this time, a tyrannical aura suddenly emerged from the mouth of the valley. The terrifying Xiantian level pressure made everyone's face change. Not good. This is a Xiantian level monster beast. How can there be a Xiantian level monster beast here? Above level 10 vicious beasts were monster beasts. Under the tyrannical pressure, the heaven and earth Ling Qi in the valley became chaotic. A ruthless killing intent filled the entire valley. Is this Ling Qin's backup plan? He wants to kill us all. In front of them was a Xiantian-level monster beast, and behind them was the lake. It was more dangerous, and they had no way to retreat. Some people guessed the martial ancestors' conspiracy. So sinister, he didn't hesitate to kill his own sect's people. At this moment, everyone was certain that this was the battle sect scheme. Just at this moment, a thick smell of blood appeared from the entrance of the valley. Immediately after, a figure flew towards the valley. With a single step, it covered over 100 meters. The figure had disheveled hair, cold eyes, and a tyrannical aura around him. The Xiantian level pressure was coming from him. It's not a monster beast, it's a human. Someone actually broke through to the Xiantian level. Seeing that it was a human, some of the cultivators secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, when Zichen saw the figure, his eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 60. This was a sorry figure. His clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled. His clothes were stained with dried blood, and his original color could no longer be seen. His whole body emitted a thick smell of blood. When the figure reached the valley, he slowed down and walked step by step towards the valley. The earth trembled as the figure took a step forward. A Xiantian pressure was released from his body, and the oppressive aura made it difficult for the people in the valley to breathe. It's Senior Brother Su Yin. It's actually Senior Brother Su Yin. Senior Brother Su Yin, come to us. It's Su Yin. He actually broke through to the Xiantian realm. It's rumored that Zichen killed 9 of the 10 disciples of the inner sect. Now that Su Yin has broken through, Zichen is finished. Exclamations sounded in the valley. Some of the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor shouted for Su Yin to come over, their eyes filled with joy. Zichen knew that things weren't going well and protected Lin Shui and Su Mingyao behind him. Because at this moment, Su Yin turned his head and saw Zichen with his blood-red eyes. Zichen. Su Yin's eyes were spitting fire. He walked over step by step. A Xiantian pressure appeared, and the earth began to tremble. Not good. I don't know what kind of luck this Su Yin has, but he actually broke through. The usually calm Yao Kong had a bitter expression. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Today was a disaster. Zhang Haoyin was already standing side by side with Zichen. He knew that today was going to be a fierce battle, and it was very likely to be the last battle of his life. Zhang Haoyin. Seeing Zichen, Su Yin naturally saw Zhang Haoyin and Miao Kong. His 3 enemies were all here. A cruel smile appeared on Su Yan's face. What should we do? Su Yan's strength made Liang Guang's face pale. Mui hesitated, not knowing where to stand at this time. LV Peng quietly said, "Wait and see." The earth trembled, and the wind whistled. Everyone in the valley stared at Su Yan. No one spoke. The Xiantian realm Su Yan brought too much shock to them. "Senior brother Su Yan, come to us." Suddenly, a disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor shouted loudly. He seemed to recognize Su Yan, as the other party actually rushed forward. Senior apprentice brother Su Yan has already broken through. The 1,000-year-old elixirs here belong to our spirit martial sect. You two sects should quickly leave. The disciple walked towards Su Yan with his head held high. He completely did not understand the situation in front of him. "Senior brother Su Yan, there's a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb over there. Only you can get it." The disciple stepped forward and stopped in front of Su Yan. A sudden change occurred. The disheveled Su Yan suddenly turned his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. That disciple's expression changed and he hastily retreated, shouting, "Senior apprentice brother Su Yan, it's me Dash." But before he could finish his sentence, he saw Su Yan open his mouth, revealing blood-red teeth. He then charged at him. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. The disciple's neck was bitten off. Fresh blood spurted out and splattered all over Su Yan's face. At this moment, Su Yan's face was covered in blood, making him look even more terrifying. He then chewed twice and swallowed the flesh that he had bitten off. Such a bloody scene caused some of the more timid female disciples to scream. Some of them could not help but vomit. Zichen's hair stood on end as he saw this scene. His stomach had already started to churn. "Ha, Zichen." Su Yan laughed like a wild beast. He breathed heavily and his eyes were filled with killing intent. With a crash, the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor who were surrounding Zichen immediately scattered and hid. They could already tell that Su Yan's target was Zichen. Zichen killed one of the 9 disciples of the inner sect. Now the other party is here for revenge. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Let's quickly retreat. According to the rules of the Nimbus martial ancestor, conflicts should be resolved by themselves. We cannot interfere. Some of the disciples quickly retreated, and at the same time found an excuse for themselves to leave. In an instant, there were only a few people left besides Zichen. Su Mingyao, Lin Shui, Zhang Haoyan, Miao Kong, Lu Peng, Liang Guang, and Muyi did not leave. "You guys go. This has nothing to do with you." Shui Er and Mingyao, quickly leave. Su Yan walked over step by step. Zichen felt the pressure increasing and said in a deep voice, "No, we won't leave." The two shook their heads. Their eyes were firm, and they wanted to fight side by side. "Go, quickly leave," Zichen shouted. Su Yan's tyrannical aura was too terrifying. It was far beyond that of an ordinary Xiantian master. He looked more like a Xiantian beast and gave Zichen a lot of pressure. Su Yan's eyes became even redder. His mind was filled with the scenes of the inner disciples dying. Fragments kept changing in his mind, and finally, the scene of a vicious beast eating a human appeared. Su Yan roared and shouted, "Zichen, I will eat you." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan flew towards Zichen. The aura around his body surged like a demonic beast rolling towards Zichen. Thunderbolt finger. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. His fingers suddenly pointed forward. A silver light flashed and a winding thunder appeared, bringing with it the tyrannical power of thunder. Sky Tyrant Fist. Zhang Haoyan clenched his fists and punched out a powerful fist. The fist wind whistled, and the aura surged. "Ha." Su Yan laughed sinisterly and sent out 2 palms towards the two. His Xiantian aura rippled, and a terrifying pressure wreaked havoc. Boom, boom. As the palms fell, the thunder exploded and disappeared. The Sky Tyrant Fist was also repelled. Zichen and Zhang Haoyan, the 2 geniuses' joint attack, were instantly broken. At the same time, the 2 figures were also sent flying. This was an extremely shocking scene. Zichen's thunder was already very terrifying, and Zhang Haoyan's Sky Tyrant Fist was also very overbearing. With the 2 of them joining forces, even Mui and the others would be defeated. But against the Xiantian realm Su Yin, they were actually sent flying in one strike. The energy generated by the qi wreaked havoc, and the wind blew against Su Yan's long hair, revealing a pair of incomparably cruel blood-red eyes. In those eyes, there was no reason to speak of, only a cruel killing intent. After Zichun was sent flying, Su Yan's eyes fell on Lin Shui and Su Mingyao. If he was conscious, he would naturally be somewhat afraid of Su Mingyao. But now, he was half human, half beast. He no longer had any scruples and rushed towards the two. Get lost, Su Mingyao lightly shouted. Ninth level Jin Qi surged, and the Xiantian realm battle skill, Spirit Snake Dance, appeared. Like a white spirit snake, it rushed towards Su Yin. Slap. Su Yin didn't dodge. Instead, he struck back with a palm. Under the powerful force, the white spirit snake was sent flying back. It struck Su Mengyao's chest and sent her flying. Lin Shui's attack only now appeared. Tens of thousands of palm imprints appeared in mid-air, but they were no match for Su Yan's palm. With a single palm strike, Lin Shui was sent flying back. A line of blood appeared in mid-air. Lin Shui was the weakest, and she was the most injured. Su Yin had already gone mad. There were only two beautiful figures in his eyes, as well as endless hatred. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards Lin Shui. Su Yin, get lost. Zichun, who was sent flying, had already caught up. With a loud shout, his whole body emitted rays of silver light. Like a cannonball, he rushed towards Su Yin. Boom! The two of them collided with a loud bang. After that, the silver light around Zichun shattered. It was as if he had collided with a small mountain, and he was bounced back. A line of blood streaked across the sky. Zichun was also injured. Whoosh! Zhang Haoyan slashed down with his long saber. A streak of saber light flashed, and it fell towards Su Yan's head. Su Yin raised his hand. His right hand formed a fist, and he punched towards the saber light. Crack! The saber light shattered, and so did the long saber. At this moment, Miao Kong had already silently appeared behind Su Yin. Then, he kicked towards Su Yan's butt. However, in that instant, an unparalleled aura erupted from Su Yan's body. Miao Kong's attack didn't injure Su Yin in the slightest. Instead, he was sent flying. 1 against 5, Su Yin won. This was an extremely shocking scene. Everyone finally felt the power of a Xiantian cultivator. Huff, huff. Su Yin panted loudly. Like a demonic beast, he glared at Lin Shui and growled, Zichun, I'll let you see how I'll kill your friends. He was sometimes clear-headed and sometimes crazy. However, Su Yin didn't forget about revenge. Zichun rushed towards Su Yin. Zhang Haoyan did the same. Su Mingyao also appeared. However, even with the three of them joining forces, they still couldn't do anything to Su Yin. He was extremely terrifying at the Xiantian realm. Flowing Light Strike. Zichen's strongest attack couldn't break through Su Yan's defense. It was blocked by Su Yan's Xiantian Jin Qi. Then, he suffered a heavy blow to his chest. He vomited blood and was sent flying. Zichun, Lin Shui exclaimed. Everyone was sent flying. Each of them was seriously injured. Su Yin rushed towards Lin Shui with bloodshot eyes. Everyone was shocked. In the distance, Zichun was furious and desperate. After several exchanges, he was seriously injured. At this moment, he couldn't fight anymore. Zhang Haoyan was also in a similar situation. No, Su Yin, come at me if you have the ability. You trash, kill me if you have the ability. Zichun roared. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Your brothers were killed by me. They deserve to be killed. I'll kill them one by one. Su Yan's body trembled. He looked at Zichun. In his crazy eyes, there seemed to be a trace of sobriety. He grinned and said to Zichun, Don't worry, you will die. In front of everyone, I will kill Lin Shui and Su Mingyao. I will let you know what despair is. Su Yin grinned. At this moment, he was clearly sober. Zichun slowly got up and rushed towards Su Yin again. However, he was sent flying again by a slap. At the same time, he arrived in front of Lin Shui. Lin Shui retreated in horror. She was injured. Haha. Su Yin grinned and rushed towards Lin Shui. Pong! Suddenly, A loud sound rang out. Nobody knew when, but Lu Peng, who hadn't moved at all, had arrived beside Su Yin. With a sneak attack, Su Yin was repelled. Junior brother. Lu Peng's action startled Muyi and the others, causing them to cry out in alarm. Summon all of the 10th floor disciples of the Black Tortoise sect to kill Su Yin. This person has already gone mad. If he kills Zichun now, it might be us next. Lu Peng said in a deep voice without even turning his head. Chapter 61. The Golden Palm was the strongest battle skill of the Black Martial Ancestor. With one strike, the palm print emitted a little golden light. It was as if the golden palm print had crashed down. If it was any other time, the golden palm print would have attracted a lot of attention. But today, LV Peng's opponent was the Xiantian realm Su Yin. Such an attack that could threaten a 10th level Jinqi master was unable to do anything to a Xiantian realm master. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden palm print was shattered and LV Peng was sent flying. Drops of blood dripped from the palm print. Attack! Muyi and the others were still in a daze when LV Peng roared. Swish! Swish! The expressions of the two who were still hesitating instantly turned cold. With a tap of their feet, they charged at Su Yin. A surging aura appeared, and 2 rays of light rushed towards Su Yin. Energy exploded instantly. Boom! The 2 sides fought fiercely, and the sound became louder and louder. The heaven and earth spiritual chi in the valley was crazily stirred up. The surrounding cultivators all retreated and stood in the distance to watch the show. LV Peng's words were extremely frightening to them. They did not think that Su Yin would kill the innocent. Some of the disciples who were watching the show were disappointed when they saw LV Peng and the others attack. The disciples of the 10th level of the Black Tortoise sect flashed over and joined the battle. As for the others, they retreated even further. This is the business of the Nimbus Martial Ancestor. It has nothing to do with us. Quickly retreat. The 10th level Zhang Martial Ancestor said coldly. But Zhang Haoyan is there? A disciple asked. Humph. Zhang Haoyan offended Senior Ling Chun and Senior Ling Yun. If we help him, we will be courting death. With a cold snort, the Zhan Martial Ancestor disciple retreated even further. The disciples dispersed, leaving more space for Su Yin to fight. As for the Nimbus Martial Ancestor disciples, they retreated first. Boom! The Black Martial Ancestor sent over a dozen 10th level Jinqi disciples. Their attacks were very fierce and brought a lot of trouble to Su Yin. Ah, go die. Su Yin was furious. His eyes became even redder, and he lost his mind again. With the Xiantian Qi protecting his body, he did not defend and directly attacked. Bang! Su Yan's palm landed on a disciple's chest. His Xiantian Zhen Qi surged into the disciple's body. In an instant, the disciple was sent flying and coughed up blood. When he landed on the ground, he was no longer breathing. Boom! A disciple's bones were shattered by a single blow. Dang! A sharp blade pierced towards Su Yan's body, but was blocked by Su Yan's Xiantian Zhen Qi. Unable to break through Su Yan's defense, Su Yin counterattacked, sending the disciple flying. With just one strike, a disciple was sent flying backwards. The difference between the 10th layer and the Xiantian realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. A 10th layer disciple was unable to withstand a single strike from Su Yin. Peng! A disciple was sent flying. Boom! A disciple was knocked back. Dong! A disciple's heart was shattered. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of the 10 disciples at the 10th level of true energy had died. Such a bitter battle caused the distant disciples to feel fear and trepidation. However, no one came to help. Su Yin seemed to have gone crazy, and he charged toward a 10th level disciple, biting down on his neck. With a cracking sound, that disciple died. Haha! Su Yin grinned, lifted his hands, and directly threw the dead disciple away. With a splash, the disciple's body fell into the lake. What are you doing? Su Yin has already gone crazy. If we don't stop him, he will kill everyone. Lu Peng was already injured, and he angrily shouted at the distant spectators. That's just your side of the story. Su Yin was only avenging his brother. Yes, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. This has nothing to do with us. All of this is Zichun reaping what he sowed. You should not intervene in this matter, otherwise all the disciples will be killed. The disciples of the two factions said, but the disciples of the Xian martial ancestor hesitated. Where are the disciples of the Xian martial ancestor? Come with me and kill this bastard. Lu Peng was furious. He despised these cowards who did not understand the situation and were greedy for life. But at this moment he did not have time to refute them. He could only shout. Disciples of the Black Turtle sect, kill Su Yin. Mui also shouted out and launched a series of attacks towards Su Yin. Swoosh! Swoosh! Hearing the shouts of their senior brothers, the disciples of the Xian martial ancestor who were still hesitating also stepped forward, but there were still some who retreated. Don't go. Do you want to die? Some of the people who were on good terms with Su Yin pulled back their companions who were about to die. He is a Xiantian master. You are just going to die. Besides, is it worth it for an outer sect disciple? One by one, the disciples were stopped, but there were still some who rushed forward. The chaotic battle continued. Su Yin attacked again and again, seriously injuring those at the 10th level of Jinqi. As for those at the 8th and 9th levels of Jinqi, they would die in one hit. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the battlefield. No one saw that on the mountain peak above the valley, two figures had appeared. Senior brother, this Su Yin is really amazing. He actually broke through to the Xiantian level. In this fierce battle, he seriously injured all the disciples of the Xian martial ancestor. It can be said that he saved us a lot of trouble. Xiechio said with a smile. Yes, it was unexpected, but not bad. Are the disciples ready? Ling Chun said indifferently. We are ready. When the berserk beasts riot, it will be time for them to get the elixirs. This plan of killing two birds with one stone is really good. Killing two birds with one stone? Ling Chin's eyes flashed. If Su Yin faces the water monster, it is very likely that he will be able to kill 3 birds with one stone. Haha, senior brother is wise. In the valley, the smell of blood was even thicker. The disciples of the Xian martial ancestor who were desperately rushing forward had already died. But there were still disciples who rushed forward without any regard for their lives. Mui, why are you still not letting go? Are you going to let more of your disciples die for Zichen? Zichen's life is a life, but their lives are not. Is it worth it for an outsider? Sacrificing our own disciples for an outer sect disciple, what kind of attitude is that? In the distance, a disciple had already shouted, Get lost. Mui was furious. He roared, Su Yin has already lost his mind. When the time comes, he will kill everyone. If we don't kill him, we will be the ones to die. You bunch of trash, not only are you not helping, you are also making sarcastic remarks. Mui's nose was almost crooked from anger. These people were really trash. Not only did they not help, but they were also making sarcastic remarks to shake the morale of the disciples. Don't look for excuses. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Su Yin is only looking for Zichun for revenge. Yes, you guys should retreat. A disciple coldly said. Revenge? Is there a need to use the other party's friends for revenge? Are you guys just going to watch them be killed? LV Peng angrily said. These people really did not have a conscience and were crazy. That's because he killed their brothers. This is called an eye for an eye. Some disciples disagreed, but there were also some who lowered their heads in silence. You guys are really beasts. LV Peng was furious. Zichun did not say a word. He rushed forward again and again, striking out a powerful attack. The thunderbolt finger repeatedly appeared, constantly wreaking havoc. Unfortunately, his strength was lower than his opponent by a few realms. Zichun had a powerful combat skill, but he could not display its full power. Su Mengyao's peerless face was covered with frost. Usually, everyone surrounded her like stars surrounding the moon. Today, the feeling of being forgotten made her feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, the words of the disciples had seriously hurt her. Xiantian combat skills continued to appear. Su Mengyao's eyes were already filled with killing intent. Retreat. It's not worth it for an outsider. Their lives are important, but are your lives not important? Zichun, if you are a man, make them leave. Some righteous people could not bear to see these disciples die, so they all shouted. Watching their companions die one by one, the disciples of the Xian martial ancestor also hesitated. Then, one by one, they withdrew from the battle. LV Pong and the others were angry and anxious, but there was nothing they could do. No disciple came forward. Pong, boom, dong. Some of the disciples who dared to rush forward were either killed or seriously injured. In the end, there was no one left besides Su Yin. Haha, Su Yin was crazy, but he was still rational. Although he wanted to kill everyone, he did not arrogantly admit it. With a hideous smile, he rushed towards Shui Lin, his crazy eyes flashing with a lustful light. Get lost. Zichen was like a cockroach that could not be killed. He jumped up again. His body was covered in his own blood. He was knocked down again and again, but he stood up again and again. His heart was beating violently, providing him with an endless supply of energy. The thunderbolt finger appeared again, but it was shattered again. At the same time, Zichen used his body to block in front of Shui Lin. Pong. Su Yin punched out. The powerful force made Zichen retreat a few steps, but he did not fall down. Su Yin punched again, and Zichen retreated again. After 3 consecutive punches, Zichen retreated to Shui Lin's side. Everyone was speechless. If someone else was punched, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. However, Zichen retreated and did not fall down. Haha. Su Yin laughed and punched again. This time, Zichen could not hold on any longer. He flew back a few meters and landed on the ground. No. He let out an unwilling roar. Zhang Haoyan rushed up at this time, but was kicked away by Su Yin. After that, no one could stand up again. Su Yin came to Shui Lin's side. With a hideous smile, he reached out to grab Shui Lin's blood-stained white robe. Rip! Under the force, the white robe was torn apart, revealing her white skin. Su Yin grinned and reached out again. Another piece of her robe was torn, and her perfect and straight legs were completely exposed. Shui Lin's eyes were filled with fear. Her body was trembling, and she looked very pitiful. All around her were the roars of Zichen and the others. In the distance, there was a group of disciples who stood on the side of justice. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. This is Zichen's own fault. Some disciples could not bear it. Some disciples muttered in a low voice, as if they were looking for excuses for their own righteousness. Gulyulu. The nearby lake had long been dyed red with blood. The human corpses in the lake slowly sank to the bottom. A ripple appeared in the lake, followed by the formation of a whirlpool. Chapter 62. Zichen's eyes were already bloodshot, but at that moment, he was powerless. His body was seriously injured, and the silver energy in his heart was constantly healing his body. However, it was still very slow, and it could not guarantee Zichen's ability to fight. Lin Shui's clothes were no longer intact and could be attacked by the claws at any time. A few seriously injured disciples staggered forward, but they were all sent flying. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the battlefield, including Ling Fei and Xiechio. Enjoy the show. This will be a different kind of hand-to-hand battle. Ling Chen smiled, very relaxed. Xiechio nodded in agreement. Everyone's attention was on the battlefield, so no one noticed the changes in the lake. The lake began to ripple, and a whirlpool slowly formed. Haha, Zichen. Today I will let you feel what despair is. Su Yin was sometimes sober and sometimes crazy. Now that he was sober, he grabbed at Lin Shui with his claws. At this moment, everyone was in despair. Hiss! A roar suddenly sounded, and then the lake water surged. Huge waves surged, and a huge whirlpool of dozens of meters suddenly rose up. At the same time, a huge monster appeared from the center of the whirlpool. It was a triangular head that was almost the size of a house. It was ferocious and terrifying, and its head was covered with palm-sized scales that were tightly connected with each other. A pair of ice-cold triangular eyes stared unwaveringly at Su Yin. A violent Xiantian-level aura swept out from the monster. This was a Xiantian-level demon beast. With a roar, ripples appeared in the air. This was a giant python with a head the size of a house. Its body was dozens of meters long, and hundreds of meters away, there were surging waves, like a tail surging at the bottom of the lake. The corpse that fell into the lake, the thick smell of blood, and Su Yan's Xiantian-level aura attracted the other party. The giant python stood upright, creating an endless whirlpool. After it appeared, it cast a large shadow in the valley. After it appeared, the giant python suddenly bit at Su Yan. The giant python brought a strong hurricane with it, and the impact forced everyone to retreat. The appearance of the giant python was too shocking. A sudden change occurred, and the giant python rushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan sensed it and quickly turned around, just in time to see the giant python in front of him, opening its bloody maw to bite him. Su Yan's expression changed drastically. With a tap of his foot, he retreated, but he was still too slow. After a loud sound, one of the giant python's teeth directly pierced through Su Yan's shoulder. The Xiantian Qi instantly broke through his defense. The giant python bit through Su Yan's body. Immediately after, its huge head retreated, as if it wanted to bring Su Yan back to the bottom of the lake, where its home ground was. Die for me. The pressure from the python caused Su Yan to wake up completely. With a shout, his right hand emitted a dazzling light. He clenched his fist and punched towards the python's teeth with the might of the Xiantian realm. Crack! With a loud sound, one of the giant python's fangs suddenly broke. At the same time, Su Yan's body fell towards the surface of the lake with a splash. The giant python roared in pain and also fell into the water. The water in the lake surged as if it was boiling, churning and churning unceasingly. Huge waves soared to the sky, creating waves that were hundreds of meters high. Bloodstains appeared on the surface of the surging lake. Su Yan and the giant python were currently fighting under the water. Are you all right? Zichun staggered to his feet and ran to Lin Shui. At this time, Lin Shui's face was deathly pale. Seeing Zichun arrive, she directly threw herself into Zichun's arms, sobbing. It's okay, it's okay. Zichun endured the pain and gently patted Lin Shui's back to comfort her. Su Mingyao slowly got up and handed over a set of white clothes, indicating for Lin Shui to put it on. Her clothes were already disheveled, revealing a bit of her body. Thank you for your help today. In the future, if you need me, Zichun, for anything, I, Zichun, will do my best. Lin Shui slowly calmed down. Zichun turned to Lu Peng and the others. We're not saving you, we're saving ourselves. Su Yan has already gone crazy and will kill everyone. Lu Peng said, Everyone, quickly recover from your injuries. There might be a fierce battle later. The waves in the lake surged to the sky. The battle between the human and the python was extremely fierce. Su Yan's body would occasionally rush out of the lake to take a breath. At the same time, he wanted to leave the lake, but every time, he would be entangled by the python and pulled back into the water. Zichun and the others swallowed qi recovery pills and were trying to recover from their injuries. In the distance, a group of disciples was curiously watching the battle on the lake. Some of them had already made up their minds and jumped onto rafts, wanting to take the opportunity to get the Millennium Elixirs. Unfortunately, under a huge wave, the rafts were shattered and the human cultivators fell into the lake. Several disciples died in succession, so no one dared to take advantage of the situation. Get lost. With a loud shout, Su Yan once again rushed out from the bottom of the lake like a cannonball. At this time, his body was covered with blood stains. In front of the python, Xiantian true qi was not enough to protect him. Moreover, Su Yan had also consumed some of his true qi in the previous battle. At this moment, he was at a disadvantage against the python. The python let out a roar and jumped out again. Its huge head, which was as big as a house, tried to bite Su Yan. True qi surged around Su Yan's body, and he slapped the python's head. After a loud bang, his body once again rushed out, and this time, he flew in an arc towards the shore of the lake. The crowd exclaimed. Obviously, they did not expect Su Yan to use this method to escape. At the same time, some people sighed. Even Su Yan was not a match for the python. There was no hope of getting the Millennium Elixirs. Just as Su Yan was about to cross the lake and land in the valley, a 100-meter-tall wave suddenly appeared and slammed towards Su Yan. Su Yin raised his hand and shattered the wave, but then the python's tail whipped Su Yan's body. Pa! With a crisp sound, Su Yin was knocked into the lake from afar. Another fierce battle ensued. The lake surged, and huge waves rose to the sky. Su Yan's roar and the python's roar sounded again and again. Blood bloomed on the lake. Some of it was Su Yan's, and some of it was the python's. The fierce battle lasted for a full hour. Just as Su Yin had exhausted a lot of his energy and was about to soar into the air, the giant python once again stretched out its head and bit Su Yan's thigh. Moreover, it suddenly pulled downwards. Su Yin struggled and cried for help, but no one paid attention to him. When his body completely sank into the bottom of the lake, the waves gradually disappeared, and the surging lake gradually calmed down. Su Yin did not appear again. Sigh. A sigh came from the crowd. This Su Yin is dead. A Sciention realm cultivator died just like that. That's right. This beast is worse than a pig or a dog. He really deserves to die. He almost killed senior sister Lin Shui. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. Even if Su Yin broke through to the Sciention realm, he will still die. Evil will have evil consequences. After seeing Su Yin die and Ziqian and the others recover from their injuries, the group of righteous disciples once again sighed softly, their voices much louder than before. Most of them were disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor and walked toward Ziqian's group. Senior brother Ziqian is tired. Now that he's injured, we have to protect him. That's right. Those with evil intentions can forget about touching a single strand of senior brother Ziqian's hair. If anyone dares to touch senior sister Lin Shui and senior sister Su Mingyao, I'll fall out with them. The group of disciples returned one after another, returning with righteousness. Bang! However, at this moment, the lake that had just calmed down suddenly surged, and the huge waves that disappeared appeared again. The python appeared once again. This time, its target was the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor who were moving. With a roar, it charged toward the crowd like a bolt of lightning. Blood flowed down from the wound and dripped into the valley along with the lake water. When it retracted, 3 cultivators were bitten by the python and were pulled into the lake. After the battle with Su Yin, the python was injured and consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, it needed food to replenish itself, and humans were the best delicacies for the beast. Screams came from the crowd. The python's sudden attack had caught everyone off guard. Bang! However, just as the python entered the lake, it appeared again and pounced toward the crowd. This time, there were a few screams and the cultivators were pulled into the lake. The lake surged again. After a few struggles, the cultivators who entered the lake no longer made a sound. Not good. The python is starting to attack the humans. Retreat. The python is showing its power. Senior brother Zichun, help us. Senior brother Muyi, deal with the python quickly. A series of shouts rang out and the cultivators began retreating, preparing to leave the valley. The giant python was simply too terrifying. At that very moment, it was still within the lake, attacking the cultivators in the valley one by one. After a series of attacks, many of the human cultivators died. Everyone began to retreat and rushed out of the valley like a tide. You want to leave now? It's too late. On the mountain peak, Ling Chen looked at the panicking crowd and laughed. At this moment, the ground began to tremble and a rumbling sound could be heard. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. Outside the valley, smoke and dust splashed everywhere. The ground rumbled and shook violently. In the smoke and dust, many fierce beasts were rushing toward the valley. At a glance, there were hundreds of them. Rumble, rumble. The rumbling sound was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Occasionally, some stones would roll down from the mountain peak. When the crowd reached the entrance of the valley, they were completely dumbfounded when they saw the fierce beasts in the smoke and dust. This time, there was really no way to advance or retreat. There were many fierce beasts in front and furious beasts behind. Everyone understood what Zichun felt before. What's going on? Why are there so many fierce beasts here? So many fierce beasts. Are all the fierce beasts in the spiritual herbal garden here? Are they summoned? What's going on? The fierce beasts rushed over with a tyrannical aura. Their target was clear. Let's fight with these fierce beasts. Let's kill our way out. If we meet the python, we'll die. If we meet the fierce beasts, there's a way out. Let's go. A few decisive roars could be heard from the crowd. Then, a large group of strong cultivators rushed toward the approaching fierce beasts. But if one looked carefully, they would see that a few figures were retreating quickly. They were the ones who had spoken before. Rumble. Men and beasts collided. Under the huge impact of the fierce beasts, the human cultivators were instantly sent flying and were trampled to death by the fierce beasts. Chapter 63. Numerous vicious beasts swarmed over, instantly engaging in a fierce battle with the humans. The entire valley had become a huge battlefield. Peng, a ninth-grade powerhouse, had his Zhan-Qi surging around him. He struck out with a wave of energy, killing an 8th-grade ferocious beast with a single strike. Then, more ferocious beasts rushed over, drowning him like a tidal wave. With every step, one could clearly hear the 9th-level expert's bones shattering, as well as his despairing screams. A 9th-level expert had died. Ah, save me! A cultivator was buried in the mouth of a fierce red tiger. He only had time to cry out for help before he died. No one came to his rescue, and everyone was in danger. Senior apprentice brother Zichun, save me. Senior apprentice sister Su Mingyao, save me. Senior apprentice brother Mui, senior apprentice brother Liang Guang, save us. A group of disciples drowned in vicious beasts cried out for help. Pooh! A sword light flashed, and a 9th-level vicious beast died. The 10th-level expert of the Battle Martial sect had already killed 3 level 9 ferocious beasts, but soon after, he was targeted by even more ferocious beasts. Many ferocious beasts crazily rushed over, directly drowning this 10th-level expert. Blood splattered everywhere as vicious beasts died one after another. However, more and more wounds appeared on the expert's body, until finally, he was drowned by the tide of vicious beasts. A 10th-level expert had died. Get up. Some of the disciples who were skilled in movement techniques leaped up into the air. At the same time, they borrowed strength from the walls of the mountain and stabbed out with their weapons, borrowing strength once more. After borrowing strength multiple times, they finally reached the peak of the mountain. However, before they could laugh in excitement, they saw Ling Qian on the mountain peak. Die! Ling Qian sneered and kicked out with lightning speed. The cultivator fell into the valley from a height of several hundred meters, and he was dead for sure. There were vicious beasts in front, a giant python behind, and Ling Qian and the others on the peak. It could be said that the disciples had reached a dead end. Hiss! The giant python roared again and again, calling out names again and again. In just a short period of time, more than 20 human cultivators had died. They were dragged into the lake, no longer making a sound. The earth trembled as the vicious beasts finally charged into the valley. Many humans turned back, causing the earth to tremble as a chaotic battle broke out. Zichun and the others also stood up. Under such circumstances, they could no longer continue to recover. It must be Ling Qian. It must be their scheme. That damn thing. Everything is for the sake of killing us. Mui and the others were furious, but at this moment, there was nothing they could do. What should we do? Should we charge out? Someone suggested. Why are there so many ferocious beasts? Facing so many ferocious beasts, if they were in their peak condition, they might have been able to deal with them. However, now that they were all injured, they could only sigh helplessly. We can't, Zichun said. We're all seriously injured right now, and we can't escape from hundreds of dire beasts. Then what should we do? Wait for death? Let's gather together and take turns guarding a certain area, slowly exhausting these beasts to death. Good idea. Let's move forward first. It's too dangerous here. It's within the python's attack range. Everyone suggested that they move forward. Heart-wrenching cries for help sounded in their ears, but Zichun and the others turned a deaf ear to these cries. Even Su Mingyao was too lazy to pay attention to them. Mui took the lead. His Zhan-Qi surged, and those attacking ferocious beasts were sent flying. The python once again leaped out of the lake. Its cold eyes glanced at the chaotic crowd, as if it was considering where to launch its attack. Suddenly, the python saw Zichun and the others moving. Huge waves surged, and the lake surged. The python's eyes were extremely cold. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Su Mingyao, who was walking at the back. A strong wind whistled, and a humid breath hit their faces. The Xiantian pressure was approaching again. Su Mingyao, who was aware of the threat, suddenly turned her head and saw that the python's bloody mouth was already in front of her. Su Mingyao screamed in fear. Apparently, she did not expect that the giant python would attack her. At this critical moment, a strong force suddenly gushed out from the side and directly pushed Su Mingyao back. She staggered and fell to the side, barely dodging the attack of the giant python. Her body brushed past the scales of the giant python. Su Mingyao fell to the ground and escaped danger, but at the place where she was standing, a person suddenly appeared. It was Zichun, who had knocked her down at the critical moment. In the next moment, the python bit towards Zichun. The dense rows of cold teeth in its bloody mouth seemed to want to split Zichun in two. Within the huge mouth, there was an incomparable stench, dripping blood, and some human limbs. It could be said to be extremely ferocious. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the python closed its bloody mouth. Shwa! The python retreated again, but there was no sign of Zichun. Waves splashed on the surface of the lake as the python fell. Zichun had been bitten by the python and was dragged to the bottom of the lake. "It's not Zichun," Lin Shui screamed, her eyes filled with despair. She disregarded her own life and death and rushed towards the surface of the lake. However, she was suddenly pulled back by someone. It was the severely wounded Miao Kong. "Hurry up and retreat." Miao Kong pulled Lin Shui back. At the same time, Zhang Haoyan also supported Su Mingyao and followed Mu Yi and the others. The python was invincible now. No one could stop it. Zichun had been swallowed. Although everyone was angry, there was no other way. As for killing the python, they didn't even need to think about it. Everyone followed Zichun's suggestion and found a place with their backs against the mountain wall. They took turns guarding the area. Lin Shui and Su Mingyao were the ones being protected. This was because at this moment, the two of them were in a very bad state. Lin Shui was grief-stricken. As she saw Zichun bitten by the python, she even had thoughts of suicide. Tears flowed down her face. Su Mingyao wasn't much better than Lin Shui. Her beautiful face was deathly pale. Her mind was filled with the scene of Zichun knocking her back. At that moment, Zichun used his own life to exchange for hers. He saved her, but he was buried in the python's mouth. Zhang Haoyan stood in front of the two of them. He was seriously injured. He attacked the berserk beasts madly, again and again. "Zichun protected me before. Now that he's dead, I must protect his friends." Zhang Haoyan's eyes were full of determination. He was like an iron tower, standing there unwaveringly. He used his body to protect the two people behind him. Everyone gathered together and guarded a small area. Several people resisted the berserk beasts while the others recovered from their injuries. After a while, they would switch positions with each other. It could be said that this was the only way to survive in the current situation. It was also the most effective way. When the others saw this scene, they followed suit one after another, imitating what they did. Lin Shui's eyes stared blankly at the lake. She was grief-stricken. She didn't know why, but after the python swallowed Zichun, it didn't attack for a long time. The lake water was still violently surging, as if there was a battle at the bottom of the lake. Zichun isn't dead yet. He's fighting with the python. The lake water surged violently, creating huge waves that were dozens of meters tall. Lin Shui's blank eyes suddenly lit up as she cried out in alarm. The few people who had recovered from their injuries all subconsciously turned their heads. They saw the surging lake water. Occasionally, they could see the python's scaly body swimming on the surface of the lake. Su Mingyao's eyes also lit up. Her deathly pale face was slightly flushed. She prayed for Zichun in her heart, hoping that he could survive. "Zichun, you must hold on." Even Su Yin had died in the mouth of the python, let alone Zichun, who was at stage 8 true energy. Therefore, The only thought in everyone's hearts was that Zichun could hold on a little longer. As for whether he lived or died, it was already decided when Zichun fell into the lake. Perhaps in everyone's hearts, Zichun's ending was already in their minds. However, no one was willing to admit it. Everyone was waiting for a miracle to happen. However, this miracle was just too unlikely. Kill them all. It would be best if you could kill them all. It's just a pity that the two beauties of the Nimbus martial ancestor, the two beauties that Chen Feng yearns for, are about to die. On top of the mountain, Ling Chen looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction, a trace of regret flashing through her eyes. Xie Qiu, who was beside her, also laughed. It is a pity. Since they're going to die anyway, it would be great if we could enjoy it a little before we die. We can also experience Chunfeng's taste. There are plenty of beautiful women. Don't let these two women delay the important matters. How's the matter of the elixirs? Ling Chen suddenly asked. These vicious beasts came here in pursuit of the soul-enchanting fragrance. Obviously, they gave up on the elixirs. Right now, I'm afraid that our people are already cramping up their hands from picking the elixirs. Xie Qiu said, That's good. Our goal is not only to win the bet, but also to make the other two factions suffer heavy losses. Ling Chen's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Su Yin, that trash, can't even deal with the giant python. If both sides suffer heavy losses, we'll really be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, in the elixir garden, the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor were crazily picking the elixirs. They followed the rich fragrance of the elixirs and picked them one by one. Some of the 500 to 600 years old elixirs were usually guarded by vicious beasts. However, since the vicious beasts had left today, they could pick them as they wished. Without the vicious beasts guarding them, they could pick the elixirs as they wished. Hurry up and be more efficient. We still have to go back and fight later. Ling Fei's voice sounded. Beside him were Chen Qi and Tai Kai, who had lost an arm. The two of them were now Ling Fei's left and right bodyguards, ensuring his safety at all times. This plan succeeded. Our Nimbus martial ancestor is the biggest winner. I just don't know if Zichun fell for it. Chen Qi gritted his teeth. One of his arms was chopped off by Zichun, so he had always hated Zichun. Don't worry, Chen Qi. I know you hate Zichun, and so do I. Didn't they say that they had already sent the news to Zichun? The temptation of the 1,000-year-old elixirs was enough to make Zichun go. Who knows, maybe he's already dead. Ling Fei smiled and patted Chen Qi's shoulder. It's a pity that we didn't kill him with our own hands. Chen Qi said, It is a pity, but we can't kill him with our own hands. It's not bad to let others kill him. I hope that he'll be torn apart by the vicious beasts. Tai Kai said viciously. Zichun was swallowed by the giant python. His life was in danger, but he wasn't dead yet. After knocking Su Mingyao away, Zichun saw the giant python's mouth full of cold teeth. In the next moment, he was bitten by the giant python. However, at this critical moment, Zichun tapped his foot and rushed into the giant python's mouth. When the giant python closed its mouth, Zichun dodged the 2 rows of teeth and slid towards the giant python's stomach. Chapter 64. The giant python often swallowed living things, so it didn't care at all. Moreover, this giant python was hundreds of meters long. Swallowing a small Zichun wouldn't be a problem at all. It wouldn't even be full, just enough for a snack. If there were no accidents, Zichun would definitely die after entering the giant python's stomach. But all the problems were caused by the black sword in Zichun's hand. This was a first-class weapon. It couldn't break through the defense of a Xiantian realm giant python. But now Zichun was inside the python's stomach. This was the python's weakest point. There was no defense at all. Zichun's Zhan Qi surged around his body. The pitch-black sword flashed with silver light. With a flash of sword light, the black sword pierced deeply into the python's body, leaving only the hilt outside. The giant python roared in pain. It shook the endless waves and began to swallow vigorously. A strong suction force appeared in its stomach, trying to suck Zichun in. Zichun tightly grasped the hilt of the sword and remained motionless. He allowed the huge suction force to suck Zichun and his sword into the python's stomach. But wherever the suction force passed, it left a deep wound. Blood gushed out from the wound like a small river. This was Zichen's only hope. Whether he could survive or not depended on this. Blood violently spurted out from the python's stomach. Hiss! The giant python was constantly rolling in the lake like an angry dragon. It couldn't bear the pain in its stomach. It could only swim continuously, using its body to avoid the lake's surface. The snake's body wriggled and a stronger suction force appeared. It was determined to swallow Zichen into its stomach. At the same time, the giant python opened its bloody mouth and began to drink the lake water. Like an angry dragon drinking water, the endless lake water rushed into the python's stomach and splashed onto Zichen's body. A silver light appeared on his body. He held the black sword tightly and didn't let go. He allowed the black sword to pierce through the python's body and slide into its stomach bit by bit. The serpent was very large, and the long sword didn't manage to pierce through the serpent's body. At this moment, the pain of flesh being cut caused the serpent to become irritable. It stuck its head out for more than 30 meters before it suddenly fell towards the surface of the lake with a loud bang. Waves splashed everywhere as the lake water surged. As Zichen continued to slide down, the suction force from the snake's abdomen grew stronger and stronger. A pungent mucus stuck to his body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he was being roasted by fire. Even his strong constitution was showing signs of corrosion. Not good. If this goes on, I'm going to be swallowed and digested by the python sooner or later. Zichen's expression changed drastically. Specks of silver light appeared on his hand as he pointed directly at the python. In an instant, a bolt of lightning appeared and exploded within the snake's body, emitting a thunderous sound. The giant python's body trembled, and its body rose up before landing again. It was born to only know how to swallow and not vomit. At this moment, there was nothing it could do about what was happening in its stomach. Zichen grabbed the black sword with one hand and unleashed a barrage of attacks with the other. He was determined to kill the giant python while it was still inside the snake's body. Hiss! The giant python hissed in pain. Its head and body leaped dozens of meters high before it suddenly landed. It continuously hit the surface of the lake, causing waves to splash dozens of meters high. Zichen was confused by the impact, but he still held onto the black sword tightly. He could not enter the snake's abdomen, or else he would definitely be digested. The giant python's strange behavior naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. Could it be that Zichen is still alive? It's already been 15 minutes, and the giant python is still making a ruckus. It seems that Zichen is still alive. Zichen is still alive. That's great. Some people were happy, while others were sad. Many cultivators had lost their lives to the raging beasts, but Zichen, who should have died long ago, was still alive. However, this was also good. As long as Zichen was still alive, the giant python would not have the energy to kill others. At this moment, the entire lake was boiling. The giant python was like a flood dragon, its body twisting and turning. It would rise and fall from time to time, splashing endless waves. This guy is really lucky. He's still alive. On the mountain peak, Ling Chen's eyes shone with surprise. What should we do? Someone is about to rush out of the valley. Xiechio asked. Gather everyone and block the valley. Don't let anyone leave alive. Ling Chen said coldly. His figure flashed, and he flew down the mountain peak. Zichen slid down dozens of meters. Then, he saw a sparkling blue light in the pitch-black snake's abdomen. It was like a huge gemstone, appearing on top of his head. That is? Zichen's eyes lit up. This blue gemstone was still trembling, as if it was alive, and it was constantly jumping. This is the snake's gallbladder, Zichen exclaimed. It was said that snakes were different from other beasts. All of their energy essence was not in the heart, but gathered in the snake's gallbladder. The gallbladder was the snake's energy source. The snake's gallbladder trembled like a beating heart, providing the giant python with an endless supply of energy. The snake's gallbladder was dark blue, sparkling and translucent, like a huge gemstone. It was as big as a human head, flickering with a bewitching light. Zichen's heartbeat quickened. The true value of this snake's gallbladder was far greater than a gemstone of the same size. This was the innate giant python's energy source. It was something that could not be obtained in abundance. Its value was no less than a 1,000-year-old spirit herb. This is it. If I can get it, my strength will definitely break through. Moreover, I can also kill the giant python. It can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Zichen's breathing was rapid. This was not because of excitement, but because the air in the snake's abdomen was limited. At this moment, Zichen found it difficult to breathe. The snake's gallbladder was several meters above his head. Moreover, there was a strong suction force in the abdomen, and the lake water was pouring down from above. It was difficult for Zichen to jump a few meters into the air. Fight! This was his only chance of survival. Zichen had to fight. If he jumped up, Zichen would definitely be sucked into the snake's abdomen and become its food. Thus, he had no choice but to use the old method. His right hand flashed with a silver light and stabbed towards the snake meat beside him. In an instant, his entire arm entered the snake's body. Then, his left hand pulled out a long sword and stabbed forward. Zichen used the snake's body as a rock and climbed over it step by step. This method was the safest and most secure. But for the giant python, this was an indescribable pain. The giant python hissed and swam even more violently. The lake water was like a huge wave in the sea, surging up to the sky. After a quarter of an hour, Zichen finally arrived at the side of the snake's gallbladder. As his long sword flashed, some of the conjoined snake meat beside the gallbladder was directly cut off, revealing a complete gallbladder. This is it. Zichen's eyes shined and his breathing quickened. He did not have much time left. The snake's abdomen was already filled with lake water, and the air was becoming thinner and thinner. The battle outside was becoming more and more intense. Many cultivators had suffered heavy casualties. And in the snake's abdomen, Zichen opened his mouth and bit down on the snake's gallbladder. The skin of the snake's gallbladder was very tough. Zichen bit it several times, but it was bounced off. He was unable to break through its defense. I don't believe I can't bite it open. The Zhan Qi in his body was mobilized again. This time, it gathered in his mouth. Zichen's teeth became silver, and his silver teeth were like steel saws. He suddenly bit down on the snake's gallbladder. Puff! The snake's gallbladder was bitten open. Then, a bitter liquid flowed out of the gallbladder and rushed towards Zichen's mouth. The juice of the gallbladder was not comparable to elixirs or solid bear gallbladder. It was a pure liquid and the essence of energy, but it was extremely bitter. As soon as it entered his stomach, Zichen wanted to vomit it out. His stomach was also churning. Good medicine was bitter, not to mention the energy source of a Xiantian realm giant python. It was even more bitter. Zichen could only endure it and began to gulp it down. It was as if he was drinking nectar, but the bitterness on his face was even more intense. In the outside world, the throbbing python suddenly trembled and stopped moving. The lake water splashed and fell to the ground. Lin Shui had been looking at the lake. Seeing the lake calm down, her heart ached. She thought that Zichen had died. Her hopeful eyes dimmed again, and she couldn't help but cry. He has persisted for so long. Su Mingyao's eyes became red and tears came out. Everyone sighed. A genius had finally fallen. Ah, what a pity. If it wasn't for this, he could have gone further. A genius who dies early can only blame his bad luck. But before everyone's sigh had completely faded, the lake's surface was turbulent again. The giant python's entire body stood upright. In an instant, it was hundreds of meters high. It was like a stone pillar that went against the sky. The snake's hundreds of meters long body jumped out of the water. The dense scales all over its body were shining with a blue light. Its ferocious triangular head was full of pain. It hissed again and again, extremely harsh. Then, its entire body fell obliquely like a collapsed stone pillar. Boom! The lake trembled. The giant python's body splashed hundreds of meters high as it fell. The giant python hissed again. This time, it was in pain and despair. Zichen is not dead yet. What is he doing? Why is the giant python in so much pain? Is he a cockroach that can't be killed? Even Su Yin died when facing the giant python, but he is still alive. The hissing is full of despair. Could it be that Zichun has found a way to kill the giant python? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Just then, the lake surged. The giant python began to swim randomly in the lake. Its thick snake tail was like a long whip, slapping back and forth. Pa! The snake tail appeared from the lake and fell towards the valley. With a soft sound, countless stones fell and dust flew. Then, the snake tail swung again and landed on the battlefield. In an instant, several ferocious beasts and humans were sent flying. Under the great force, they died instantly. Drops of water fell from the lake like it was raining. The giant python went berserk. It fled back and forth, its head slamming into the mountain wall with a loud bang. Its cold eyes were full of pain. The snake's body kept rolling like a flood dragon, creating endless waves. It quickly swept across the battlefield and went to the bottom of the lake. It swam towards the center of the lake, creating monstrous waves wherever it passed. However, as the giant python continued to swim, its strength became weaker and weaker. Zichun was firmly fixed inside the giant python's body, gulping down the python's bile. 2/3 of the python's bile had already entered Zichun's stomach. Zichun's stomach had long since swelled up. The heavenly lightning body tempering art was running crazily. A large amount of bile was converted into energy and was absorbed by his heart. Fortunately, Zichun had an extraordinary heavenly lightning body tempering art and a mysterious heart. Otherwise, just the energy of the giant python alone would have caused his body to explode. But even so, Zichun's stomach was still round, showing signs of exploding. Moreover, as Zichun swallowed, more and more energy gathered in his body, unable to enter his meridians. Zichun felt that his stomach was about to explode. Too much energy was running amok in his body. This was Xiantian energy. It was abnormally violent and far exceeded the range that Zichun could bear. His body couldn't help but tremble. His face began to distort. The pain was no less than that of the giant python. Chapter 65. Just when Zichun felt like his stomach was about to explode, his heart suddenly trembled. Then, a strong suction force appeared. His heart seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, directly sucking in all the energy in Zichun's stomach. In just a few breaths, Zichun's bulging stomach slowly calmed down. The crisis of his body exploding was easily resolved by the trembling of his heart. At the same time, the giant python that was slapping the surface of the lake with its snake-like body also quietened down. The huge waves fell, and the sky seemed to be raining heavily, making crashing sounds. The giant python's energy source was being sucked dry by Zichun bit by bit. With a final gulp, the giant python's gallbladder was empty, without a single drop of energy. At the same time, the giant python that had been moving around also calmed down when its energy source disappeared. It floated on the surface of the lake, motionless, as if it had died. It's not moving again. What's going on? The giant python stopped moving again. Lin Shui and Su Mingyao had been paying attention to the giant python's movements. Seeing that the giant python suddenly stopped moving, their faces changed. They didn't know what was going on, but they desperately hoped that the giant python would move again. However, after waiting for a long time, the giant python still didn't move. Charge! At this time, the battle in the valley was also coming to an end. Many humans and beasts had died, and the thick smell of blood filled the valley. A group of people rushed out of the valley and rushed towards the outside. Follow them. Some people's eyes lit up. They shouted loudly and followed one after another. Many disciples rushed out like a tide. During this time, a few disciples unfortunately died under the claws of the vicious beasts, but even more disciples rushed out. Pooh! Pooh! This was a road paved with blood. It was only a few hundred meters from the valley to the entrance, but along the way, there were too many corpses. Outside the valley, Ling Qian and the other disciples had been waiting for a long time. An invisible murderous aura filled the valley. All the disciples who were fighting the martial ancestor stared at the entrance of the valley with cold eyes. When the first group of people rushed out, the murderous aura was completely revealed. A merciless killing intent seeped out. Kill! Ling Chen's expression was cold as she let out a roar. Many of the battle martial ancestors' disciples charged towards the surviving disciples of the three sects with killing intent. Ah, it's the people who fought the martial ancestor. What do you want? It's you, Ling Chen. What do you want? Our three sects are allies. Do you want to kill us? The disciples of the battle martial ancestor rushed forward. Their swords flashed, and killing intent filled the air. In an instant, severed limbs flew into the air, and cries of agony rang out continuously. Facing Ling Chen and the others, they were akin to lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Ling Chen and the others were like wolves in a flock of sheep, slaughtering them to their heart's content. An exhausted disciple of the battle martial ancestor was still laughing heartily when his fellow disciples came over. He thought he was saved, but in the next moment, this disciple raised his butcher's knife at him. Pooh! He raised his hand and brought the blade down. Blood splattered everywhere as the disciple fell to the ground in disbelief. Ling Chen, you're crazy. You even dare to kill the disciples of our sect. The faces of the other battle martial ancestor disciples changed. However, the only reply they received was a flurry of swords and sabers. No one spoke. There was only killing. They killed everyone that came out of the valley. Even if they were from their own sect, they would not let them go. After a series of attacks, the cultivators that came out of the valley suffered heavy casualties. They could only turn back and return. Ling Chen has brought people to kill us. Ling Chen has gone crazy. He wants to kill everyone. This is a scheme devised by Ling Chen. There were already cries of alarm coming from within the valley. Everyone knew what was happening outside. Zichen's previous guess had been confirmed. Ling Chen wanted to kill everyone here. At this moment, he was already waiting outside the valley. All the disciples that were lucky enough to leave the valley were killed one by one. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. They could only fight with the vicious beasts. At the same time, many eyes were looking towards Muyi and the others. After a fierce battle, everyone else had consumed a great deal of energy. On the other hand, Muyi's side had recovered a great deal. Within the valley, Muyi and the others were the ones with the most powerful combat strength. Senior Apprentice Brother Muyi, please think of a way to save us. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang Haoyan, we are fellow disciples. Please help us. Senior Apprentice Sister Su Mingyao, please save us. Ling Chen wants to kill everyone. Everyone continued to plead, but Zhang Haoyan didn't even look at them. As for Muyi, he was too lazy to care about these people. Su Mingyao was staring at the lake. She was staring at the motionless python, completely ignoring everyone else. Within the python's belly, Zichun had swallowed all the energy source of the Xiantian python. Finally, he began to transform. His heart fiercely beat. A pure and rich silver energy flowed out like a gentle tide. It surged violently, but there was no danger. It surged through his limbs and bones, and even into abdomen's blood. His body and bones, under the nourishment of this energy, began to undergo a heaven-shaking change. His blood, bones, skin, all of them began to transform. It was as if his meridians were being cleansed. Under the scouring of this silver energy, there was a constant qualitative change. Before, Zichen's body had only been comparable to a 9th-level vicious beast. But under this endless supply of energy, his body began to move closer to a 10th-level vicious beast. In an instant, this hurdle was overcome by the impact of this enormous energy. Zichen's body transformed once more. This time, it was comparable to a 10th-level vicious beast. He was just one step away from becoming a Xiantian demonic beast. At the same time, within abdomen, Zichen's true qi was also advancing towards the peak of the 8th level. Then, he broke through to the 9th level. A powerful aura surged out from Zichen's body. With a flash of silver light, Zichen appeared within the python's belly like a silver-armored war god. This was the energy of a Xiantian python. It was surging and powerful, as deep as the sea, as deep as the abyss. Even after being refined by Ling Chen's heart, the silver energy was still as vast as the sea. It wasn't strange for Zichen's body and strength to break through one after another. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have broken through to the peak of Xiantian realm in one go. The python was motionless. Zichun pulled out his black sword. The python even trembled. Then, Zichun walked forward, trembling. Without its energy source, Zichun was sure that even if the python didn't die, it would only be a relatively powerful beast. It couldn't even be considered a vicious beast. It couldn't even compare to a toothless tiger. It posed no threat to him. Zichun walked forward step by step until he reached the python's mouth. I know you can hear me. I don't want to kill you. Do you want to open your mouth? Or do you want me to do it myself? Zichun stood in the python's mouth, looking at the row of sharp teeth. He didn't feel afraid at all. His powerful strength gave him great confidence. The python trembled and slowly opened its mouth. A sentient demonic beast already had a high level of intelligence. With a tap of his foot, Zichun's body flew diagonally. Then, with a somersault in the air, he landed on the python's back. However, his body was now covered in blood and some unknown liquid. The stench of blood assailed his nostrils. It could be said that he was in an extremely sorry state. Helpless, he could only jump into the lake and wash himself. After a moment, Zichun reappeared and jumped onto the python's back. Only then did the distant sounds of fighting and the roars of vicious beasts reach his ears. This place was more than a kilometer away from the valley. Zichun looked up and saw many vicious beasts attacking the cultivators of the 3 sections. It's not over yet. I don't know if Shuer and the others are in danger. Zichun's heart trembled. He originally wanted to go pick the spirit herbs, but he was worried about his friend's safety. He could only give up on them for now. Take me to the shore, Zichun said in a deep voice. Although the sentient python had lost its energy source, it wasn't dead. It was very weak, but it had no problem swimming in the water. The python turned around in the lake and took Zichun to the valley. You've lost your strength. Don't go near the shore, lest you get killed. Wait for me here, Zichun said indifferently. Then, with a tap of his foot, his figure rose and flew towards the valley. The python was expressionless as it slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. Lin Shui and Su Mingyao had been paying attention to the changes in the lake. When they felt the python move again, their hearts jumped to their throats. Then, they saw a person standing on the python's head. Zichun, it's Zichun. He's not dead, Lin Shui said excitedly. It's him. He's really still alive. Su Mingyao's eyes were filled with tears of joy. What? Everyone was stunned and turned their heads. Then, they saw Zichun flying in the air. Their faces were filled with disbelief. What's going on? Zhang Haoyan and the others were stunned, but then their faces were filled with ecstasy. Zichun, you really didn't die? Everyone was very excited. Mui, Lu Peng, and the others were looking at Zichun with amazement, as if they could see through him. Su Yin had died in the python's mouth, but Zichun had actually survived. This was just too incredible. Lin Shui had already thrown herself into Zichun's arms. She tightly hugged Zichun, sobbing in a low voice. Su Mingyao also came forward and laid her head on Zichun's shoulder. Zichun had risked his life to save her, and this had caused great waves in the goddess' heart. With the beauty in his arms, Zichun was very happy. But this happy moment was always short-lived. At this moment, a beast roar sounded out. An 8th-level vicious beast roared as it flew towards Zichun. A strong wind whistled. The vicious beast had already opened its mouth, revealing its fangs. A tyrannical aura gushed out. Zichun sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. He pointed a finger at the vicious beast. Thunderbolt finger. Silver light shone between his fingers, and in the next moment, a bolt of lightning appeared, raging forward like a roaring dragon. Boom! The sound of thunder and lightning instantly sounded. The earth trembled, and the entire valley began to shake. The power of thunder and lightning raged, and rays of silver light appeared. The 8th-level vicious beast came quickly and retreated quickly. When it came, it was ferocious and terrifying, and when it retreated, it was completely silent and lifeless. The sound of thunder attracted the attention of everyone in the valley. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Zichun in disbelief. That's Zichun. Didn't he die? The Khanate giant python didn't kill him. Did he kill the giant python? How is that possible? What the hell? Even the Khanate Su Yin died, but Ziqian is still alive. Everyone felt their throats dry up. They couldn't believe what they saw. They looked at the lake, but there was nothing there. The lake was calm, and there was no trace of the Khanate giant python. Roar! Chapter 66. You two back off a little. Leave the rest to me. Many ferocious beasts roared and charged towards them. Ziqian smiled indifferently and signaled for the two to back off. Be careful, be careful. The two retreated, their eyes full of concern. Ziqian nodded. His eyes instantly turned cold. His level 9 Jin Qi began to surge. Streaks of silver light flowed on the surface of his body. Occasionally, an illusory lightning flashed. Swish! His feet flashed and disappeared like a ghost. In the next moment, he appeared in front of a level 8 beast. A black light flashed and the flowing light strike appeared. Puff! A beast's heart was pierced and blood spurted out. Thunderbolt finger. A bolt of lightning flew out from his finger and instantly pierced through the head of a beast. Boom! Ziqian clenched his fists. His qi and blood surged like a rampaging Class 10 vicious beast. With a single punch, a Class 9 vicious beast's skull was shattered. Its body fell to the ground with a loud thud, dead on the spot. Puff! The sword light flashed and the flowing light sword appeared. It pierced the vital part of a beast at extreme speed. In just a few short attacks, several powerful beasts were annihilated. Each of them was a one-hit kill. In his prime, Ziqian was not afraid of being besieged. He was more like a level 10 beast. What a powerful fighting strength. That's level 9 Jin Qi. He actually broke through. What kind of luck is this? Not only did he not die, he even broke through. Everyone was dumbstruck. They now had a deeper understanding of Ziqian's powerful combat strength. Regardless of whether it was the powerful flowing light sword or the power of lightning, they were all extremely shocked. Ziqian's body emitted a thick smell of blood. An austere killing intent filled the surrounding few meters. The blood of the beasts on the ground had already formed a small river. The powerful attack and the awe-inspiring killing intent had already frightened the other beasts. They hurriedly retreated and fled. After a few breaths, no more beasts approached Ziqian. Senior brother Ziqian is so powerful. Senior brother Ziqian, you are our idol. The Nimbus martial ancestor is wonderful because of you. Senior brother Ziqian, save us. Seeing Ziqian running away, everyone was dumbfounded. Then, some of the quick-witted disciples shouted again and again. Some of the disciples even started walking towards Ziqian. Humph! Ziqian coldly snorted, his cold eyes sweeping over the smiling disciples before he turned and walked towards Zhang Haoyan and the others. Impressive. He actually broke through. Impressive. Zhang Haoyan laughed. You sure are tenacious. Even a Xintian python cannot kill you. You really are a cockroach. Miao Kong sent a punch towards Ziqian's chest. Ziqian, you've really made us have a whole new level of respect for you. LV Pong, Muyi and the others also sighed. When Ziqian arrived, the rich smell of blood had intimidated many of the beasts. The beasts that were besieging Muyi and the others turned and fled, as if they were very afraid of Ziqian. Seeing your divine might, the beasts ran away as soon as they saw you. Lin Shui joked. She tightly held onto Ziqian's hand, not letting go. She was the happiest person that Ziqian hadn't died. How is it? Did Ling Qian and the others appear? Ziqian asked. The appearance of the beasts was obviously part of Ling Qian's plot. That was why Ziqian asked this question. They came out. They are outside, guarding the valley. They killed everyone that went out. So far, many of the disciples that rushed out have been killed by them, Muyi coldly said. As he spoke of Ling Qian, his expression became gloomy. Oh, are there many people? Quite a few, Muyi said. Ziqian hesitated for a moment and said, Then you should quickly recover from your injuries. I will protect you. Muyi and the others nodded. However, at this time, Su Mingyao suddenly exclaimed, Ziqian, look at them. They are all riding rafts. It seems they want to enter the lake to pick the Millennium Elixirs. Ziqian turned his head and saw more than a dozen disciples jump onto the rafts. His nose was crooked with anger. This group of people was really good at scheming. When they saw him appear, they thought that the Sciention python had been killed. But now, they had their eyes on the Millennium Elixirs. These people are really shameless, Lin Shui angrily said. Zichun, is the Sciention python dead? LV Peng suddenly asked. Zichun shook his head and said, no, it just lost its fighting strength. It is no different from dying. Then you mean, anyone can take the Millennium Elixirs? Yes. Zichun nodded. Then why haven't you gone yet? LV Peng suddenly glared and shouted, but you guys, Zichun said hesitantly. We can still hold on for a while. You risked your life to kill the Sciention python. Only you can have the Millennium Elixirs. Hurry up and go. LV Peng said. The others also nodded at Zichun, their eyes full of encouragement. Well, Zichun, will remember this kindness. Zichun finished speaking and directly turned around and rushed towards the lake. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Zichun and stopped him. Senior brother Zichun, don't be too greedy. You've killed the 10 inner disciples, killed the Khanate giant python, and made a breakthrough in your strength. Don't tell me you still want to snatch the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb? This was a disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor. His strength was at the 9th level of the true Qi realm. He had been hiding in the back and occasionally fought, so he was not injured. Senior brother Zichun, be content with what you have. Aren't you being too greedy? Another Nimbus martial ancestor disciple appeared. This person was also at the 9th level of the true Qi realm. You guys are really shameless. Zichun killed the Sciention python. The Millennium Elixirs are his. If you want to take it, why didn't you do it earlier? Behind them, Su Mengyao was furious and directly rebuked. Junior sister, you're wrong. Zichun killed the 10 inner disciples and has already violated the sex taboo. When we return, the elders will naturally punish him. Senior brother Qinfeng will also do things impartially. As for junior sister, you should think carefully about which side to stand on. Following him will only bring you trouble. One of the disciples said, Zichun, if you let go of the Millennium Elixirs, we can forget about you killing the 10 inner disciples. When we return, we will even put in a few good words for you in front of senior brother Qinfeng. When the time comes, following senior brother Qinfeng, you will have endless resources. That's right. Don't ruin your future for a Millennium Elixirs. You must not make a mistake. The two said righteously. Zichun was so angry that he laughed. He had a certain understanding of the shamelessness of the two. Suppressing his anger, he said, Are you guys done? We're done. Think about it carefully. The two said, No need. I've already thought about it. Zichun's eyes flashed with a cold light. What? Zichun, you still want to kill us? You've already killed the 10 inner disciples and broken the rules of the Nimbus martial ancestor. If you kill us too, even if you have 10 lives, it won't be enough. Unless you stay in the spiritual herbal garden for the rest of your life. The two threatened. You guys are shameless. Behind them, Lin Shui scolded angrily. Zichun had also reached the limit of his patience. Did I say I'm going to kill you guys? Haha, that's right. Going against us is going against senior brother Qinfeng. That's the same as going against the Nimbus martial ancestor. Zichun, you're very smart. We have high hopes for you. The two laughed. However, at that moment, Zichun moved. The misty steps appeared under his feet, and like a phantom, he flashed in front of the two people. Immediately after, Zichun attacked with lightning speed towards the two people's Danyan. Pooh! Pooh! 2 sounds of air breaking were heard. The two's abdomen were instantly crippled. The furious Zichun's attack was very decisive and clean. You actually crippled me. I want you to die. Zichun, you'll die a horrible death. The two's faces were pale as they looked at Zichun in disbelief. They clearly didn't expect Zichun's temper to be so bad. He actually attacked them without hesitation and crippled them with one attack. Scum like you guys don't deserve to live in this world. Not to mention, you guys even had designs on me. Zichun sneered. Carrying the two, he suddenly soared into the air and flew towards the lake. Seeing Zichun's decisiveness, the people around them also retreated. Their eyes were filled with fear. Obviously, They had the same idea as the two before and wanted to talk to Zichun. Giant Python, I'm here to deliver you food. Quickly show yourself. While they were still in the air, Zichun shouted loudly and threw the two of them down. With two loud splashes, the two of them fell into the lake. Immediately after, a huge creature with a green glow appeared. It opened its huge mouth, and with two cracking sounds, the two disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor screamed miserably. In an instant, their bodies were bitten into pieces. Without a sound, they were swallowed by the giant python. After making a mistake once, the giant python would definitely not make the same mistake twice. Therefore, it was bound to bite its prey to death before swallowing them. The giant python's body appeared. Zichun's figure landed steadily on the python's head. He said, "Take me to the elixir." "Ah, it's the giant python. It's not dead yet? Isn't it dead? How can this Zichun command a Xiantian stage giant python?" On the bamboo raft, after seeing the giant python, the disciples exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with fear and shock. Fortunately, Zichun didn't let the giant python attack them. However, there were still many disciples who turned back on the raft. They no longer hoped to obtain the Millennium Elixir. This Zichun is really not ordinary. Seeing this scene, the people in the valley all gasped. They looked at Zichun with fear in their eyes. Because of Zichun's appearance, he had killed a few ferocious beasts. Many of the ferocious beasts were panicking and were running out of the valley. This made the pressure on the cultivators lessen a lot. At that moment, they had the time to fight over the spiritual medicines. However, there were still battles happening everywhere. After losing its battle power, the giant python turned from a demonic beast to a ferocious beast. However, its speed in the water was still very fast. It was far faster than a bamboo raft. Under the lead of the giant python, Zichun flew in a straight line. "Stop him! Stop him!" On the surface of the lake, many disciples were crying out in shock, but no one dared to move. The giant python beneath Zichun was too shocking. No one knew that it had already lost all of its battle strength. Swoosh! However, Zichun's departure was too late. There was still a disciple who rushed to the top of the rock and arrived in front of the water spirit flower. "Stop!" Zichun shouted. He pointed at the head of the giant python and flew towards the water spirit flower. Zichun's original intention was to land on the rock and compete with this stranger for the water spirit flower. However, he didn't expect that when he was flying, the stranger suddenly turned around and smiled at Zichun. He pointed his body, and in an instant, a burst of level 10 Zhan Qi erupted. A violent aura mixed with a powerful battle skill attacked Zichun. Boom! Catching Zichun off guard, this disciple who had been hiding for a long time finally showed his might. He punched Zichun's chest, causing Zichun, who had just leaped into the air, to fall back down. Chapter 67. 10th level Zhan Qi. Where did this 10th level Zhan Qi come from? Who the hell is this guy? When did such a person appear in the Nimbus martial ancestor? Weren't there only 10 inner disciples? In the valley, Muyi and the others exclaimed. Obviously, even they did not see through the opponent's concealment technique. Lin Shui and Su Mingyao were also in disbelief. The opponent had been hiding all this time, but now he suddenly attacked. Everyone was worried for Zichun. Zichun was hit in the chest and fell towards the lake. Just as he was about to fall into the lake, the giant python swam and caught Zichun. Zichun landed on its back. Xiantian demonic beasts had high intelligence and were very smart. It knew that among the humans, only Zichun did not want to kill it, so it helped him a little. Zichun's chest heaved up and down. After standing up from the snake's back, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Even with his strong physique, he was still injured. "Humph, you want to fight with me? You're still too inexperienced." The young man slowly descended and sneered. Under Zichun's gaze, he took away the water spirit flower. "What, you're not convinced? After being hit by my fist, how much strength do you have left?" The young man sneered. Zichun did not say a word. If the attack had hit somewhere else, Zichun would have been seriously injured. However, with the mysterious heart, Zichun was only slightly injured. The blood he spat out was only because his blood was in turmoil. Young man, you're still naive. Showing off your little strength is simply courting death. You killed one of the inner disciples. How dare you? Wait until you go back and accept your punishment. I believe that Brother Qinfeng will be very interested in the matter of you killing a fellow disciple. The young man sneered, his face full of ridicule. He was like an elder teaching a junior. After a few breaths, Zichen's injuries were healed. He coldly looked at the young man and said, "Are you done farting?" "What did you say?" The young man's mocking expression suddenly became gloomy. I said, "Are you done farting? If you are, then obediently take out the elixir and I'll leave your corpse intact." Zichun coldly said, "Shameless boasting." The young man was furious. "Come and take it if you have the ability." "As you wish." Zichun tapped his foot and shot forward like an arrow. His speed was extremely fast, and he did not seem to be injured at all. "What? You're not injured?" The young man's face suddenly changed. He had seen Zichen's powerful combat strength before, and he knew that Zichen was no weaker than him. He had only dared to be so arrogant because he had injured Zichen with a sneak attack. However, he did not expect Zichen's body to be so strong that he was not injured at all. "Good kid. I underestimated you. I did not expect your physique to be so strong," the young man coldly said. His stage Tinjin Chi surged. This was the 11th stage Tinjin Chi warrior from Nimbus martial ancestor. However, he had always been in a hidden state. Because of Qinfeng, there were not many stage Tinjin Chi warriors who could enter the spirit herbal garden. There are more things that you can't imagine. Zichen had already landed on top of the rock. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched forward. The wind whistled and the chi surged. The two attacks instantly collided. Bang! After one attack, Zichen did not move at all. On the other hand, the young man had already taken a few steps back. His face had become extremely pale. "Trash like you dares to be so arrogant," Zichen coldly sneered. To be able to test out the opponent's strength with one attack, he was simply a piece of trash. His feet tapped on the ground, and his body had already moved forward, throwing out a few more punches. The two figures fell into the water. However, at this moment, the Xiantian giant python appeared again and caught the two falling figures. Bang! Zichen threw out another punch, and the young man was pushed back again and again on the snake's body. At this moment, the young man's face was bruised and swollen. He finally realized how big the gap between the two was. He thought that his strength was very strong and was almost on par with Zichen. But when they really fought, he finally realized how big the gap was. You don't know your own strength, and you still dare to teach others a lesson. What a shameless boast. Zichen punched the young man back. You are also one of Qinfeng's people, right? You really don't know what's good for you. Walking on the snake's body, Zichen stepped towards the young man. Crack! The young man's arm was broken by Zichen, and he screamed in pain. "Do you know why I didn't use Thunderbolt Finger? Because I'm afraid that if I kill you, you'll ruin my spirit medicine. With your strength, you think you're worthy of fighting me? Trash?" Zichen kicked down again. He was very displeased with the young man's sneak attack from before. Crack! Another arm was broken by Zichen's powerful stomp. The young man screamed again and again. His face was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with fear. He begged for mercy. "Zichen, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I can give you this spirit medicine, and I promise I won't tell Qinfeng about what happened here." This spirit medicine was originally mine. Zichen reached into the young man's chest and took out the water spirit flower. The water spirit flower was sparkling and translucent, like a blue wave. Under the sunlight, it emitted a dazzling light. The fragrance of the flower filled one's nose, making one feel refreshed. It took 1,000 years to bloom and 1,000 years to bloom. It was a rare spirit medicine. Looking at it from a close distance, Zichen noticed that the flower was already showing signs of withering, which meant that it had been blooming for almost 1,000 years. Once it withered, it would grow into a water spirit fruit, which would ripen after 1,000 years. This spirit medicine is almost 2,000 years old. Zichen's eyes shone. This was a rare treasure. I have given you the spirit medicine. Can you let me go now? After I get out, I promise I won't tell anyone about the 10 inner disciples. The young man said while enduring the pain. Zichun put away the spirit medicine and said coldly, "This spirit medicine was originally mine. As for your life, I can spare you, but I don't know if you can make it back alive. As long as you don't kill me, I can." The young man was extremely confident, but in his heart, he was thinking about how to accuse Zichun when he got back. However, before he could finish his words, he felt a gust of wind blowing towards him. The waves surged, and a bloody mouth appeared in front of him. With a snap, the sharp teeth of the giant python had bitten through the defenseless young man's body. Then, the young man was directly swallowed by the giant python. At this time, there was only one man, one snake, and many messy wooden rafts on the vast lake. As for the others, after seeing the giant python, most of them had retreated. The remaining half saw Zichun and the young man fighting and retreated. "Let's go." Zichun stood on the giant python's head. The giant python was very obedient, and Zichun was very satisfied. To be honest, the python had saved their lives by killing Su Yin, and he had devoured its energy source. Since the giant python was not dead, Zichun did not want to kill it. The giant python brought Zichun back to the lake, but its eyes were staring at Zichun's chest, full of reluctance and longing. "This thing is useful to you?" Zichun took out the water spirit flower. The giant python was very excited and nodded. However, it suddenly realized something and hurriedly shook its head. Its body slowly retreated, and its eyes were full of fear. "This time, you helped me kill a big enemy. I have to thank you, so I won't kill you. As for the water spirit flower, it is very useful to me, so I can't give it all to you. I will give you 2 petals. I hope you can recover your strength," Zichun said indifferently, and then he plucked 2 petals from the water spirit flower. The petals were crystal clear, and as soon as they left the water spirit flower, they turned into crystal clear liquid. They were like solid water droplets that did not disperse and contained an extremely rich spiritual energy. Under the sunlight, the droplets were like pearls, dazzling and dazzling. As Zichun pointed his finger, these small pearls flew towards the giant python. In endless gratitude, the giant python swallowed the 2 petals of the water spirit flower, and its body disappeared into the lake. Zichun turned around and left in a carefree manner. In the distance, there were extremely jealous and envious gazes. The battle in the valley was nearing its end. The ferocious beasts were either dead or running away, leaving only a ground full of corpses. There were humans and ferocious beasts. As for Miao Kong and Zhang Haoyin, they were running between the corpses, either collecting spiritual herbs or contribution points. Miao Kong relied on his light body technique to move nimbly, and no one could compete with him. As for Zhang Haoyin, he was even more direct. Whoever tried to snatch from him would be knocked down with a punch. It was simple, direct, and violent. Seeing this scene, Zichun wanted to say something, but Zhang Haoyin, who had returned, said, "They deserve to die. There is no need to worry. As for these things, it would be a waste not to take them." Zichun did not have a good impression of these people. It was fine if they did not help him, but instead, they spoke rudely and put on a righteous and hateful appearance. "Senior brother Zichun, what should we do next?" After everyone cleaned up the battlefield, a disciple walked towards Zichun. "Ling Chun is outside. We should think of a way to leave." Before Zichun could speak, the incomparably cold Zhang Haoyin, who abhorred evil, shouted angrily, "Who wants to talk to you? Get lost." "Senior brother Zhang, this is your fault. We are in the same boat now. We should help each other." "That's right. We can't be too selfish. Ling Chun is outside. We should work together. We can't have internal strife." Everyone chimed in one after another. "Now you know how to work together. What were you doing before? You bunch of inhumane people, get lost." Zhang Haoyin was so angry that he laughed and scolded again and again. "Senior brother Zhang, this is your fault. We admit that we didn't think things through before, but we can't interfere. After all, it is a matter of the same sect." "That's right. The Nimbus martial ancestor has a rule that no one can interfere with internal strife." "That's right. Besides, half a year's time will be up soon. We still have to return to the sect. After all, that is our world. A disciple's words had a hidden meaning. As long as senior brother brings us out, we will naturally be grateful to senior brother. We won't say anything when we return. Today, senior brother Zichun showed his prowess. When he returns to the sect in the future, he will definitely be groomed. We don't know anything else, but we can create momentum for senior brother. We can spread his prowess today and let all the Nimbus martial ancestor disciples worship senior brother Ling Chun. Someone even started to threaten Zhang Haoyin. In the past, I thought that human nature was beautiful. I didn't expect to see so many shameless people in less than a day. Zichun, let's go. Su Mingyao, who had been silent all this while, couldn't bear it anymore. She pulled Zichun and walked out of the valley. Chapter 68. With a flash of sword light, a head flew into the air. I hate being threatened, Zichun coldly said as he retracted his sword without a single drop of blood. Then, he walked out of the valley. Mui and the others' injuries had already healed by 70% or 80%. The rest needed to be carefully treated. Seeing the headless corpse spurting out blood, everyone shut their mouths. The valley was silent, and no one dared to speak out of turn. What a bunch of idiots. You want to rely on others, but you're still so reasonable. Threats? You don't even have a brain. How can such people live until now? Miao Kong disdainfully curled his lips and turned to leave. I'm still too soft-hearted. How can we just kill one of these people? We should kill them all and not leave a single one alive. Let them remember this lesson. If there is a next life, they should grow a brain and not be such idiots. Zhang Haoyin sighed and turned to leave, but his words made everyone tremble in fear. They thought that they had met a fiend. Killing one wasn't enough. He wanted to kill them all. Let's just follow behind senior apprentice brother Zichun. You Nimbus martial ancestor people are really brainless. In this situation, you can't even tell the situation. Don't you know who's strong and who's weak? You actually use threats. A bunch of brainless people. How could we have listened to their words and not helped senior apprentice brother Zichun? That Su Yin is a madman. We should have killed him. That's right. It's all their fault for coming up with such a bad idea. The other disciples also left the valley. A bunch of trash. What do you know? What do you mean you can't tell the situation? Zichun has nothing in the sect, and he killed so many of senior apprentice brother Qinfeng's people. He's dead for sure. What's the point of fawning over a dead man? If word of this reaches senior apprentice brother Qinfeng's ears, he'll punish us. That's right. Let him open a path for us. Let's give him some light and warmth in the last moments of his life. It's better if he doesn't go with us. Everyone be careful. When Zichun and Ling Chun are both injured, we'll take the opportunity to kill our way out. As the crowd left, some Nimbus martial ancestor disciples whispered and followed behind. Outside of the valley, the disciples of the battle martial ancestor were lined up in a row. They were filled with murderous intent. In front of them was a bloody road created by humans and ferocious beasts. Blood flowed like a river, filling the air with the smell of blood. The appearance of Zichun with a group of people gave Ling Chen a fright. Zichun, it's you. You're not dead yet? Ling Chen exclaimed. How is that possible? Weren't you eaten by the giant python? Will I die if I eat it? Zichun sneered. Looks like you've been here all this time. You must have been watching from the top of the mountain, right? You're lucky, but you'll definitely die today. We'll only know after we fight. Fought before? Do you think you can break through our defensive line with just the few of you? Let me tell you, today I, Ling Chun, will take charge. No matter how many people come, they'll all die. Ling Chen disdainfully curled his lips, full of confidence. Beside him was a group of disciples filled with murderous intent. As for Zichun, other than Muyi and the other disciples were standing far away at the entrance of the valley. It seemed like they didn't want to fight, but wanted to take advantage of the situation when Zichun was fighting to take advantage of the situation. Look at those people behind you. They're trash. How can such people have any fighting strength? Ling Chun disdainfully mocked. They're not my people. I don't need their help to deal with you. Zichun's eyes flashed with a cold light. Moreover, My goal is not to break through your defensive line, but to kill all of you. Shameless boasting. Ling Chen shouted. Junior brothers, what do you say? Kill, kill, kill. Deafening shouts sounded out. They were very orderly, very loud, and represented the determination to kill. They were all well-trained cultivators, and their goal here was to kill. This was a conspiracy that had been planned for decades. Haha, shouting loudly doesn't mean you're strong. Zichun sneered. He turned to the people next to him and asked, there may be a fierce battle, maybe a life or death battle. Are you ready? Don't worry, Zichun. After the previous battle, we're already brothers. You don't need to be so polite with your brothers. Mui laughed. That's right. If we're lucky enough to survive, when we get out, we'll drink and have a good time. Liang Guang also laughed. Zichen, I can't compare to you in killing vicious beasts, but when it comes to killing people, maybe you're not as strong as me. Lu Peng smiled indifferently, very free and easy. Humph, I can't live under the same sky with them. One side will fall. Zhang Haoyan said coldly. I'll try my best. Miao Kong shrugged. After that, the other injured 10th level true energy disciples were also very free and easy. The Xian martial ancestor had 11 10th level disciples, and now only 6 were left. 5 had already died. I'm not afraid. Lin Shui and Su Mingyao were also anxious to show their attitude. Zichen laughed. You guys be careful, don't be too far away from me. Have you said your last words? Ling Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. She said coldly, then die, kill, kill. With a roar that shook the sky, many Xian martial ancestor disciples rushed forward with killing intent. Boundless Zhun Qi stirred up the Ling Qi in the surroundings. Kill. Zichun yelled and rushed forward first. He held the black sword tightly in his hand. Su Mingyao and Shui Lin followed on his left and right. The three of them formed a triangle and stabbed forward. Poof! The black sword flashed and a ray of light appeared. A bloodline flew and a head flew. Boom! Thunder exploded. The thunderbolt finger had already been launched, carrying a terrifying power of thunder. Kill. This was a matter of life and death. Su Mingyao and Lin Shui no longer hesitated. The two of them used their powerful battle skills, Spirit Snake Dance and Thousand Phantom Palm. Pa! The long whip flashed like a spirit snake and directly hit a cultivator's throat. Swoosh! The spirit snake danced and instantly pierced a disciple's heart. Su Mingyao had started a massacre today, and it was a killing spree. Every move was ruthless and vicious. The spirit snake whip in her hand seemed to come alive, cold and vicious, carrying a boundless killing intent. One cultivator after another fell down. In the short battle, several cultivators had died at Lin Shui's hands. She had comprehended the Thousand Phantom Palm and was at the 8th level of Jinqi. Lin Shui could not be underestimated. Her beautiful face was not a pure flower vase. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her posture was elegant. Thousands of palm prints filled the sky. As the palm prints fell, cultivators fell down one by one. Sky Tyrant Fist. Zhang Haoyan was as cold as before. He used the strongest battle skill of the Xian martial ancestor, carrying a domineering aura. Every time he attacked, a disciple would be sent flying. Mui and the others were also ruthless. In the blink of an eye, they had killed several people. This was a life and death battle. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Therefore, if they could kill in one strike, they would not attack a second time. Swoosh! LV Peng took out a bag of medicinal powder and sprinkled it in front of him. In an instant, a pervasive fragrance spread out. The cultivators who smelled it first fell down. Putong, putong. Several cultivators fell to the ground. Kill. LV Peng grabbed a long sword from somewhere and instantly attacked the cultivators who fell to the ground. The sword light flashed, and the cultivators fell silent. The people led by Zichun were all powerful existences. They could kill cultivators of the same level in seconds. But at this moment, there were too many people here. When one group died, another group would appear. They were like locusts, not afraid of death at all. These cultivators were well trained and did not fear death. Moreover, there were many of them, far exceeding the expectations of Zichun and the others. In the valley, there were nearly 100 disciples of the three sects gathered together. At this moment, they were anxiously watching the battle at the valley entrance. They were waiting for Zichun and the others to open a gap so that they could take the opportunity to escape. Haha, Zichun, today you will definitely die. All of you will die. Lingchen laughed. He looked at the people waiting for an opportunity in the valley, his eyes full of disdain. He did not participate in the battle because he was the commander. There was no need for him to participate in the current battle. Ling Fei was in front of Ling Chun. His eyes were full of hatred as he looked at Zichun and Zhang Haoyin. He was thinking that even if they died, he would give them a final blow. The battle was very fierce. Broken limbs flew everywhere. Every time Zichun attacked, one or several people would fall. Endless blood splattered everywhere. He had long been dyed red with blood. His killing intent surged, and his vigorous blood chi soared to the sky. He was like a 10th-level vicious beast. He did not bother to defend and directly killed his way forward. Everywhere he went, he left a bloody path filled with corpses. Ling Chun, die. Zichun's killing intent was boundless. He directly pointed at Ling Chen. He knew the principle of killing the leader first. At this moment, only by killing Ling Chun could this battle end. Behind Zichun, Su Mingyao and Xue Lin followed closely behind like his left and right hands. The two were tall, graceful, and extremely agile. At this moment, they were on a killing spree. Their beautiful faces were full of frost, and many blood plums had already appeared on their white clothes. With Zichun as the leader, the three of them formed a sharp cone and directly tore apart the line of defense of the martial ancestors' disciples. As for Mui and the others, they were already injured. Although they could barely keep up, they were already injured. However, their attacks were still fierce and ruthless.
Surround them.
Ling Chun calmly commanded. Zichun killed many people, but he had more people. Many of the cultivators stepped forward again, surrounding Zichun. Their killing intent soared, and the light of their swords flashed. At the edge of the valley, the battle was very fierce. Damn it! Why are these people so stupid? After so long, they still can't open up a path of blood. Are we going to wait here for so many of us? That's right. This Zichun was so arrogant before, but now he's scared of the martial ancestors' disciples. The ones who spoke were the Nimbus martial ancestors' disciples. Although they were from the same sect, they did not like Zichun. At this moment, they were standing behind the crowd, mocking and ridiculing him. Going back means death. It's better for him to open up a path of blood for us so that we can go back. It's also a contribution to the Nimbus martial ancestor. That's right. He killed so many of Senior Brother Chen Feng's people. He won't be able to live. At least in the last moments of his life, he can send us out. The Nimbus martial ancestors' disciples discussed animatedly. It was obvious that Zichun's popularity was not good. These Nimbus martial ancestors people are King trash. Senior Brother Zichun is fighting for his life in front of us. It's fine if you don't help, but you still dare to make sarcastic remarks. How can you live in this world? Why don't you King kill yourselves?
At the side, a burly man could not help but curse.
What do you mean? A Nimbus martial ancestor's disciple glared at the burly man. P.S. Begging for flowers, begging for collection? By the way, times have changed. Almost everyone has a mobile phone, and there are more and more scammers. Today, I received a call from a scammer. His tone was so polite that he wanted to treat you like his father and grandfather. Once you exposed him, he immediately changed his attitude and insulted you before hanging up. Chapter 69. I say, why don't you King kill yourselves? Why is the Nimbus martial ancestor here? You bunch of trash. The burly man glanced at them with disdain, then turned to the Xian martial ancestor and shouted, Disciples of the Xian martial ancestor, our senior brothers are fighting right now. Are we going to be like the bastards of the Nimbus martial ancestor, gossiping about our senior brothers behind their backs and hoping for our senior brothers to die? No way. As soon as the burly man finished speaking, a few of the disciples shouted. They obviously had the intention to fight long ago, but they were still hesitating. They were just waiting for a leader to appear. Now that the burly man had spoken, their fighting spirit rose. All right, since you are not the trash of the Nimbus martial ancestor, then follow me and kill our way out. The burly man shouted again. However, at this moment, someone pulled him back. What are you doing? Do you want to be the first one to die? Do you want to die? Wait until the martial ancestors' people are exhausted before you go out. The burly man turned his head and pointed at the other person's nose. Bullshit. I was going to deal with Su Yin before, but you bunch of sons of bitches stopped me. Now you are talking nonsense. When I get back to the sect, I will definitely report to the elders. I will kill trash like you first, regardless of the lives of my fellow brothers. Brothers, those who are not afraid of death are not sons of bitches. Follow me and kill our senior brothers. Kill those treacherous bastards of the martial ancestor. The burly man pulled out his weapon and rushed out of the crowd towards the battle outside the valley. Kill. I am not a son of bitch. After the first person, there was a second. Another disciple of the Xian martial ancestor rushed out. Go. Junior brothers, don't embarrass our Xian martial ancestor. A third disciple also rushed out. Ling Qin doesn't care about our lives. She wants to kill us all. Disciples of the Zhan martial ancestor, follow me and kill our way out. The disciples of the martial ancestor who were lucky enough to survive also rushed out. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, more and more people rushed towards the battle. At this moment, their bloodthirst was finally ignited. Senior brother Zichun, I am coming. Finally, some disciples of the spirit martial sect also rushed out. However, relatively speaking, there were fewer of them. There were only a few of them, but they were all hot-blooded people. Now that they had made their move, it meant that they had chosen to follow Zichun and go against Qinfeng. The disciples' bloodthirst was ignited, and they all joined the battle. Blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs flew everywhere. Cultivators fell one after another. There was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. The defensive line formed by the combat martial ancestor sect was finally shattered, leaving a huge gap. Senior brother Zichun, let's go. Senior brother Muyi, let's go. S go 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 goat. I gozes of you. Of ts go leave a single one of them. Ts leave. You can go. Muyi, LV Pong, and the others also said. If senior brother doesn't leave, then we won't leave either. Once their blood had been ignited, it was naturally impossible to retreat quickly, so everyone chose to fight side by side. Idiot, if you don't leave now, when will you? What a bunch of fools. The defensive line has already been torn apart. Let's leave quickly and get away from here. Charge. Kill our way out. Let's carve out a bloody path. Brothers, charge. Now that the defensive line had been torn apart, the disciples who had been waiting to see what would happen finally grasped this opportunity. Their morale soared, and they roared as they charged at the defensive line. How shameless. This bunch of trash. We worked so hard to tear open the defensive line, but they want to rush out. The disciples were sullen, but since Zichun and the others didn't want to leave, they didn't want to leave either. At this moment, all their sullenness turned into battle strength. One by one, the battle martial ancestor's disciples fell in front of the crowd. Led by the Nimbus martial ancestor, the disciples rushed out of the defensive line with fighting spirit. However, in an instant, they were met with a powerful attack from the battle martial ancestor's disciples led by Ling Chun and assisted by Xiechio. With the flashing of swords and sabers, the gap was instantly filled up. The previous disciples all retreated. Of the dozens of people who had rushed out, half of them had been killed. Only the other half had returned. Damn it, this Ling Chun is so despicable. We were prepared for this. Zichun isn't a good person either. He actually didn't rush out. He should have expected this. How despicable. He's blatantly trying to harm others. He's really vicious. Zichun, I'll remember this. Just you wait. Everyone turned back with anger in their hearts. They all muttered in low voices as they retreated back into the valley. Kill. With the addition of Ling Chun, although the battle had changed, the general direction of the battle remained the same. Zichun raised his butcher's knife and charged out of the crowd with Su Mingyao and Lin Shui. Zichun, prepare to die. Xiechio suddenly exploded. His surging energy surged as he struck out with a violent attack. Zichun's body was covered in a silver light, surrounded by streaks of lightning. With a shift of his feet, the ethereal steps appeared. The black sword in his hand drew a silver light as he rushed forward. In the midst of this endless slaughter, Zichun's attack perfectly combined the ethereal steps and the lightstream sword. It had become a fusion battle technique. This attack was like a lightning bolt. The silver light was like a stream of light, yet also like a lightning bolt. It arrived in the blink of an eye. Puff! The longsword drew a silver light, and Zichun had already appeared behind Xiechio. The latter's pupils dilated as a cut appeared on his neck. The surging energy around him silently dissipated. Gulp! Xiechio's head rolled down as blood spurted out. The second disciple of the battle martial ancestor had died. If the battle martial ancestor's disciples were indifferent to the deaths of so many disciples, then the death of the second disciple, Xiechio, was too shocking. Furthermore, it was a one-hit kill. At this moment, the disciples of the battle martial ancestor who had made up their minds were shaken. Kill. At the same time, Zhang Haoyin and the rest had also killed a few of the more powerful disciples. The miserable screams made one's hair stand on end. Kill. Kill everyone. Don't retreat. Ling Chun shouted. Their backbone was still there. Ling Chun. Zichun roared as he rushed toward Ling Chun. Along the way, he killed one disciple after another. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. Surging energy swirled around them, and explosions sounded out continuously. Around the two of them, an energy storm was formed. No one dared to move forward. Thunderbolt finger. A thunderbolt suddenly appeared. It was like a thunder dragon roaring, bringing with it a terrifying might. Heavenly tyrant fist. Ling Chun also knew this powerful move. Her fists were extremely fierce. Boom! A loud explosion sounded out as boundless energy surged out. The energy around the two of them started to weaken after going berserk. Everyone could see a resplendent silver light shooting towards Ling Chun with the speed of light and a sharp sword intent. Man and sword is one. Man and sword is one. The fusion battle technique appeared again. The silver light flashed, and everything came to an end. The boundless energy dissipated, and the dust settled. Zichun arrived behind Ling Chun. The latter was motionless. His eyes were filled with astonishment, and there was an obvious red mark on his neck. The battle had stopped, and everyone was looking at Zichun and Ling Chun, paying close attention to their every move. Pung! Ling Chun's eyes brightened. His body fell backward. In the end, he did not manage to block Zichun's powerful attack. Senior brother Ling Chun? How is this possible, senior brother Ling Chun? Ling Chun was already dead. Now, it was time to beat the dog while it was down. Ling Fei, since you schemed against me, today will be the day you die. Ling Fei's legs had not recovered for long before they were broken by Zhang Haoyin again. Kacha! Kacha! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Zhang Haoyin was venting his dissatisfaction. Finally, under Ling Fei's continuous begging, he finished him off. After that, Qin Shi, Tai Kai, and the rest did not escape. They all died in Zhang Haoyin's hands. After the defeat of the martial ancestor, the disciples fled. Everyone chased after them. Apart from the fact that they deserved it, they were more of a burden. Previously, when the beasts arrived at the valley, the spiritual herbs they were guarding were taken away by the battle martial ancestor's disciples. All the rewards were in their bags. Zichun took away Ling Chun and Xiechio's bags. Although there weren't any 1,000-year-old herbs, there were plenty of herbs that were more than 500 years old. This time, many disciples of the three sects had died. Everyone had gained a lot. Among them, Zichun's contribution points had already exceeded 3 digits. More than 1,000 contribution points could be exchanged for more than 500 true Qi Dawn. This was an extremely frightening number. The others had also gained a lot. In the midst of the chaos, the other disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor also took advantage of the chaos to escape. They were not idiots. Zichun had killed Ling Chun and was very strong. It was very likely that he would kill them instead. After all, they had spoken rudely before. Most importantly, They were Chunfeng's people. When the spiritual herbal garden opened this time, not all the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor had come. This had a lot to do with Qinfeng. He had sent out 11 true Qi stage 10 disciples with the intention of killing Zichun. However, he never expected that all of them would be killed by Zichen. At this time, although Zichen was only at true Qi stage 9, his combat strength was enough to earn him the title of the strongest person under the Xiantian realm. Time passed quickly. It was not long before the spiritual herbal garden closed. Zichun had gained a lot. He was swallowing stalk after stalk of spiritual herbs to increase his combat strength. After seeing Su Yan's combat strength, Zichen knew that there was a big gap between him and Qinfeng. Therefore, he could only work hard and cultivate. Stalk after stalk of spiritual herbs disappeared in front of Zichen. They were refined by him and stabilized his cultivation. At the same time, after reaching true Qi stage 9, Zichen found that his body had become like an ocean. If he wanted to break through again, he would have to fill the entire ocean. The amount of energy required was almost indescribable. 100-year spiritual herbs were no longer of any use. Spiritual herbs that were more than 500 years old only had a little bit of effect. Zichen's cultivation speed became very slow. Another morning, when the scheduled half-year time limit had arrived, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the spiritual herbal garden. The heaven and earth trembled as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. One by one, black cracks appeared in the spiritual herbal garden. This is the exit. The spiritual herbal garden is about to close. Let's get out quickly. Chapter 70. On the peak of the mountain, the three elders were meditating. At their level, it was normal for them to meditate for months or years. Half a year was too normal for them. Ling Yun, Qinfeng, and Wu Hong were not very patient. After the first time they met, they complimented each other. After half a year, they started to have some ideas. Calculating the time, the people who entered the spiritual herbal gardens should be coming out soon. Thus, Qinfeng said, Ling Yun, Wu Hong, the spiritual herbal gardens will be closing soon. Which sect do you think will win? After half a year, the three of them no longer called each other senior brothers. They called each other by their names. Wu Hong smiled. After thinking for a while, he said, It's hard to say. The three sects have their own strengths. It should depend on luck. There's no need to guess. This time, our combat sect will naturally be able to obtain first place. Ling Yun said confidently without even thinking. That may not be true. Our Nimbus martial ancestor has many strong people too. Ling Yun's confidence made Qinfeng very unhappy. The people who entered the spiritual herbal gardens this time were all his own people. The 10 disciples of the inner sect were also very strong. There was no reason for them not to win. Haha, then let's wait and see. The battle martial ancestor will definitely win. As for your two sects, you can fight for the other 2 spots. Ling Yun smiled. The battle martial ancestor had been planning for decades. He was very confident. Wu Hong only smiled and did not say anything. However, Qinfeng was unhappy. He said, Ling Yun, you are too confident. Don't be overconfident. If you don't believe me, we can make a small bet. How? How about a low-grade primordial stone? Ling Yun smiled. Low-grade primordial stone. Qinfeng's expression changed. There was spiritual energy in heaven and earth. Cultivators absorbed it and turned it into true Qi. Breaking through one realm after another, true Qi transformed into Xiantian true Qi. Then, it changed again and again. Finally, it turned into elemental energy and reached the true energy realm. There was elemental energy in heaven and earth. True energy realm cultivators could absorb and refine it directly. There was also some elemental energy that was too dense and turned into a solid state. It was called primordial stones. Primeval stones were the crystallization of true yuan and were the favorite of true yuan experts. It was also the currency of the sky martial continent. However, this kind of currency was something that true energy cultivators were unable to come into contact with. Even Xiantian cultivators would find it difficult to obtain a complete low-grade primordial stone. The majority of people used broken primordial stones. As the name implied, Some broken primordial stones had impure energy. For someone in the Xiantian realm, this was definitely not a small gamble. It could be said to be a huge gamble. A piece of low-grade primordial stone could be exchanged for at least 100 pieces of primordial stone fragments. An ordinary Xiantian realm expert would have around 10 pieces of primordial stone fragments, which could be considered a tycoon. A low-grade yuan stone. Even the usually indifferent Wu Hong's expression changed slightly. This wager was far beyond his imagination. Not bad. A little gambling is fun. Ling Yun nodded. He was very satisfied with the changes in their expressions. This is a small bet? Qin Feng was unable to speak, but he did not want to lose face in front of Ling Yun. He could only nod and say, "All right, a small bet it is. A low-grade yuan stone it is." "Wu Hong, what about you?" Ling Yun looked at Wu Hong. "Haha, you guys go ahead. I won't participate." Wu Hong shook his head and laughed. "Why, Wu Hong? Could it be that you are so poor that you can't even take out a low-grade yuan stone? Has your Xian martial ancestor fallen to such a state?" Chun Feng's eyes flashed with disdain. He had just lost face in front of Ling Yun, but now he had regained it from Wu Hong. "Wu Hong, let's play. A small bet is fun, but a big bet is harmful to the body. We are just fooling around. A mere low-grade yuan stone is not worth so much. Everyone is just having fun." Ling Yun also said, but the disdain in his expression was very obvious. "All right then, let's play." Wu Hong finally nodded. "Haha, that's right." Ling Yun laughed, already calculating the profits in his heart. The three elders sat cross-legged in the distance, not saying a word. It was as if they did not notice the three people gambling. After a long time, the elders who were sitting cross-legged suddenly opened their eyes. Half a year is up. The disciples of the three sects should be back soon. On the mountain peak, there was a sudden rumbling sound. The space began to distort, and a torrential energy surged wildly. Ling Yun and the other two retreated. This energy was too terrifying. This spiritual herbal garden is indeed mysterious. When it is opened, it requires a lot of true origin energy. When it is closed, a strange energy appears. Yes, the spiritual herbal garden is too mysterious. It is a pity that we cannot enter to investigate. Half a year is too short. I just don't know how much they have gained this time. The space was distorted, as if a huge force was tearing it apart. With a chi sound, the space on the mountain peak was shattered, and a pitch-black crack appeared. Boundless energy filled the mountain peak. Ling Yun and the others retreated again. The true origin energy shield around the three elders made a chi-chi sound. The crack spread, and it was pitch black. It was like a huge mouth of the netherworld. It was incomparably deep, and it was also like a bottomless hole with no end. After the raging energy dissipated, the space finally stabilized. The large crack appeared on the mountain peak, followed by figures. Half a year had passed, and the people who entered the spiritual herbal garden finally appeared. When they entered, many cultivators rushed in like a tide. When they came out, they were scattered and sparse. The number of cultivators was greatly reduced. Coupled with the deliberate calculations of the Zhan martial ancestor, only 1/10 of the cultivators who entered the spiritual herbal garden survived. In other words, only a few dozen out of hundreds of people could come out alive. The first to come out were the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor. They were in fear in the spiritual herbal garden. They hid all day, afraid that Zichun would come to kill them. When the large crack opened, they were the first to rush out. Their faces were filled with panic. They only calmed down when they walked in front of the great elder. The first elder furrowed his brows and had a bad feeling in his heart. The disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor appeared sparsely. There were only a few dozen of them. Almost all of them were filled with fear and panic. These people were all at level 8 or 7. There was almost no one at level 9 true chi. As for the 10 disciples of the inner sect who were at level 10 true chi, none of them appeared. Qin Feng, your people don't seem to be in a good mood. The 10 disciples of the inner sect didn't appear? Ling Yun smiled faintly. However, he was very dissatisfied. According to their calculations, the number of people from the Nimbus martial ancestor who could come out alive would not be more than 20. Don't be anxious. The strong ones always appear last. That's the only way to show up. Chen Feng snorted. He had a bad feeling in his heart. The disciples appeared one after another. In the end, the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor stopped at 38. Following them were the disciples of the Zhan martial ancestor. They were even worse. When they walked out of the crack, their faces were filled with fear. Their clothes were tattered and covered in blood. Some of them even had multiple knife and sword wounds on their bodies. What's going on? Elder Gu of the Battle Martial Sect, who was previously calm, had a slight change in his expression at this moment. Although there had been battles when the spiritual herbal gardens had opened in the past, it had definitely not been like today where everyone was injured. Some of them even had more than 10 saber wounds on their bodies. Even after seeing him, the elder, they could not calm down. Battles were allowed in the spiritual herbal garden, but they were all for the sake of snatching spiritual herbs. It was far from what happened today, where everyone had more than 10 knife wounds. How was this snatching spiritual herbs? It was simply silencing them. Haha, Ling Yun, your sect's disciples seem to be in a bad situation. They are all about to die. Chen Feng mocked at the right time. Oomph. Ling Yun's face darkened. He did not speak. The situation seemed to have changed. Now was not the time to ask. The disciples of the Zhan martial ancestor came out one after another. Then, they were divided into two groups. One group was filled with fear. Some of them were still bleeding. There were very few of them, so they gathered together. The other group was glaring at each other angrily. There were about the same number of people. This was a conflict between sections. Ling Yun's heart sank. After waiting for a long time, the people he was waiting for did not come out. Ling Chen, Ling Fei, Xieqiu, Chen Chong, and the others did not appear. The situation had changed. Ling Yun's face also changed. If this failed, he would be responsible for a lot of things. After the Zhan martial ancestor, it was the Xian martial ancestor's disciples. The Xian martial ancestor had a large number of disciples. After the disciples appeared, they were all angry. Each of them held a long knife in their hands. Some of the knives were still dripping with blood. They looked murderously in the direction of the Zhan martial ancestor. What the hell is going on? The three elders were puzzled. They did not know what had happened. Moreover, there was something strange about this. Up until now, no one above level 9 of the genuine Qi had appeared. Ling Yun's face darkened. He had a guilty conscience. The other two also had a bad feeling in their hearts. But then, another figure appeared. Liang Guang of level 10 of the genuine Qi had appeared. This was the first person above level 9 of the genuine Qi realm. Moreover, Liang Guang's appearance also indicated that a true expert had appeared. Then, Mui, LV Pong, and some of the Xian martial ancestors' experts appeared. However, the Xian martial ancestors' 11 genuine Qi realm experts had entered. This time, only 5 of them had come out. A group of people came out and walked towards Elder Zhang. Then, they gathered together. However, when they looked at the Zhan martial ancestor, their gazes were very unfriendly. How could this be? Seeing Muyi and the others appear, Ling Yun could not help but exclaim. The situation in front of him was not normal. It was far from the plan. Phew! Wu Hong breathed a sigh of relief. He did not care about the outcome of the bet. He just did not want anything to happen to Muyi and the others. Ling Yun wanted to question Ling Chun. At this moment, he was waiting for her to appear. Chen Feng was also waiting for Su Yin to appear. He wanted to ask him how things were going. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the two, another figure walked out of the big crack. The person in the lead was a cold-looking youth. His whole body exuded an aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. It was Zhang Haoyin. Behind Zhang Haoyin was an extremely ordinary youth. Then, everyone's eyes lit up. Two great beauties, Lin Shui and Su Mingyao, walked out of the crack. Their figures were slim and graceful. One was like a lotus, the other was like a goddess. They immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 71. Zichan was wearing a white shirt. He was handsome and his eyes were clear. He exuded an aura of tranquility as he slowly walked out of the crack. Zichan. Chen Feng's expression changed the moment he saw Zichan. He was enraged. That damned Su Yin. He actually failed to complete his task. He's still alive. Chen Feng's emotions were the same as Ling Yun's when he saw Zhang Haoyin. They were both burning with anger. The Great Elder was also surprised when he saw Zichun, but he quickly regained his composure. The three elders looked at the crack calmly. Two of the three future sect leaders were enraged as they stared at the crack, waiting for their people to appear. However, something unexpected happened in the next moment. After Zichun appeared, the huge crack began to tremble. The space distorted once again, and after a few breaths, the black crack disappeared. There was only one explanation for this. There were no more humans inside. What? At that instant, both the elders and the three future sect leaders were startled. When they entered, there were hundreds of people, but now, less than 100 people came out. Moreover, none of the true experts from the Battle Martial Ancestor and the Nimbus Martial Ancestor came out. What's going on? There were dozens of experts who did not come out. The three elders could no longer remain calm and began to ask questions. It's the people from the Battle Martial Ancestor. They killed everyone. It's Zichun. Zichun killed the 10 disciples of the inner sect. Reporting to the elders, Ling Chun led the people from the Battle Martial Ancestor to set us up and kill everyone. Zichun and Zhang Haoyin killed Zheng Hua and the rest. Reporting to the Great Elder, Zichun colluded with people from the outer sect and killed his fellow disciples. The crowd complained one after another. The scene was extremely chaotic. Everyone was talking excitedly, and the three elders seemed to have understood something. Zichun colluded with Zhang Haoyin and used a vicious scheme to harm the 10 disciples of the inner sect. He also killed many innocent brothers and sisters. I hope that Grand Elder will uphold justice. A disciple of True Energy Stage 8 walked out and pointed at Zichun. He had provoked everyone in the spiritual herbal garden, and now that he had come out, he was the first one to complain. That's right, Zichun harbored evil intentions. For the sake of 1,000-year elixir, he didn't hesitate to kill everyone. Another disciple of the Nimbus Martial Ancestor pointed out, Elder, please uphold justice. Zichun is harboring evil intentions. One by one, the disciples of the Nimbus Martial Ancestor appeared. Relying on the presence of the Grand Elder and Chen Feng, they began to casually slander Zichun. Logically speaking, there was no enmity between the two sides, so there was no need for them to do this. However, Zichun's limelight in the spiritual herbal garden was too great. Moreover, he appeared to be righteous and affectionate. On the other hand, they became heartless and were pointed at by others. Therefore, when they came out, they were jealous and wanted to harm Zichun. Everyone's accusations made Zichun the target of public criticism. Lin Shui was so angry that her face was ashen. She clenched her teeth and wanted to bite these people to death. Su Mingyao, on the other hand, was very calm. She was even calmer than Zichun. The Grand Elder and Elder Ji's faces were gloomy as they looked coldly at Zichun. Ling Yun and Chen Feng's gazes were also very unfriendly. Elders, it's not like that. Ling Chun used a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb as bait to lure us into the valley. Then, she attracted hundreds of vicious beasts to kill us. It was Zichun who killed the Xiantian demonic beasts and saved us. Otherwise, the people of the Nimbus Martial Ancestor and Xian Martial Ancestor wouldn't have survived. Just when the situation was unfavorable for Zichun, Mui suddenly walked out and defended Zichun. Zichun's eyes were filled with gratitude. Ling Chun is a wolf with evil intentions. She plotted against everyone, even her own sect's people. Liang Guang also walked out. 3 elders, don't listen to their nonsense. If it wasn't for Zichun, we would already be dead. At this time, we should investigate Ling Chen. Lu Peng also spoke up for Zichun. The 3 of them were very important existences. Their words were far more effective than others. After that, several disciples who had fought side by side with Zichun spoke up for Zichun. In an instant, Zichun became the focus of attention. Almost everything that happened in the spiritual herbal garden was related to him. There were many important people who testified for Zichun. In an instant, everyone's spearhead turned to the Zhan martial ancestor. Where is Ling Chun? Elder Ji's face was cold. Hearing everyone's words, he finally understood why the disciples on his side were divided into two groups. Ling Chun is dead. His head was chopped off by Zichun. A disciple said loudly, looking very proud. Zichun again? The three elders looked at Zichun again. At this time, Zichun's aura was restrained, and Abdomen's aura was sealed. There was no trace of aura, so they couldn't see anything special. Zichun became the focus of attention. He was praised to the top of the mountain. At the same time, he also became the target of public criticism. Many people bore grudges against him, so much so that no one cared about Zhang Haoyan, who had killed as many people as Zichun. Zichun didn't defend himself. He didn't need to. He had already thought of this. Almost everyone in the Nimbus martial ancestor was on Zichun's side. Zichun didn't expect them to speak up for him. If they had a conscience and didn't say anything, it would be the greatest help they could give him. Ling Yun, what exactly is going on? Elder Gu turned to look at Ling Yun, whose expression was extremely ugly. Obviously, he didn't know about this matter. Elder, I'm not too sure about the details. However, there are many suspicious points in this matter. We need to investigate thoroughly. Ling Yun braced himself and said. Elder Gu snorted coldly. I'll settle this with you when we get back. Elder Zhang from the Xin martial ancestor spoke at the right time. If that's the case, we should go back and ask carefully. We must have an explanation. We must not let go of who is right and who is wrong. As for now, let's see what their harvest is. Elder Zhang's voice was indifferent, but his tone was very cold. There was a sense of determination in his voice. My disciples can't die in vain. The disciples of the three sects separated and took out spiritual herbs. These were used to exchange for contribution points. It was also to determine which of the three sects had the most harvest and who was the biggest winner. Among the three sects, the battle martial sect had the least number of disciples. Many of their disciples' spirit herbs had been snatched away. Although there were a few outstanding disciples who took out a lot of spirit herbs that made people's eyes light up, compared to the other two sects, whether it was in terms of quality or quantity, they were much worse. There were more than 100 spiritual herbs scattered around. Among them, there were 20 spiritual herbs that were more than 500 years old, which made people's eyes light up. Next was the Nimbus martial ancestor. Almost all of the spiritual herbs on this side were gathered on Zichun's side. Miaokong, Lin Shui, Su Mingyao, and Zichun all took out 5 spiritual herbs that were more than 500 years old. The dense spiritual energy and the sparkling spiritual herbs made everyone's eyes light up. There were more than 20 spiritual herbs in a row. Next, the other disciples also took out spiritual herbs. Among them, there were also 500 years old spiritual herbs. The total number was more than 200. Among them, there were more than 5,500 years old spiritual herbs. The great elder was very satisfied. Chen Feng, who had a gloomy expression, also nodded his head. His expression relaxed a lot. You're going to lose. Chen Feng was very confident. Ling Yun's expression was very ugly. Their defeat against the martial ancestor was already set. As for Wu Hong, he was very calm. He even had a smile on his face. This was because someone had secretly told him that his side would definitely win. Next were the disciples of the Xin martial ancestor. Once Mui took out his item, it was a dazzling light. He took out more than 10 500 years old spiritual herbs. Next, Liang Guang, LV Pong, and the others did not lose out. The other disciples of the 10th floor also took out a lot of spiritual herbs. The disciples who had fought side by side with Zichun all had great harvests. At this moment, their items were naturally extraordinary. Just the 500 years old spiritual herbs that they took out were comparable to those of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Chun Feng's expression became gloomy again. The great elder's expression was also very ugly. Next, the Xin martial ancestor's spiritual herbs were all taken out. The counting was completed. The Xin martial ancestor also had more than 200 spiritual herbs. Among them, the 500 years old spiritual herbs were 10 more than the Nimbus martial ancestors. In this trip to the spiritual herbal garden, the Xin martial ancestor had won. The 3 elders were not sore losers. At this moment, they were ready to announce the winner. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. 3 elders, wait a moment. The elders turned their heads and looked at a disciple. This person was the only true energy stage 9 disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor. He was wearing a blood-stained white robe. After respectfully bowing to the elders, he turned his head and looked at Zichun. He coldly said, "Zichun, where is your 1,000-year spiritual herb? Why didn't you take it out?" 1,000-year spiritual herb? Everyone was in an uproar. Only now did they remember that Zichun had subdued the giant python and obtained the 1,000-year spiritual herb. However, he did not take it out today. Qinfeng and the others could not help but pay attention to the issue that they had overlooked. Zichun had killed a Xiantian-level demonic beast. The 3 elders all looked at him, including the 3 future sect leaders. Zichun was once again the center of attention. "That's right, Zichun. What are you thinking? Why didn't you hand over the 1,000-year spiritual herb? Zichun, you are really selfish. The Nimbus martial ancestor is about to win, but you secretly hid the 1,000-year spiritual herb. How can a person be so selfish?" "That's right. How can a person like you be the disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor? Hand over the 1,000-year spiritual herb and let us win. We will get double the contribution." "Don't be so selfish. Otherwise, you will be unlucky." A group of disciples stepped forward and shouted at Zichun. These people were very weak, only at the 7th or 8th layer. If it were not for the elders present, they would not even dare to fart. However, at this moment, they were aggressive and righteous. For them, although spiritual herbs were strong, they were not easy to absorb. It was far less cost-effective than the contribution points of true Qi Dawn. However, not everyone handed over their spiritual herbs. There were always disciples who secretly hid some. This was because in this world, there was not only one Nimbus martial ancestor. The outside world was very vast. The contribution points of the Nimbus martial ancestor were not shared across the entire continent. There were many disciples who secretly hid spiritual herbs. At this moment, they were all questioning Zichun. They were righteous and aggressive. When did the Nimbus martial ancestor stipulate that disciples must hand over all their spiritual herbs? At this moment, Su Mingyao indifferently said, "How shameless! Did you all hand over all your spiritual herbs?" Lin Shui angrily said. Chapter 72. Su Mengyao's white robe fluttered in the wind as she stood beside Zichun. Her expression was calm, and her words shocked everyone. She was originally an expert. She had a Xiantian battle skill and was at Xiantian realm level 9. Her true combat strength was even stronger than Mui's. It was just that in the spiritual herbal garden, Zichun's brilliance had completely overshadowed Su Mengyao's. But after coming out, no one dared to ignore her. This is not the same. This concerns the victory or defeat of our Nimbus martial ancestor. This concerns the prestige of our Nimbus martial ancestor. That's right. We could have won. But what if we lose because of Zichun's selfishness? Others will say that our Nimbus martial ancestor is a bunch of selfish people. That's right. As a member of the Nimbus martial ancestor, we must fight for the Nimbus martial ancestor, not for our own selfishness. Another Nimbus martial ancestor's righteous member spoke. His words were filled with righteousness, and every word he spoke was about the reputation of the Nimbus martial ancestor. You're not selfish. You're a bunch of trash raised by sons of bitches. You're so righteous now. Why didn't you show up in the spiritual herbal garden before? Trash like dogs. How dare you talk about righteousness in front of Senior Zichun? Many of the black martial ancestors' disciples began to ridicule. Although they deliberately lowered their voices, everyone present was an expert and naturally heard it clearly. In an instant, these people's faces turned ugly. All the elixirs obtained from the elixir gardens this time, as long as they were taken out, would be exchanged for contribution points. It was not a simple competition. To Zichun, the use of contribution points could not be compared to a 2,000 years old water spirit flower. Even if he was given more contribution points, it would be useless. Moreover, 1,000-year-old spirit herbs were very attractive to Xiantian experts. Zichun did not want the spirit herbs he obtained to help Qinfeng break through. Humph, now you're talking about righteousness. Why didn't I see you guys talking about it before? A bunch of cowards. Su Mingyao's indifferent expression turned cold in an instant. A powerful aura emanated from her body. She said, "Who are you? What qualifications do you have to speak to me?" Ninth level true energy was so oppressive that the others found it hard to breathe. Only the ninth level true energy cultivator from before was still holding on. At this moment, a tyrannical aura similar to that of a level 10 vicious beast rushed over. Zichen's eyes turned cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The latter's face changed drastically, and he staggered back, looking very embarrassed. Laughter and mockery rang out from the side. Zichen's popularity in the Black Martial Ancestor was much higher than that of the Nimbus Martial Ancestor. "Zichen, are you willing to contribute the 1,000-year-old spirit herb? The sect can give you double the contribution points reward." Right at this moment, Chen Feng suddenly spoke. He just so happened to be at the critical moment of his breakthrough, and he really needed a 1,000-year-old spirit herb like this. His expression was very gentle, and his words were like a spring breeze. He was like a very competent senior brother. He didn't use his power to oppress others, but lowered his status to negotiate with Zichen. Senior brother Chen Feng really doesn't put on airs. He actually speaks like this to a scum like Zichen. "Zichen, hurry up and agree. Senior brother Chen Feng talking to you is a blessing you've accumulated over several lifetimes." Zichen sneered in his heart. He could already see the killing intent in Chen Feng's eyes. The reason why the 10 inner disciples attacked him was because of Chen Feng's orders. Now that Chen Feng had spoken, he was even more certain that the other party needed a 1,000-year-old spirit herb. Therefore, he didn't even think and decisively said, "Sorry, I don't want to hand over the spirit herb. I want to eat it like a meal." His words shocked everyone. Eating a 1,000-year-old spirit herb like a meal? He was purposely trying to anger Chen Feng. This Zichen is really strong. Eating a 1,000-year-old spirit herb like a meal, haha. This is a brilliant move. That Chen Feng is a sinister person. After offending senior brother Chen Feng, Zichen is dead for sure. Once he returns to the sect, he will die. Some people were happy, while others sneered. However, since Zichen didn't hand over the 1,000-year-old spirit herb, no one made things difficult for Zichen. This was because the rules didn't allow for coercion. Elder Zhang let out a sigh of relief. He found Zichen to be very pleasing to the eye. The other disciples of the Xian martial ancestor worshipped Zichen even more. "Zichen, if you can't stay in the Nimbus martial ancestor, you can come to our Xian martial ancestor. Our door will be open for you day and night." Wu Hong whispered in Zichen's ear as he walked past him. "When we return, we will definitely give you our winnings." The first elder and Elder Gu clasped their hands. Although they lost a small bet, they didn't lose much with the support of the sect. They weren't sore losers, but the key was that they lost and lost face. To them, face was much more important than the winnings. Therefore, their faces were very unnatural at this moment. As for Chen Feng and Ling Yun, they were even more so. They handed Wu Hong 2 low-grade spirit stones in front of everyone. The spirit stones were crystal clear and emitted dense true yuan. Wu Hong accepted them with a smile and clasped his hands. "Thank you for your generous help, senior brothers." Instantly, the two were furious. Chen Feng didn't want to bet at first, but they ridiculed him. Now, they had to give him 2 low-grade spirit stones. "If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss." The two of them replied in a flat tone. "All right, when we return, everyone's spirit herbs can be exchanged for double contribution points." As the biggest winner, the Black Martial Ancestor's Elder Zhang was very happy. After so many trips to the spiritual herbal garden, the Black Martial Ancestor finally won once. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers rang out. The disciples of the Black Martial Ancestor jumped in joy. So selfish. Selfish, despicable person. This kind of person is the shame of the Nimbus Martial Ancestor. Lower your voice, he won't live for long anyway. Compared to the Black Martial Ancestor, the disciples of the Nimbus Martial Ancestor and the Zhan Martial Ancestor were much more depressed. Among them, the disciples of the Nimbus Martial Ancestor pointed their spears at Zichen and whispered sarcastically, These people are really shameless. They were like this in the spiritual herbal garden, and now they are like this again. Lin Shui said unhappily. If it wasn't for Zichun holding her back, she would have already shouted and argued with those righteous people. Accept your fate. There are people like them everywhere. They are afraid of death, but they want to get more benefits. Every one of them has spirit herbs. This is human nature. Miao Kong was quite open-minded. He smiled faintly. What Zichun needs to think about now is how to face Qinfeng when we return. You are too outstanding in the spiritual herbal garden. You must be careful of their little tricks. Miao Kong warned. Zichun is a genius, and his strength has increased in the spiritual herbal garden. The elders of the Nimbus martial ancestor know about it. They will focus on training him. Who would want to go against him? Su Mengyao suddenly said. Hee, I hope so. Miao Kong smiled. He didn't refute, but he didn't care. Zichun nodded. The spiritual herbal garden had closed, and the mountain peak had returned to normal. It would be at least a few decades before it opened again. The three sects were already preparing to return. This was the biggest loss they had suffered since entering the spiritual herbal garden. Fortunately, there were many disciples in the three sects, so this loss was still acceptable. Zichun, we will meet again. The three sects left, and some familiar people also said goodbye to each other. Mui came, Lu Peng came, Liang Guang came, and the others who had fought together in the bloody battle also came. This time when we return to the sect, we must be careful of Qinfeng. Zhang Haoyin warned. You two, be careful when facing him. If anything happens, you can send someone to the Nimbus martial ancestor to find me. Zichun also said. After going through life and death together, they could call each other brothers. They were real brothers, not brothers like Zhao Can. The three sects finally left. On the way back to the Nimbus martial ancestor, the surviving disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor had already gathered around Qinfeng. They were recounting what happened in the spiritual herbal garden in their most elegant language. Although they were selfish, they were very smart. They knew what to say and what not to say. The 10 disciples of the inner sect were killed by Zichun. 9 of them died on the spot. Senior brother Su Yin escaped by luck and successfully broke through to the Xiantian realm. Speaking of Su Yin's breakthrough, Qinfeng was very surprised. But more than that, he lamented. Senior brother Su Yin broke through and came to find Zichun for revenge. He didn't expect the people of the Black Martial Ancestor to suddenly intervene. After a fierce battle, just as Zichun was about to be killed, the Xiantian giant python appeared and bit senior brother Su Yin. Both sides fought fiercely in the lake. They deliberately hid the part about Su Mengyao and Lin Shui because they knew that Qinfeng cared about them. If they said that part, they would all leave and let Su Yin kill them. Naturally, Qinfeng wouldn't let them go. It's a pity. Senior brother Su Yin is so powerful. If it was on land, he would naturally be able to kill the Xiantian giant python. But in the lake, senior brother Su Yin couldn't move freely. So after a fierce battle, senior brother Su Yin heavily injured the giant python, but he also died. Then Zichun fought the Xiantian giant python that was heavily injured? Qinfeng suddenly asked. Yes. The giant python was heavily injured, but it was still very strong. It swallowed Zichun in one gulp. But for some reason, Zichun didn't die. Instead, he became stronger. The giant python became an obedient beast. Everyone came in full detail. They told Qinfeng all the rumors they had heard, what they thought they had, and what they purposely slandered. They talked in bits and pieces for half a day. In the end, Zichun had already become a selfish traitor that colluded with outsiders, betrayed the sect, raped and plundered, and committed all sorts of crimes. In any case, he was a fellow that had done all sorts of bad things and no good, causing him to be infamous. This Zichun is too much, Qinfeng said coldly. He was very angry about Zichun's evil deeds. Senior brother, please punish the evil and give the Nimbus martial ancestor a beautiful blue sky. That's right. Give our Nimbus martial ancestor a beautiful future. This kind of evil person must be killed. Everyone begged and expressed their righteous sentiments. A day later, the Great Elder also learned about what happened in the spiritual herbal garden from Qinfeng. His face was full of surprise. We'll talk about this when we get back to the sect. The Great Elder said. Yes. Qinfeng nodded, then said, but I must get Zichen's spiritual herb. A few days later, everyone finally returned to the Nimbus martial ancestor. Su Mingyao breathed a sigh of relief. Zichen also felt the same. Since they didn't kill him outside, the chances of them killing him inside the sect would be even smaller. Chapter 73. The Nimbus martial ancestor was built at the foot of a mountain, spanning over 10 li. Zichen finally let out a sigh of relief when he saw the Nimbus martial ancestor from afar. He had been on tenterhooks the whole time, fearing that Qinfeng would suddenly attack him. When they left, there were more than 100 disciples. They were in high spirits, full of confidence and dreams. But when they returned, there were only a few dozen of them, each of them looking like frosted eggplants. Nearly 90% of the disciples were injured or killed. Those who missed the trip to the spiritual herbal garden looked at each other in dismay. They were glad that they missed the trip to the spiritual herbal garden. With such a high death rate, the disciples who survived all gained a lot. After the spiritual herbs were turned in, they could be divided according to their contribution points. After returning, Qinfeng left with the head elder, and the disciples returned to their own places. After a few days, they would be able to receive their contribution points. The head elder distributed the list of spiritual herbs. Naturally, there were people who took care of everything. They began to register and verify the contribution points. Next, the head elder had to consider the matter of Zichen. Zichen's potential was truly terrifying. In just a year, he had actually broken through from stage 5 to stage 9. Moreover, his battle strength was even stronger than Su Yan's. The head elder had to admit that he was a genius. He had already seen it during the selection, but he never thought that his potential would be so great, far surpassing Qinfeng's. Unfortunately, such a genius was destined to not be nurtured, because he was on the opposite side of Qinfeng. Head elder. Qinfeng walked in without anyone noticing. Why are you here? The head elder was surprised. I'm just worried. So I want to ask head elder how to deal with Zichen? Qinfeng asked, looking at the head elder with hope. The head elder hesitated. He hadn't decided yet. Head elder went to the martial ancestor and hasn't returned yet. Everything here is decided by the head elder. Zichen colluded with outsiders, killed his fellow disciples, and stole their spiritual herbs. This is already an ironclad fact. According to the rules of the sect, this is a capital offense. Qinfeng said in a low voice. The head elder frowned. This matter was not easy to handle. He didn't care about Zichen, but he cared about another person. What did Mingyao say? What else can she say? She's still on Zichen's side. At the mention of Su Mingyao, Qinfeng's face was filled with anger. He said unwillingly, but we have many witnesses. Zichen can't deny it at all. Besides, the sect leader isn't here. The elders can act first and report later. Let me think about it. You can leave first. The Grand Elder waved his hand, still hesitating. Qinfeng was very unwilling to give up. Before he walked out of the door, he turned back and said, Third Grandpa, the family has been waiting for news from us. Zichen's talent is too high. If the sect master discovers him, there is a high possibility that he will be accepted as a disciple. Once he develops, he might threaten my position as the future sect master. I've already reached a bottleneck, and Zichen's 1,000-year-old spirit herb is just enough for me to break through. After saying those words, Qinfeng left. As for the hesitant first elder, his expression suddenly turned cold. After hearing what Qinfeng said, he finally made his decision. After Zichen came back, he locked himself in his room and refused to see anyone. In the sect, there were many people who wanted to harm him. Among them, Qinfeng was the biggest threat. Zichen had to be on guard. Therefore, he had to seize the time to improve his strength. Opening the bag, there was a dazzling array of spirit herbs. They shone brilliantly, and a dense spirit chi rushed out. In front of Zichen, there were no less than 20 spirit herbs that were more than 500 years old. This was Zichen's harvest this time. He had gained the most from the trip to the spiritual herbal garden. Just the spirit herbs he had swallowed far surpassed what the martial ancestor had obtained this time. Zichen arranged the 20 spirit herbs one by one, then sat down cross-legged and swallowed them one by one. The current him didn't need any battle skills. He only needed to improve his strength. For others, it would take months to refine these spirit herbs, but for Zichun, it only took a few days. During this period of time, Zichun didn't eat or drink. He refined day and night. The speed of his strength increasing was extremely slow, but the speed of his body's transformation was extremely fast. Streams of silver energy entered his body, cleansing his meridians and causing his body to become stronger and tougher. Like sand being washed away by waves, Zichun's body was washed away by the silver energy every day, washing away the impurities within. Every day was a small transformation. Zichun didn't need to learn any battle skills. He wholeheartedly focused on improving his strength. He didn't want to waste a single second. In just 2 days, Zichun had refined all 2,500 years old spirit herbs. If this speed were to spread, it would be shocking. During this period of time, he had gone all out, squeezing out all of his potential. Fortunately, his heart was also very strong. It was like a bottomless pit, devouring all the spirit herbs' energy and rapidly feeding back even more pure energy. Zichun's body rumbled all day long, like sand being washed away by waves, over and over again. The impurities in his body were removed. Zichun's body was moving towards a pure Xiantian body. When he had swallowed the snake gall to break through to the middle 9th level, he was also moving towards the late 9th level. After refining all the energy, Zichun's strength had already reached the peak of the 9th level. He was only 1 step away from the 10th level. 2 days later, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Zichun opened his eyes. He was very dissatisfied that his cultivation was disturbed. "It's me." A low voice sounded. It was Miao Kong. Zichun opened the door, and Miao Kong flashed in. "The things you wanted, I've already prepared them for you." It really wasn't easy. Miao Kong walked towards the wooden table as soon as he came in, and then took out a porcelain bottle from his bulging bosom. "How many did you get?" Seeing those porcelain bottles, Zichun's eyes lit up. When he had returned that day, he had asked Miao Kong to exchange some true Qi Dan for him. After all, he had a conflict with Luomin. Although he had a lot of contribution points, it was inevitable that Luomin would find trouble with him. Zichun didn't care about contribution points, but he cared about time. Now, he didn't have much time left. When I went to exchange, Luomin actually didn't let me. Thanks to senior sister Su Mengyao's help, she found some friends and exchanged them for these. She told me to tell you to use them first. After a few days, there will be more true Qi Dan for you. One by one, the porcelain bottles were placed on the table by Miao Kong. Zichun's eyes swept over, and he had already determined the quantity. There were a total of 20 bottles. Each bottle had 10 true Qi Dan, so 20 bottles added up to 200 true Qi Dan. This was a huge number. One must know that a year ago, Zichun couldn't even take out a single true Qi Dan. For a 500-year-old spirit herb, Zhaokan had sold him out. But only a year had passed, and Zichun had obtained 200 true Qi Dan. The number of 500-year-old spirit herbs he had swallowed had already exceeded 50. "Thank you," Zichun gratefully said. After swallowing all the spirit herbs, what he needed the most now was true Qi Dan. 200 true Qi Dan were enough for him to refine for several days. Before leaving, Miao Kong patted Zichun's shoulder. When a cultivator cultivates, they must follow the rules. Haste makes waste. The speed at which you refine spirit medicines is very fast, but if you refine too many, be careful not to suffer a backlash. Before leaving, Miao Kong patted Zichun on the shoulder. Zichun nodded, indicating that he understood. "You have to be careful. Recently, the sect has spread the news that Qin Feng wants to deal with you." Miao Kong finally left. "Qin Feng, you have repeatedly caused trouble for me. One day, I will make you regret it." Inside the room, Zichun's eyes instantly turned cold. At the bedside, 20 bottles of true Qi Dan were lined up in a row. Zichun sat cross-legged and calmed his mind. He directly opened a bottle of true Qi Dan, and as if he was eating candy, he instantly swallowed the 10 true Qi Dan. The true Qi Dan melted in his mouth, turning into a cool and refreshing feeling that flowed into his stomach. Then, a powerful and pure energy gushed out and rushed into Zichun's body. The peak of the 9th level of true Qi Dan had not broken through. Zichun was somewhat anxious. After waiting for several bottles of true Qi Dan to be refined, he still had not broken through. Instead, his body had become even stronger. His blood and Qi was extremely vigorous. Once it erupted, it was like a peak of the 10th level vicious beast, surging violently. However, it still had not reached the limit that Zichun could understand. The peak of the 10th level of true Qi Dan was still not perfect. Every time he cultivated, his body would undergo a transformation, and it was transforming every day. On the third day, Zichun had already refined 5 bottles of true Qi Dan. There were still 15 bottles that he had not refined. Time was of the essence. Zichun did not want to waste a single second. He opened his eyes, picked up the true Qi Dan, and prepared to refine them again. But suddenly, footsteps sounded from outside. With his strength becoming stronger, Zichun's perception naturally became stronger. Even if it was very light footsteps, Zichun could still perceive them. Then, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Zichun asked in a cold voice. From the sound of the footsteps, he could already tell that it was 2 people. Therefore, it could not be Miao Kong. Although the footsteps were very light, there was a kind of heavy feeling. There was no sense of lightness. Obviously, it was not Su Mingyao or Lin Shui. "Zichun, you are suspected of killing a fellow disciple. The punishment hall invites you in." A cold voice sounded from outside the door. Punishment hall? Zichun's complexion changed. He did not think that the other side would act so quickly. It had only been 3 days, and they already wanted to make a move on him. Punishment Hall was in charge of the punishment of the Nimbus martial ancestor. They had always acted impartially and had never practiced favoritism. In the past, they had even beheaded several core disciples who had committed serious crimes. It was said that the hall master of Punishment Hall was a stubborn old man. He abhorred evil as if it was his own personal enemy. He hated heartless people the most. "Do you want to come out by yourself, or do you want us to invite you in?" A cold voice sounded from outside the door again. "I'll go out." Zichun put the Zhun Qi Dan under the blanket and then walked towards the door with an indifferent face. As the door opened, Zichun saw the 2 middle-aged men outside the door. His pupils instantly shrank. They were wearing red clothes. Although they were not angry, they were imposing. Although their aura was restrained, there was still a chilling aura coming from them. Red-clothed elder, Xiantian stage. Zichun was shocked. He never thought that the punishment hall would actually send out 2 Xiantian stage elders. Obviously, they had already heard of the speculation about Zichun's strength. They were afraid that they would not be able to bring back a 10th stage, Zhenqi stage Zichun, so they directly sent out 2 elders. "Let's go." The 2 looked cold and serious, like executioners of the mortal world. "I can't find the way. I hope that the 2 elders can lead the way," Zichun said awkwardly. Although Zichun had been in the inner sect for a year, he had never been to the Nimbus martial ancestor. Therefore, he had only heard of the punishment hall, but did not know where it was. "Oomph." The 2 snorted coldly. Then, one in front and one behind, they sandwiched Zichun in the middle and walked towards the punishment hall. Along the way, they met many cultivators. "Look, that's Zichun. Why is Zichun with 2 elders? And they are even elders of the punishment hall?" The punishment hall elders had a chilling aura around them. It was very easy to recognize them. "You don't even know this? You're so stupid." The sect has already been abuzz with the news that Zichun colluded with others in the spiritual herbal garden and killed many disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Even the 10 inner disciples were killed. What? So vicious? He killed the 10 disciples of the inner sect? Is Zichun that strong? Of course, he is very strong. It is said that he even killed a Xiantian stage beast and obtained a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. However, he selfishly kept it and caused the sect to lose the bet. Sigh, that's too selfish. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.